It's all down to this final week of the season, Hampshire against Surrey, and as much as it pains me to say it's going to be all about Surrey, certainly probably for the first day or so, whilst we await probably Surrey to be crowned champions. I'm Kevin James. A little later you'll hear from the Hampshire Disability Cricketer and England Disability Cricketer Anthony Clapham. Dave Allen is here to provide all the stats and that you could ever wish for, Hampshire's historian. But to take you through this first period of play is myself, Kevin James, and the wonderful. I had to think of a nice word. I couldn't think of a nice word. It took me a while. There were other words that were in my head, but wonderful in the end came out. Fortunately for me, Mark Church.
Thank you for that, Kevin Jones. I was wondering what was coming there. Massive pause, and then wonderful. That's nice, isn't it? Well, look, very much looking forward to this. There's an awful lot riding on this game, obviously. I was chatting with Mr. Kevin Howes earlier with your good self on 5 Sports Extra, and I was saying actually on day 3 last week, and on the final day in the game against Northamptonshire, it looked as if Surrey could be coming here needing a win, basically, but thanks to Liam Dawson and James Vince and that incredible partnership against Essex at Chelmsford, it means that Surrey only need 5 points to secure the championship this year. So I think Surrey are looking at this, speaking with Rory Burns at the end of the game last week, and that was before he knew what had happened at Chelmsford. He was sort of along the lines of, look, we always knew we were going to have to go to the Ageas Bowl and get something. But I think come 6 o'clock on Friday evening, when those winning runs were scored by Hampshire in that incredible run chase, he would have been breathing a bit easier, because Northamptonshire played really well last week. Before that game, I think everyone was in complete agreement that what Northamptonshire had to do is make life as hard as they could for Surrey, which is exactly what they did. And when Surrey were following on, anything could have happened in that game, but Burns and Sibley did a very good job, saw Surrey through to that draw, and then with what Messrs Vince and Dawson did against Essex, as I say, Surrey get here knowing 5 points and they will be crowned county champions again. And if they get there, and I know everyone will say, oh, you're biased because you see them all the time, but I've said before the first ball of the season was bowled that if Surrey are at their best in terms of championship cricket, they are a damn hard side to beat, and they have played some terrific stuff this season. And it's not that they've fallen away in the second half, it's just that Essex put a run together. They put a really, really good run together, and fair play to Essex. But Hampshire last week doing what they did means that, as I say, Surrey go into this game needing 5 points to be crowned champions.
Right, let's give you the details then. Surrey won the toss and have elected to bowl first. We'll start exactly an hour late. Lunch will be at 1 o'clock. Let me give you the Hampshire team, because I've got to disappear for a couple of minutes in a moment, Mark. Normally I would allow you as our guest to read out the Surrey team first, but as I say, I've got to disappear. Yeah, Hampshire made 2 changes from that side that beat Essex last week. In come Ian Holland, the all-rounder, and quick bowler and all-rounder James Fuller. Out go Keith Barker, who's got a bit of an injury, and also out goes off-spinner batter Felix Organ. So Hampshire are Toby Albert, Fletcher Middleton, Nick Gubbins, James Vince, Tom Prest, Dawson, Ben Brown, Kyle Abbott, Ian Holland, James Fuller, and Mohammed Abbas.
So your weekend alarm clock there for you, Kevin James, to wake you up at
yes, I need it 11:30. I need it.
So, yes, your alarm clock as well. The Surrey side is unchanged from the side that drew against Northamptonshire. So it's Rory Burns and Ryan Patel and Dom Sibley in the top 3. Then Sai Siddharthan, Ben Folkes, Cameron Steele, Jordan Clark, Jamie Overton, Tom Laws, Dan Worrell and Kemar Roach. Just to say as well, and we were talking about this on 5 Sports Extra with Kevin Howes, Jamie Smith and Will Jacks will be made available to Surrey after the one-day international in Bristol. So the way that works is they will come down tonight. 2 of the Surrey players in this starting 11, if Surrey want to go this way, will be nominated to drop out, and then Jacks and Smith will come in for them tomorrow. But we'll wait till the end of the one-day international to see how that goes. Surrey winning the toss then and deciding to bowl first, which I think will be interesting. The conditions are pretty good for bowling. You would think there's some darker cloud above us. We've had some rain this morning. So it will be interesting to see how this plays today. From a bowling point of view, you would think, yeah, this could swing around this morning. So let's wait to see how this morning pans out. But Surrey go into this needing 5 more points to be crowned champions. It's going to be Kemar Roach to get us started from the pavilion end of the ground. Toby Albert is on strike, right-handed of course. There's a leg slip, 3 slips as Roach is into Albert, and Albert is forward and turns the first ball into the leg side to pick up a single, and Hampshire are underway. 1 without loss then after the first delivery, and that will bring Fletcher Middleton on to strike. Kemar Roach, 23 championship wickets this season, and it's been that Surrey 5-man attack that have done an awful lot of damage this season. Whichever 5 pacemen have played have complemented each other very, very well indeed. Right-handed Middleton waits for his first delivery as Roach is over the wicket to him, and Middleton's forward, turns this one into the leg side. Tom Laws coming in from short mid-wicket to do the fielding, and there is no run. 3 slips in there for Surrey. Sibley at first, Jamie Overton at second, Cameron Steele at third, with their backs towards us as we're stood up high on the gantry in the hotel. And then Ryan Patel is the man at leg slip. Dan Worrell down there at long leg. Sai Siddharthan is at backward point as Roach is over the wicket, and Fletcher lets this one go outside his off stump, and that's taken low down by Ben Folkes, moving away to his left hand side. Rory Burns, the captain, stood up there at mid off under his white floppy sun hat, and then Jordan Clark is down at mid on. Good crowd in already. Lots of people sat in the Rob Bramsgrove pavilion. I know a lot of Surrey supporters have made the trip down here to the Ageas Bowl. I think quite a few will be staying in the hotel as well, so a few of them might be watching from their hotel room balcony as Roach is in. That's down the leg side, and Middleton getting nothing on that, just looking to help it down towards Dan Worrell. He'll be aware of Ryan Patel in there at leg slip. But we had a heavy shower this morning. Lunch will be at 1 o'clock today, so it'll be an hour and a half this first session this morning. But Rory Burns winning the toss and deciding to bowl first on this opening day, last week of the season. It's all gone very quickly as Kemar Roach is in, and again down the leg side, and Middleton having nothing to do with that one. Diving take from Ben Folkes away to his left hand side. Welcome back to Kevin James, who's done his first update of the day.
Thank you.
I was
and a very good one it was,
if
I may say so.
It was excellent from what I heard.
Yes.
It'd be interesting to see if the ball swings and moves this morning. Bit of rain this morning, there is cloud cover. I think it'll be a pretty good surface, this one. It looks a good one from here, and we're miles away as Roach is in. Now Middleton's forward, driving firmly up towards mid-on. Round goes Jordan Clark to do the fielding, and there is no run. End of the first over. Hampshire stuck in by Surrey, 1 without loss.
Well, can I just say that I hope it is a decent surface, because of course 20 points hang over Hampshire between now and the end of next season, should they produce what was perceived to be a below average surface for the game here against Essex, which has cost them 3 points, which is a bit odd. 3 points.
Yes, it is.
Is that really saying? Is that saying that's a poor surface, or is it saying, well, we think it's a poor surface, but we're not quite sure, so we'll just deduct 3 points?
What it says to me is it's a poor surface, but we're not too sure.
Yes.
And you would have got 3 bowling points, so we're taking 3 points off.
Yeah.
I think that might well have been the conversation, perhaps.
And it won't really affect you because you're going to finish sort of 3rd or 4th anyway, and 3 points probably won't affect that. That's what that's saying to me. But well, I'm sure other people have a different take. But very much looking forward to the point at when you yourselves are crowned champions, which might be today, it might be tomorrow, because I think the bonus points will probably give a clearer impression, won't they, by the end of the first innings. We've got Dan Worrell, right arm over. What a lovely shape on that delivery as it goes outside of off stump. The shape like a banana.
Can I just say, I'm hoping with what you just said there, if and when Surrey do get to that point, you say it with a bit more enthusiasm than you did there, JMO.
Did it not sound?
No, it didn't sound
Did it not?
Totally enthusiastic to me. I was saying my dream is that Surrey sort of they get there, but they get there with Rory Burns and Dom Sibley batting for 2 days without really playing any shots, just because you love that sort of cricket.
Well, I do. Hashim Amla, they'll do well to beat Hashim Amla's effort here. As outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Toby Albert. Well, as maybe belies my exterior, actually inside, I'm actually really jumping up and down for joy at the anticipation of the moment that you guys are actually crowned champions.
I can tell.
So I'm obviously doing a very good job about keeping it inside.
Last week, when Burns and Sibley batted from, half an hour before lunch till stumps.
Yes.
And we're letting a lot of balls go. I did think to myself, I tell you, Kevin Jones would love this.
Well, I have to say, that's a good delivery, which held its line. That's a good leave from Albert. I have to say, looking at it online, what I assumed was happening in real life actually looked like it was happening online, where it was hardly changing.
Yes.
The page was, when it said it was updating, it was still literally the same.
Did a job.
With the number of runs.
Did what they had to do
yes.
in the circumstances. Worrell will be encouraged here. First 3 balls, there's been a little bit of shape for him.
Well, he is a seriously good bowler, and I'm sure these are the sort of conditions that he's absolutely looking forward to. Again, there's a shape that moves away. How many wickets has he got this year? I'm sure it's loads. I'm just looking it up.
47.
47.
Alongside Jordan Clark with 47. Laws has got 34. And Kemar Roach has got 23. That's been the key thing. I was saying, and you've seen them this season in the Championship. Whichever 5-man attack they've put in there, they've all contributed. No one's gone and picked up 70 wickets in the season.
No.
They've shared it around, and they are a very good attack.
Similar last year, wasn't it? Nobody really stood out, does it? As Laws bowls, that comes in a fraction. That's not Laws, that's Worrell, of course. And forward is Albert. I remember last year, wasn't it? There wasn't any real standout bowling.
Yeah, last year it's interesting. Worrell 39,
yeah.
Overton 34, Clark 30, Roach 25, Laws 18. The difference there really was Jack's got a bit more of a bowl last season with 17. But again, it's the same suspects. And then of course you add in Sean Abbott this season, who's been outstanding. That they've just been a very good attack, and Gus Atkinson of course as well.
Gus Atkinson. His Worrell runs away from us. We've got a great view. That's very wide. And Albert certainly isn't going to play at that one. So we've had 2 overs. We had a delayed start of an hour. We're going through to 1 o'clock lunch, which would have normally have been at 12:30. And Hampshire, having lost the toss again, are one with that loss. Yeah,
and Worrell, as I say, will be encouraged. There were those first 3 balls definitely shaped for Dan Worrell from the hotel. Then we got this fantastic view from up here on the gantry, straight down the middle. We're virtually in the centre of the square.
Yeah.
Not even sure you could get more central. As Middleton on strike to Kemar Roach from the pavilion end, and Roach, Middleton's had a flick at that hit something, I think, as diving away to his left was Ben Folks. Got a left glove to it. Yep, leg buys. There was a deflection there. Middleton's just got to be a little careful with Ryan Patel lurking in there at leg slip. So leg buys the signal, and that will bring Albert back on to strike. 2 without loss. Hampshire. Kemar Roach wandering back there towards the umbrellaed roof of the Rod Bramsgrove Pavilion. As over the wicket goes Roach to Albert, and Albert nicely timed, just turns this, goes across his stumps, turns it into the leg side. That's going to run away for our first boundary, and even with the rain that we had, that has whistled across the outfield. And over the rope for 4, nicely played by Albert. He moves on to 5, and Hampshire move on to 6 without loss.
That's a fantastic piece of timing. That's quite a big boundary away to our left. I mean, this could almost be an international pitch we're playing on here. You're right, this is dead centre. I hadn't noticed until you pointed it out. I don't think you can get more central than this.
We are bang in the middle of the square, which is lovely for us as well, because we're right behind the bowler's arm as Roach is in and forward. Goes Albert, turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run. 100 for Tom Press last week. That must have been a mighty fine innings.
It was a very, very fine innings. I love the comments. Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, said after the day, said he thought that was you won't see a better 100 than that at Chelmsford, which he can't get. Mind you, we wouldn't have seen too many opposition hundreds, I don't think, so he's probably not comparing it to too many. But that's lovely. And he'd heard Wesley say that, apparently.
Over the wicket goes Roach, and forward comes Albert. Plays this one up towards Rory Burns at mid-off, and there's no run.
So yes, mighty fine play, and this is what sort of Hampshire's last sort of few games has been about, and we're seeing it here. Toby Albert given an opportunity to open the batting. Tom Prest given an opportunity to make a batting spot in the middle order his own. I don't think it's a secret that Hampshire, you know, there's a spot, at least one spot there in the top order for somebody, opening spot perhaps, and
Roach is in, and Albert's forward, taking that from about middle and playing it down into the leg side, and Tom Laws is round to do the fielding, and there is no run. Yes, it looked from afar like a very, very good innings, and isn't it funny? Hindsight is a wonderful, wonderful thing. But sort of sat there looking at that second innings from Hampshire in that run chase, and didn't get off to a great start. You see Harmer picking up wickets as over the wicket again comes Roach, and that's left alone, coming back at him by Albert. A lovely shot in that over. 3 gone. Hampshire stuck in by Surrey, 6 without loss. Middleton yet to get off the mark. Albert has 5. But there was, I think I remember saying on air actually, as I say, hindsight's a wonderful thing, but saying Vincent Dawson though, that, you know, if 2 players could do it, you looked at Vince and you thought, right, if Vince gets going, still in it. But from the looks of it, the way that Liam Dawson has been going this season, he's had a fantastic season. And that sort of innings to win a game, remarkable run chase.
It was, and I did say before we came on air that it's certainly the best partnership I've seen this season, and I don't think, you know, you try not to be biased, but I don't think there have been better batting partnerships this season around the country. Worrell bowls again. There's lovely shape on that, and that is a good leave there from Fletcher Middleton, because initially when it's leaving the hand, that is on the line of the stumps.
This is very encouraging for Dan Worrell.
Oh, it is. He'll be loving this. Looks quite fit actually at the stage of this. I remember a few years back when he was at Gloucestershire, and we played Gloucestershire late on in the season, and he looked spent, I have to say, but he looks quite fresh out there actually.
Well, I think he's, and you'd know this better than anybody, he's part of a very good 5-man attack, which means he doesn't have to bowl long spells. So he'll probably go 6 overs up top, I would have thought, 5-6 overs up top, and then come out the attack and come back later on.
Comes in again, bowls, a little bit of a later swing, but a good leave.
And I think he's loved the move to Surrey, and the fact that at Gloucestershire he was having to do a lot of the bowling.
Always bowling,
and he was bowling ridiculous amounts of overs.
Yeah.
But you'll look at his overs this year. In fact, last year it's quite interesting to look. He did bowl quite a lot of overs last year, 327 overs last year, Dan Worrell. But when you're part of a 5-man attack, it's much happier and much easier, because you can have a break, and Rory Burns can rotate and
The pressure's not on
give his
him.
bowlers a break.
Slightly angled run as he comes in and bowls. That's straighter. Middleton has to play at that, pushes it out behind square. I think that's Ryan Patel there, is it?
That is Sai
No,
Siddharthan.
Siddharthan.
Yes, Mr. Patel is in at short mid-wicket at the moment. So Siddharthan is doing the backward point role. His second game for Surrey, Sai Siddharthan, signed from the Gujarat Titans. I think a bit of a recommendation for Vikram Solanki to Surrey, and got his first game last week. Was a bit unlucky actually. I think was given out caught behind when it basically came off his forearm rather than his glove. So he'll be having to make some runs in this game.
Worrell in again. Straighter delivery, plays the ball into the ground, bounces over the stumps. Quite a long way over the stumps in the end.
He's getting this to go both ways at the moment. He's down Worrell.
So we keep an eye on what's happening with Northamptonshire, Essex, because actually there isn't anything happening. There's obviously a bit of rain around in Northampton, because, well, so we don't have to worry about that too much now. It might have been a bit different if Essex had won last week, but with 20 points between Surrey and Essex, they won't mind too much now. But there's no play as yet in that one. Here's Worrell. Oh, that's wide. No shot offered. 6 without loss currently.
Yeah, just to explain that as well,
Yes.
Essex have to win that game in maximum points. They have to take 24. Now, if they don't start picking up batting points or bowling points, that 5 points that Surrey need could come down by a point.
Yes.
So we'll have to keep a little eye on that to see what's happening.
Yep. Half an eye. Dave Allen, who will be on a bit later, has got a great story, hasn't he, about, I think it was one of the teams that won. I think it was Surrey, wasn't it? There's a length ball and a thick outside edge, kept along the grounds, running up towards third. That'll be 4. Quite well played by Fletcher Middleton. It was equally well bowled by Dan Worrell, and ended the over 10 with that loss. So I'm not going to steal his story, because it is a lovely story about the moment that Surrey won a particular championship and how it was celebrated on the spot. But I'll leave that to Dave.
Yes, I know the year, 1971.
Right.
1971 was the year
Yes.
that happened. But yes, Dave can tell that story. That was very well played by Middleton, because again, that went very late, but he got a good stride in, and it hit the face of his bat and went down to the boundary rope for 4. So Hampshire 10 without loss. Sun's coming out now as well. Blue sky here at the Ageas Bowl. Glorious cricketing weather, as over the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and Albert turns this one off his hip into the leg side. Round comes down Worrell to do the fielding. They're going to come back for 2. Worrell just slipped a touch there when he was going to let that ball go. So it's obviously still a bit greasy out there. And 2 more to Albert. He moves on to 7. Matthew Dunn is doing some wandering around, doing some 12th man duties at the moment. Way to our left hand side in his yellow bib. He's left a drink down there to our left for Dan Worrell, as Roach goes wider of the crease. The Yorker, it's well played by Albert, digs it out, plays it into the leg side. Tom Laws comes round to his left to do the fielding. Down below us, on the seats in front of the hotel, a few people dotted around.
Yeah.
And then a few people in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand and the Shane Warne stand. But as I say, I think a few Surrey members, etc., have hired themselves rooms.
They have.
With balconies.
They were telling me this morning, the receptionist here, there's a lot of Surrey people in the hotel.
As in comes Roach. Oh, that came back late. That's a good lead from Albert. Folks has taken that, going down the leg side. He's almost ended up standing next to Ryan Patel at leg slip. So that did go late from Kemar Roach. So yes, I think there are a lot of Surrey supporters have made the trip to Southampton for these 4 days.
Some Surrey flags, isn't there, away to our right?
Oh, my eyes are terrible these days. I'll take your word for it. As over the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach to Albert, and Albert's covering up, playing this one solidly up towards mid-on. Yours aren't great, Jamie, because you've got your binoculars out. Yes, I've seen it now, yes. I think that might be
Peter May boys.
The Peter May boys over there, who are a group of Surrey supporters who travel the length and breadth of the country with their flag. So they've set themselves in Block F, away to our right hand side at the back row with their flags up.
And there's a County Championship 2022 Surrey flag behind it.
Yes, I think that was the one that came to Old Trafford last year and then was asked to be taken down. As in comes Roach, forward goes Albert. They've taken Ryan Patel out from leg slip into short mid-wicket now for Albert, and he's playing that one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Yes, I think that flag went up and then was asked to be taken down.
Oh.
Yes. They could have borrowed it, because I don't know whether Lancashire have found their flag this season or not. Because when Scott Reed was with us, he was saying they can't find it. That's why it hasn't been doing the rounds. It's in a cupboard somewhere at the Emirates Old Trafford, but still yet to be located, the Lancashire flag. As over the wicket goes Roach once more, and Albert's forward, plays him straight back up the pitch. Roach does the fielding off his own bowling. There is no run. Tidy over from Kemar Roach. Hampshire 12 without loss. Lunch today at 1 o'clock due to the rain. Albert 7, Middleton 4. And it's a solid start by the Hampshire opening pair.
Certainly is, yeah. Look very solid. So the other games in Division 1, no play yet, as I mentioned, between Northamptonshire and Essex, no play between Nottinghamshire and Middlesex, and no play so far between Warwickshire and Somerset, but there is some play between Kent and Lancashire. Lancashire 66 for 3 as Worrell comes in and bowls. Oh, he's driving and missing. That's a good length. That's inviting the drive there from Fletcher Middleton, and that goes past the outside edge as it goes through to Ben Folkes. Got an email here, silentcricket@gmail.com, from Alan Groves, who says, congratulations to Emily Windsor and the Southern Vipers for winning the Rachel Hayhoe on Sunday. We were both there, weren't we?
What?
in varying capacities. Superb knocker, 57 not out. That's right. We've been talking about it this morning and how what a good player she is now. Will she be amongst the commentary team over the next 4 days? Yes, she's here day 3. So looking forward to that. Here's Worrell. Comes in and bowls. That's a lovely straight drive up to mid-on, but there is no run.
Yes, she did. She played out outstandingly well. It was a great victory by the Vipers. Georgia Elwes and Georgia Adams. Brilliant partnership from those two. But then Emily Windsor she was under pressure in a final and looked under no pressure. It almost looked like she was having a net. And just strolled to 50 odd and hit the winning runs and wandered off with another trick. She does like hitting the winning runs in a final, Emily Windsor.
Certainly does. As Worrell comes in. Oh, it's a caught bowled. He's put it down. Oh, had a couple of attempts at that one as well. I thought he had it. It just didn't seem to stick in the hands and it bobbled out.
I'm wondering if that might have been a bump ball.
Oh, really? Oh,
I'm
right.
just wondering whether that might have been a bump ball.
Okay.
Just from the shape of the shot from Middleton, I'm just wondering if that may have been
that's fair enough.
Bump ball.
Your eyes are not as bad as you make out.
Well, he was just checking. It was an in-swinger, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Full up to the bat, and I think he may have just checked that straight into the ground
Fair
and
enough.
up again.
Fair enough. Here's Worrell comes in and bowls Middleton. That's another good ball which doesn't swing, and it's pushed up to mid-on again.
Just working on Middleton in this over, isn't he? He's got him driving outside the off stump, and he's just taking that ball back at him a touch.
Yep.
I've been impressed every time I've seen Fletcher Middleton bat. Sort of described him as a proper opener. I don't know how his season has been.
Well,
really.
it's a solid one for a young man playing in his first championship season. I think everybody agrees that he is a future opener in terms of should be around for a few years. Here comes Worrell, bowls. Oh, that's nipped away late. It's a great delivery, but Middleton, to be credit, doesn't follow it. I think what he will be disappointed is, having started the season especially well, that he's actually only averaging 26 in the championship now. Unfortunately, if you look at it in the cold, hard facts of day, that the openers that Hampshire have used over the last couple of years all average around sort of mid-20s. So actually in the end you've got somebody who's just doing what everybody else has done, i.e. your Joe Weatherleys, your Ian Hollands and your Felix Organs. But he needs a big score for me, as that's pushed out square on the offside, just to finish off what is a highly promising season. End of the over, 12 without loss, maiden. Yeah,
that would do him the power of good as well, wouldn't it, going into the winter. He just shapes up like an opening batter. That's the thing. Good defence, good technique. That was a nice over from Dan Worrell, maiden over, but he just tested Middleton on the outside and the inside edge. Nicely bowled by Dan Worrell. Kemar Roach it'll be to continue from the pavilion end of the ground here on BBC Radio Solent, BBC London, the BBC Sport website and app, and the 5 Sports Extra. This last game of the season as Roach is into Albert. Albert's punching off the back foot out there towards Rory Burns doing the fielding, moving around to his left-hand side, and there's no run. I don't know if you saw the big news that Rory Burns had a haircut.
Do you know what? I saw him at the toss.
Yes, he's had a haircut. It's a lovely story, actually. He's had his hair cut to raise money for a children's cancer charity. And the other thing is, his hair is being used to make wigs for children who are suffering with cancer as well. So, in over the wicket comes Roach, driving. Is the right-handed Albert, plays this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Okay.
So yes, he has had that haircut, has Rory Burns, but for very good reason as well. Rory Burns.
It was a good contest between your hair and his, actually, as to whose was the longest.
I think his definitely was.
Was it longer?
Yes, I think it was, and I think he probably wore it with more style.
Really?
Than I did.
Impossible.
No, I think he did. As over the wicket once again is Roach. That's just come back a touch, and that's left alone by Albert outside his off stump, and that's taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his left hand side.
News from Wantage Road in Northampton, where they will get underway 12:40.
12:40.
There we go. That was staring me in the face, and I had to stall.
Let's hope lunch isn't at 1 o'clock. That'll be a very short session. No lunch.
Tricky.
They're having an early lunch. Thank you, Kevin House.
No lunch, of course, I wouldn't have that.
Roach is in over the wicket to Albert. Albert's forward, playing this one off a good length, straight back up the pitch. Roach does the fielding off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Just to say, we're also on the live picture feed as well, commentary-wise, as well as BBC Sport website and that. 5 Sports Extra.
It's a lovely screen because we see all the different camera angles as well.
Yeah.
So you can see the replay screen and straight down the middle. And that's good, and I'm glad to see the commentator camera's not working.
No.
There's no sign of us, which is excellent.
I got rid of
news.
that. Got rid of that.
As over the wicket comes Roach driving Albert, and it's an outside edge that flies away down to the third man boundary rope for 4. So Kemar Roach won't mind seeing Albert playing that shot just a little away from him, and he wasn't really in control of that. He sort of ended up walking towards square leg after he played the shot, but he picks up another boundary. He's on to 11. Hampshire move on to 16 now without loss. Just joining us this morning, didn't get underway till 11:30. Surrey winning the toss and sticking Hampshire in as Roach is in, Albert's forward, playing a good length ball up towards Rory Burns at mid-off, who picks the ball up, comes jogging down to give the ball to Dan Worrell. Ryan Patel very kindly is running down to get Dan Worrell's cap for him. Our umpires, Peter Hartley and Martin Saggers. Peter Hartley stood at this hotel end, and Martin Saggers heading off towards square leg. So 2 very experienced umpires in charge for this one.
It's interesting that Dan Worrell looks like he's getting a little bit more movement through the air than Kemar Roach. Kemar Roach angles it into the right hander. There's a little bit there, but this man is getting a little bit more as he comes in, and was coming in, as Fletcher Middleton just pulls out of his stance. Not sure if the field was exactly right, and in fact it isn't. It was deep square leg that was out there and is now running in to square leg. So we've had 7 overs in the morning, 16 without loss. Fletcher Middleton facing. He's on 4. Straight delivery, and Middleton plays that nice and straight. Goes out to mid wicket, and there is no run.
Seems it now looks a nice day for cricket, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Bit of a breeze, blue sky, sun's out, ground looks an absolute picture. Good crowd in. Nice way to end the season, this.
Yes, getting their final fix of cricket before we head into the winter, and that just reminds me, actually. They're almost on cue. I've just got a little notice to read out. Lovely shots clipped off his legs, and that's going through mid-wicket. That's a beautiful piece of timing from Fletcher Middleton. Doubles his score, moves on to 8. 20 without loss, because I got a message yesterday from the Hampshire Cricket Society, who you know well, Mr. Church.
Yes, indeed. I made a speech to them, poor things, in March.
You did, and it was very good because I was there.
Thank you very much. I was very pleased to see you there, actually,
yeah.
I have to say.
You spoke for what, 45, 50 minutes, and it didn't even feel like 2 hours.
I don't think there's any need for that. With no script, no notes.
Here's Worrell. You know I'm only joking because I did enjoy it, and I've told you that's hit into the ground, fielded by Ryan Patel at mid-wicket. So I got a message from John Hooper, who's secretary at the Hampshire Cricket Society, and he said, could you just say that for those that would be missing cricket straight after this game, that they start their programme of meetings on Wednesday, October the 4th.
Lovely.
Yeah, that's straight away.
Straight, yeah.
At the Romsey Golf Club. The first speaker is Robbie James, no relation.
Ah.
But he's the stadium announcer.
Yes,
here.
lovely.
And he's going to be talking at 2 o'clock on that day. As Worrell comes in and bowls, always beating on the outside edge there. Beautiful delivery going through to Folkes. He'll be talking about Shane Warne. Now, Robbie James did a very good BBC documentary on Shane Warne, which was on the BBC Sounds pages for a while. So if you haven't heard that, and he did a lot of preparation for that and a lot of investigative work. So he's probably got a lot more stories to tell that actually didn't make the final cut. So listen out for that. Future speakers will be Derek Pringle.
Very good.
Yeah. Fred Rumsey, Simon Mann from TMS, and Pat Murphy. So you all got that to look forward to this winter. Now that's nipped away as well. I'm not sure Fletcher Middleton did totally play at that one. Yeah, good luck with that. And if you haven't been a member before, they'd love to hear from you. So that'll be fun.
Derek Pringle was in Chariots of Fire.
Was he really?
There you are.
Didn't know that.
Yes, he was.
As
Derek Pringle.
Was he really?
As himself.
He played himself.
Well, no, he was a student there when they filmed it at Cambridge, and he was in the sort of society signing up scene in behind the table to sign up for the cricket club.
Really?
So he was in Chariots of Fire, Derek Pringle.
There we go. Warrell runs away from us again, short, and Major Middleton ducks low as it goes through to Folkes. And that's the end of the over, 20 without loss. Mark Church is taking a little break. Anthony Clapham from the Hampshire disabled and England disabled team is coming alongside us. You may remember he was with us earlier in the season, and he did so well we've invited him back. So, Anthony, welcome back.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're good.
Good.
And, you've been playing quite a bit of cricket, haven't you, since we last heard from you?
Yeah, it's been a good sort of end to the season. Really, we had some nice weather in August. We managed to get to the final hour franchise Pirates for the DPL at Derby. Unfortunately, didn't quite get the win. But Kemo Roach just coming in now, and he's edged. Oh, a great catch! And that's the first wicket for Surrey. The first ball that I've been on, and Toby Albert has nicked, and it's a great catch low to his left, and that's a great breakthrough there. It's the breakthrough that Surrey were after this morning. I was about to say what a great start that the two youngsters have made, but slightly wide outside off there by Kemo Roach, and just forward defence and edges. I think that's to Sibley.
Yes.
Low to his right. That was his left. Sorry, that was a great catch.
It certainly was. He's quite good in the slips, actually.
Yeah,
from what I remember. In the past.
Certainly when he was at England, he's taken his fair few catches. But no, that's. I was about to say as well, the noise of his bat this morning. It was just different. It seemed to be, his forward defences, everything was hitting the middle of the bat, and just a bit unfortunate there, Toby Albert. There was a sort of good first half an hour that he got through, and that brings Nick Gubbins to the crease, who's had a fantastic season. I know you and I were speaking earlier, Kev, about how the weather has been a bit poor this year, and we had a nice June, and we had a few hot days here and there, but for any of the batters getting close to 1,000 runs this season, I think. Yeah, that's really good going, and obviously Gubbins and Vince have that opportunity to do that in this game.
That's right, yes. Nick Gubbins coming into his penultimate innings in the season, averaging 49, 931 runs. Yeah. So that's 69.
Just needs a 69, yeah.
By our calculations. Toby Albert, he'll be a little bit disappointed that. You're right. He battled hard out there and actually looked quite fluent, but he's been given 3 games in the opening spot. I guess really to sort of try and sort of nail that position. 26 and 31 in the game against Somerset here, 39 and 7 against Essex last week, and 11 today.
Yeah, had a strong season in the second 11. Top scored, double 100, average 60 in that. So Kemo Roach now into the new batsman at the crease. Gubbins around the wicket now, and top of off stump, and this will be a good angle for Kemo Roach now. He tends to bring the ball away from the left-hander, so he'll come wide of the crease from the pavilion end, and he will try and shape it in towards the off stump, and hopefully for the Surrey fans and for the guys on the pitch, try and find Gubbins' edge. But for the Hampshire fans here, I think the way that Gubbins has batted this year, hopefully they can put on a good partnership here. The wicket looks definitely better than last time I was here at the Essex game, but the groundsman did a fantastic job to get the game on only an hour delay, I think, this morning, as Kemo Roach comes in again around the wicket, and that's left by Gubbins. But yeah, I was driving it down the M3 this morning. I was, absolutely tipping down with rain. Couldn't see. Obviously arrived to the ground. There's still a fair few fans arriving at 9:30, which I felt sorry for them. But there's a good crowd in today now. The sun's shining. There's a few beverages already I can see, which people are enjoying. But no, it's perfect. This is a great September's day for cricket, as Kemo Roach comes back into Nick Gubbins around the wicket, and again that's nice shape, just outside off stump. It's shorter this time. Gubbins tempted, but leaves the ball well alone.
Yeah, I think the worst of the weather was this morning, wasn't it, really? I think
Yeah.
we're pretty safe now for the rest of the day.
Yeah, looks good. Sort of 19, 20 degrees all week now, which is fantastic. Try and get a bit of sun during the interval, which is at 1 p.m. The lunch interval. Is there any other? Is it shortened? Do you know?
20 to 4T, I'm told.
Okay.
So
Kemar Roach into the crease now. Makes Gubbins play and just forward defence back to Jordan Clark at mid-on. So yeah, it was an interesting decision, obviously, with the Surrey winning the toss, choosing to bowl. Obviously there's a lot of weather this morning, but the weather in general looks much better. I think also you have the fact that Jamie Smith and Will Jacks have both been named into the squad. I know they're away with England today, but there's rumours that they'll be joining up with the Surrey team this evening. So it'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow as Kemar Roach comes in once again to Nick Gubbins, and that's again good start from Kemar Roach around the wicket, finding his radar, and that's left outside off stump for Gubbins.
yeah, it's a bit of a bizarre rule, really, isn't it, where they are allowed to come in halfway through or quarter of the way through the game, but it's there for everybody, so
Yeah.
it's the same for each of the sides. Just a reminder that up at Wantage Road they're going to get underway at 12:40. That's in around 35 minutes time. That's Northamptonshire against Essex. Essex starting 20 points behind Surrey, who just need a few bonus points here.
It is a strange rule, so you can take two bowlers,
Yeah, I know.
add two bowlers in today, bowl, and then when it's their turn to bat, they can add two batters in.
It's worked out well for them, hasn't it? Having won the toss. Here's Worrell, comes in and bowls to Middleton. Swings, drives, thick outside edge, but along the ground through the covers. Not quite where he was aiming, but it was perfectly safe. They run through for 2. They'll stay for 2. And Middleton moves on to 10. And it's 22 for 1. Yeah, that is a bit odd, but of course if Hampshire had won, which they haven't won many tosses recently, then it might have been different. I'm sure Hampshire would have bowled first. You never know. I mean, this wicket actually looks a pretty good one at the moment, Anthony.
Does look
doesn't
good.
it, really?
Centre wicket as well, so
Yeah.
we'll do the main ones.
Yeah, expect a bit of movement in the air, which we've got, but other than that, it looks... Worrell seems to be getting the ball through a little quicker than Roach. As he comes in again, hits the deck a little harder. Bowls. It's another good delivery, which just holds its line. Middleton plays it into the ground. May just come off his boot as it goes out on the offside.
I think that's a good sign. We can see from here, we've got the perfect view of it. But as a bowler, when you can see Worrell's steps there. Obviously, you can see where it's a bit wet. You can see the footmarks of his run up. You know, he's only bowled 4 overs so far this morning, and I'm not sure if you can quite see it on the feed, but you can see the steps as Worrell's running in. And as a bowler looking at that, you know you're in great rhythm because you're hitting the same steps repeatedly.
That's all right.
But yeah, 4 overs in, and you can see that already. But it was a great start.
It shows how wet the outfield really is as Worrell comes in again and bowls outside the off stump. Middleton off the back foot, plays that into the ground. No run. Got an email here from Mark Butler, silentcricket@gmail.com. You can get involved on any subjects you like throughout the day. It says, firstly, thank you for the excellent coverage for this season's Hampshire County matches. Can I ask you, we've just been talking about it. Anthony's just been talking about it. Can I ask about the Surrey team selection for this match? What are the rules regarding replacements once the match has started? And do Essex get a say in the matter? I wouldn't have thought Essex would be able to say who Surrey can pick or not, so they'll be very surprised about that. Here's Worrell again, bowls on leg stump, and that's tucked away down towards backward of square leg. Middleton moves on to, it's leg bias actually, because it bounced a little bit. 23 for 1, but yeah, we've just been discussing, you've just been mentioning, Anthony, about you can have replacements.
Yeah, so it's not like the concussion rules. So concussion rule would be, for example, if a batter gets hit on the head and, or falls over or whatever, goes off a concussion, he has to be replaced by like for like. So it would have to be replaced by a batter. But if it's for some reason when you're playing for England and you get released, you can be a bowler and they can replace him for a batter, wicket keeper, however they wish.
Yeah. Worrell comes in again, bowls to the left-hander Gubbins, and it's angled across him. Gubbins is well forward, quite a deliberate forward defensive from him, goes out towards extra cover. Yeah, it does seem a little bit unfair, but I think it's just the way this has played out already, isn't it? By winning the toss, it's actually worked out quite nicely for Surrey.
Oh, perfectly, yeah. I mean, if they can try and get a few points today, or with some wickets. A reminder that I think they need 3 to 5 wickets is 1 point, 6 to 8 is 2 points, and then the bowler Hampshire out, that's 3 points. So, but yeah, they'll get the bowlers out today and stack the batting tomorrow, I guess.
It's all in Surrey's favour. Gubbins is well forward. Again, it's gone out towards extra cover. End of the over. I'm getting a bit of a teasing at the back of the box because I said something about it's all in Surrey's favour. Well, it has been for most of the season, and I may have mentioned it earlier, so apologies if I have, but I'm surprised it's come down to the final week, if I'm honest, because I think everybody has always thought for most of the season it's Surrey's championship. And I think a lot of people thought it was going to happen last week at Northamptonshire, but to Northamptonshire's credit, they fought hard.
Yeah, they've struggled a bit this year, Northants, but they've got some good young players, so hopefully they can bounce back next year. It'll be interesting to see Worcestershire in Div 1 next year, as Kimo Roach comes in to Fletcher Middleton, and that's a full ball just outside off stump, and Fletcher Middleton's lovely just opened the face there and played it down to third man where he will come back. That's really good running, and they'll come back for the third there. So yeah, quite a full ball outside off stump, open the face, run it down to third man. You can just see how slow the outfield is there as it's picked up, and they come back for three. But yeah, Northants have it's going to be a different, it'll be an interesting year next year. I think Worcestershire it'd be nice having New Road in Div 1 again.
Yeah.
See some big games today with Kent in action. Kimo Roach comes in now to Gubbins. That's flicked lovely off his legs there. That is bread and butter for Nick Gubbins through mid wicket. I think Kimo Roach got a bit too greedy there, pitched the ball up, and Gubbins has leant into that and pushed that through the mid wicket for 4 runs, and that brings Hampshire 30 for the 1 wicket. Good start, 7 off the over so far. I'll take that, wouldn't I?
Certainly would.
I'll take that in the white ball game actually. But no, it's been a good test actually between bat and ball at the moment. As you mentioned, Kev, earlier, the pitch does look good. As Kimo Roach comes in now, see what the reply is. It's full, and Gubbins helps himself. So cover drive, and it's just gone for 4 as well. So he's flicked one off his legs through mid wicket and punched one through the covers for 4 as well. So as I said when he first came to the crease, he's the man in form, and he has been all season really, Gubbins and Vince, and that's ominous for Hampshire. Great start.
Yeah, he missed out last week, 1 and 9 in the game against Essex. He was out in the first innings to Harmer. I can't remember the second innings, but
doesn't surprise me. Harmer getting more wickets.
Yeah, surprising. there was a stat last week that I mentioned that Harmer in 2 matches had taken 27 wickets in Essex against Hampshire, but he got 6 in the first innings. And then he got 2 or 3 in the second. So
Kimo Roach again. He bowled him. What has happened there? I think even Kimo Roach is looking at himself in bemusement there. Really, that seemed like a full ball outside off stump, and it's just chopped on. I think as I look at the screen there. Yeah, so it's a really loose ball, really full outside off. Gubbins has not really played at anything, didn't need to play at it, just sort of put his bat down, it's come off the inside edge and onto the stumps. Been unlucky, but I'd say probably a bit lazy as well, really. So it's 2 fantastic shots in the over from Gubbins, look really good through mid-wicket and through the covers. And yeah, when it's your day, I guess, it's your day. I'm surprised Kimo Roach has stayed on for his 6th over. I'd expect there'll probably be some bowling changes shortly, but yeah, he stayed going around the wicket, nice and full, and he's got his reward.
Yeah, so they've got 2 wickets, 1 more wicket, and Surrey have a bonus point. And I'm sure Essex team are already looking at that at Wantage Road, although actually they'll be out there practicing because that match Northamptonshire and Essex getting underway at 20-1. So Northants and Essex. Northants already down in the championship. Essex, well, I mean, there is a chance that Hampshire could catch them, but a bit like Surrey, the gap between Surrey and Essex, which is 20 points, is the same to Hampshire in 3rd. It would have to be something remarkable for Hampshire to overtake Essex. Equally so, something remarkable for Essex to overtake Surrey. So I think that the sort of top 2 are probably going to be as they've started the day. Hampshire could be caught by Warwickshire. There's not many points between those 2, so Hampshire definitely playing for 3rd here.
And this brings the wicket brings in Hampshire captain James Vince to the crease. So Kimo Roach comes back over the wicket now. he will have 2 balls, which I'm sure Vince will be just looking to get through. And the score now 34 for 2 as Kemar Roach comes into James Vince. It's full played off the back foot, punched into covers, and point runs round, and so great single there for James Vince. I think we're pretty happy to get off the mark there. First ball, good sign. Looked busy first of all.
Yes, he played very well. I mean, Dawson got the real plaudits, but he got 89 in that big stand as well. 40 odd in the first innings. He was a little bit more carefree in the first innings against Essex, but just looking good touch, no doubt about it. I'm surprised he's only got 100 this year, James Vince, because generally throughout the year he's played well. Yeah,
Roach into Fletcher Middleton, short of length, just on off stump, and Middleton, who's been really impressive. Good find, I think. Academy product for Hampshire. Open the batting is always going to be the hardest position to bat in county championship. I think you're leaving us, Kev.
Well, only temporarily. I mean, I can leave for longer if you really want me to, Anthony. But Anthony's staying on, and then it'll be Dave Allen.
Yeah, Fletcher Middleton has a steady season, really. 583 runs before today, averaging just shy of 27. But youngster opening the batting in Div 1, I think that's pretty steady from him. Hi Dave, how you doing?
Morning, very well, thank you. Yeah,
it's afternoon now. Actually, I know it feels like it's good morning because we've only been playing for 45 minutes.
3/4 of an hour.
Yeah.
Actually, it's, for me, it was an old-fashioned start time. It used to be 11:30 when I first watched cricket. It's me, isn't it, from this end? Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Okay. Worrell bowling outside the off stump. Vince content to leave it alone. Kevin was saying that Vince has surprisingly only got 100 this year, but he's having a good season, and he's poised, as indeed was Gubbins, although he's gone now. But he's poised to get to 1,000 runs. Perhaps he's got 937 before this innings and 1 more now, and he's never got 1,000 runs in Div 1. Here's Worrell. He bowls very straight.
Nearly put the mockers on him there, Dave, I think.
Off the edge.
Gubbins looked really, really good there. So he's flicked one off his legs through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah.
Got a nice juicy half volley. He's punched that through the covers for 4. And it's almost like when you've hit 2 boundaries, you're thinking, just get through the over now. Whereas got really, it's maybe slightly fuller than a half volley, but kind of just left his bat there, and it's unluckily sort of hit the inside edge and onto the stump. So a bit disappointing for Nick Gubbins there, really. But as you say, Vince has got a chance now to go and get that milestone.
There's Worrell bowling. It's very, very straight, but it's got that nice light movement that he gets just away from the bat. And Vince plays no shot, and a man is warming up. At
Jordan Clark looks like.
Is it Jordan
He's
Clark?
their leading wicket taker this year. Jordan Clark. I'm not sure he gets the credit he deserves. Actually, Jordan. He's strong batter. He made a really good stop in the field in the first over as well, and obviously he's taken, I think, 47 wickets this year, so the standout for Surrey this year.
It's Worrell bowling. That's just slightly short of Vince. Is standing up, playing it backward of square on the offside. A bit of a fumble in the field, chased by the men at gully and point, but they come back for 2, so Vince goes on to 337 for 2. 1 more wicket will take Surrey that bit closer. Kevin James was talking about a story of mine from 1971. As Worrell comes in to bowl again, and that's leg side-ish, and Vince plays it square on the leg side, and again he's going to come back for 2. It's fielded out there by Kemar Roach. I did see Surrey win a championship in 1971. I'm the only person in the room old enough even to have been alive, I suspect.
It's a good stat, though. Good stat.
It was an interesting week because I was actually in London for most of the week with a pal of mine who was celebrating his birthday, and on the Friday before I came back south, I went to the Oval to see the last day of Surrey versus Glamorgan, when a win for Surrey would have clinched the championship. In comes Worrell, bowls. It's very straight, and Vince doesn't play that quite right. It comes off a kind of leading edge out to mid-off rather than he was trying to play it much straighter leg side-ish, but no run and end of the over. So I went to that last day, and Surrey needed to win against Glamorgan to win the championship, and they got 9 Glamorgan wickets but didn't win it.
Wow.
So they came to Southampton needing 6 bonus points, so very, very similar to this game. And they got 4 batting points on the Saturday. They batted okay. John Edrich got a lot of runs, but they didn't get enough, and they needed 2 wickets on the... they needed 4 wickets to get 2 bowling points on the Monday. And they just got them, and they only got those. Intikab Alam dismissed Richard Gilliott, the Hampshire captain, to get the final point and win the championship. At which point, Mickey Stewart, captain of Surrey, his wife, came on the field with a tray of champagne, and the Surrey players all celebrated there and then.
And there has been a bowling change. So from the Fillion end, Jordan Clark has come into the fray. So he's taken 47 wickets this year, an average of 20, just over 20. Economy of 2.9, strike rate of 42.5. So he'll be really desperate to get 3 wickets this game to get into the magic 50. As he comes into Fletcher Middleton, slightly wide of the crease, and hits the deck nice and hard. It's a tall man, is Jordan Clark, and that is left outside the off stump by Fletcher Middleton. And that brings Hampshire 39 for 2. The community, I can't speak. They have knocked the ball around nicely today. So far, run rate of 3, just over 3s. Just there's been a bit of weather around this morning, so I'll bring you some scores from around the grounds. And just after this ball here from Jordan Clark as he comes again into the crease. That's a great looking shot there by Fletcher Middleton, over pitched by Clark, and Middleton just hits it down to mid-on for no run. So in Div 1, there's no play in any of the games apart from Kent and Lancashire, and Lancashire are 98 for 4, so that's obviously an important game. I think Zach Crawley's going to be coming back from England duty tomorrow to help Kent. In fact, Bell's just gone for 40. As Jordan Clark comes in again, and that's left alone by Fletcher Middleton. Middleton's faced 34 balls this morning for 13 runs, so he's should be sort of seeing it okay now. It's a difficult period really. You've got an hour and a half to bat here, 40 minutes to lunch, then they've just got to look to accumulate, get to lunch for around sort of 50-60 runs. If these two can stay in as well, that would be a pretty steady start. Honours even, I'd say, as Jordan Clark comes in now for the 5th ball of the over, and it's just clipped going down leg. I think there's an appeal by Surrey, but rather than hope than anything, it's going down leg.
Could have been a nick on it as well, couldn't it?
Yeah, that's miles down leg. Yeah, star-studded Surrey. You got Folkes keeping, Tom Sibley at first slip, Jamie Overton second slip. You got Rory Burns at mid-off. A really good side, Surrey, and they've been deservedly, I think, county championship winners if they can get there. Need just the 5 points to guarantee it. As Jordan Clark comes in to close out the over, short of the length to Fletcher Middleton, and he just plays it into mid-wicket, and they buzz around to get through. So Lancashire 98 for 4, Bohannon not out on 47. Balderson's the new man in there, and Quinn has taken 3 wickets. And then in Div 2 you have Durham 113 for 1 versus Leicestershire. Borthwick is on 60 odd already. Glamorgan are bowling, Derbyshire 80 for 1, and down at Hove Sussex are 104 for 4 versus Gloucestershire. So obviously been a bit of media there's been a lot of eyes on Sussex in recent weeks. They're 4 down, and Haynes, who's back in the squad, back in the team after obviously being banned for 1 game last week, he's 56 not out. Looks like there's change bowler here, Dave. I think Jamie Overton.
Jamie Overton. Number 4 for Surrey. Bowls very straight ball that it's just played out to mid-on by James Vince, who's on 5. Who's out in the Derbyshire game?
Let me just find that information for you.
If it's easy enough, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Kane,
Oh,
32, and Reese
okay.
is 52.
Harry Kane was at Hampshire, and he's a Hampshire-born lad, and he's done pretty well at Derbyshire this year, opening the batting. I was just wondering if he'd gone on and got a few more. It's Jamie Overton again, bowling from our end, the hotel end, and again that's very straight, and James Vince just drives beautifully. Overton tumbles trying to stop it, so it's going past him through mid-off, and it goes to the boundary for 4.
That is James Vince, isn't it? That or the cover drive, that is glorious.
Yeah.
Does look a good pitch, Dave, doesn't it?
It does look, yeah, looks all right. Now, I think it's interesting to me. We expected it to be a fairly flat, fairly true pitch, partly because Hampshire were fined recently for a poor pitch against Somerset, and it was a poor pitch, and there is a suspended points penalty hanging over them as well, so they won't want to produce anything else like that. I thought Surrey might have chosen a bat on a fairly flat pitch, but they will have their reasons. That's leg side-ish. Jamie Overton looks a bit disappointed as Vince plays kind of across it, but he times it perfectly well. It goes out to square leg for a single. The other interesting thing in Division 2 is that Scott Curry, who's been on loan at Leicestershire, is not playing. He hasn't torn up any trees in this short spell at Leicester. And I wonder whether Leicester have decided that because they can't win promotion, they didn't pick him. Not sure. But that's very leg side. It's 2 leg side, in fact. And Middleton sort of plays at it, but goes through to Folkes, and there's no run. So whether Scott Curry's back here now, I don't know. Somebody was asking me on my blog yesterday if Scott Curry had moved to Leicestershire, but he hasn't. Tom Scriven is at Leicester and has had a pretty good season, and he was another Hampshire player, played around the same time as Harry Kane, but Scott Curry's back here. That's a full toss, and
a bit of a loose over this side, isn't
hit
it?
straight back, but Jamie Overton sort of parries it rather than stopping it cleanly. 44 for 2. The score at this point much less important than the fall of wickets. If they bowl Hampshire out today, they will be 3 points towards their target. Of course, the other thing to keep an eye on is Essex failing to take maximum points. That's short of a length, and Middleton up on his toes plays it out on the offside. Fielded at cover, no run. 44 for 2. Yeah, I mean every point Essex failed to get, and I think that will be particularly. Will they get the 450 for the full batting points? Will they get the 400? Every point they drop is 1 point less that Surrey need. So it will be an amazing end if Surrey were not going to win this championship. Very difficult to see that happening.
Yeah, well, Essex have won the toss and are going to bowl first. So
Okay.
An interesting where you think that they'd probably they'd have to get maximum batting points.
Yeah.
They're choosing to bowl, so it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
So change of field now is Surrey are going to put a deep cover out and a deep square leg, so probably a bit shorter now. I would have thought there's a tactics for James Vince as Jordan Clark comes in and bowls it just heavy length, and Vince just drops that into the covers for no run.
Whether it will tempt him, I don't know. Kevin said he was quite skittish in his first innings against Essex last week. I don't know whether that was a ploy to take on Harmer in particular, and it sort of paid off. I mean, he got 40 odd, but they've moved the guys back to slip now.
And that's a good start from Jordan Clark here. As I said earlier, he's been the sort of standout performer for Surrey. And Vince looking just very watchful at the moment, but the field so far, you've got 2 slips, a gully, a point, like I said, a deep cover, mid-off, mid-on, almost a forward mid-wicket, and a deep square leg, slightly behind, so they don't have a fine leg. Maybe shows you how the pace of the pitch maybe, as Jordan Clark comes in. Oh! That's a very, very good leave. Just outside off stump there. I'm going to have a look at that. It seemed like it kept a bit low as well. But Vince, confident in a shoulder and an arm in that one.
I think the pros tend to say there are only 2 sorts of leave, and that was a good one.
Yeah, that was a good one.
It was not very far away from being a bad one.
No replays, unfortunately, but yeah, that was definitely tight from up here. As Clark comes into Vince once again, making him play, which was good from Clark, attacking the stumps here.
10 balls without conceding a run so far.
Yeah, it's been a good start for Clark here. He's definitely trying to, I guess, create a bit of pressure here. He knows that Vince's strengths are the back foot punch through the offside or the cover drive, so he's got a man out there, allows him to bowl a bit straighter as well. As Clark comes in once again, and that's down leg, and he's had a go at it. It's fortunately missed everything. Folkes takes a couple of steps to his left and takes it comfortably. But yes, the radar in the last sort of 5-10 minutes for Surrey is been a bit all over the place. Mr. Jamie Overton's first over was sort of a bit full, there's a few full tosses in there, down leg. Clark's been pretty on the spot really, apart from that one. As you said, there's 11 balls now without a run for Jordan Clark as he comes into James Vinton, and that completes his second over and second maiden. I'm going to leave now.
Okay.
Mr. Church is going to come back
Mr. Church, thank you. I was saying about that Surrey Championship win in 1971, which I did see, and it was a very interesting game. And I've talked about two players in the Hampshire side poised to get 1,000 runs this year. That was particularly exciting at certain points in that game in 1971 because Hampshire had an all-rounder that some people will remember called Peter Sainsbury. Liam Dawson is almost Peter Sainsbury reincarnated, to be honest, and Peter Sainsbury went into that game with 100 wickets in first-class cricket, and he got another 7, I think, and something like 910 first-class runs. As Overton comes in and bowls first ball, that's just again leg side-ish, and Middleton plays it away backward a square for a single. Mark, sorry, hello, you're here.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
I'll keep my stories not a long one, I promise you. So Sainsbury went into the game with 100 wickets and something like 910 runs, and he would have been the first and indeed last man to do the double of 1,000 runs and 100 wickets for Hampshire since 1948, and even I wasn't born then. And in the first innings, Hampshire declared on him when he was about 54 not out. Overton bowls, short of a length. Vince plays that quite easily, just a little wide of mid-on, who comes round and picks it up, and they take a single. And so he went in and up the order in the second innings, needing still about 40 to get this 1,000 runs and the double, and got out very cheaply and didn't get it. We were all very sad about the declaration in the first innings. We thought he should have batted one up the
captain?
Richard Gilliott.
Oh, right.
And now Richard Gilliott is a...
Did they get on, those two?
Yeah, no, I'm sure they did.
Yes.
Yeah. Richard Gilliott is a Surrey hero now, of course, because Richard Gilliott was the man who contrived to get out to give Surrey the championship. He was the bonus point wicket.
Ah, there you are.
Intikab Richard Gilliott caught Arnold Long, bowled Intikab Alam.
There you are, you see.
So that's that story. Except, well, there is one other really odd twist to it. Surrey celebrated. Not only did Mickey Stewart's wife bring the champagne on, during the game, but they obviously celebrated on the Monday evening. Came back on the Tuesday, and Hampshire bowled them out. And the really funny bit of that is Overton bowls, and that's all. That's just did a little bit. That's the best ball that Overton has bowled so far, because he's not quite settled yet, and that just had him in a bit of trouble. It's fallen down, and in fact he very kindly picked the ball up and gave it back to one of the fielders. And on the final day, Surrey, having celebrated perhaps more than they should have done, were bowled out by Gordon Greenidge.
Well, that probably sums it up. Not that there was anything wrong with Gordon Greenidge's bowling,
well,
I'm sure, but it wasn't what he was remembered for.
No, I think it certainly wasn't. Jamie Overton in sunshine now, and that's a very nice shot by Middleton. I don't think it's going to go, but it's gone through cover, and they'll come back for 2, will they? Oh, they will have another one, yes, well run, 3 runs. It's a good shot there, and that takes Hampshire up to 49. Yeah, we all thought as a consequence, because Gordon Greenidge in 1971 was in his second season in the county championship. Now, we knew he was a superb batting prospect. We suddenly thought we got this brilliant all-rounder.
What did he bowl?
medium pace,
Was it just
nothings.
medium pace,
Yeah,
nothings?
yeah,
That's
yeah.
probably quite good the day after someone's won a championship, isn't it?
Yeah.
As they're seeing 14 deliveries coming down at them at the same time.
Yeah, I think John Edrich got a decent score and everybody else just fell over. Overton bowls wide of the off stump, and it's played nicely enough, in fact, by James Vince, but it only goes for the single. But that single brings up the 50. Kind applause, 50 for 2. As I said, it's not the runs that count so much today, yet at least.
What I would say is this looks a good pitch.
Yeah.
Which actually Surrey won't mind seeing too much.
Yeah.
In the fact that they're going to have to work to get their 9 wickets, I think, on here, but they don't want it doing too much because they're then going to have to go out there and have a bat.
Yeah, I think it'll suit them down to the ground. Is Jamie Overton again, bowls, and that's just played firmly forward. Overton fields off his own bowling and does his aggressive number of threatening to hurl the ball at the batsman, I think. Maybe at the stumps, but he doesn't. And he's quite a fiery character.
He is. We've discussed this a lot with Jamie. One of the nicest gentlemen you could ever wish to meet off the field of play. As soon as he steps over that boundary rope, I describe him as a cricketing beast. And he's got bigger as well this season. James Vince starting nicely here. Always look forward to watching Mr. Vince have a bat.
Sure.
12 off 18 deliveries. And Jordan Clark, 47 championship wickets this season. He's had an outstanding season again for Surrey, has Jordan Clark. 50 for 2 Hampshire. Jordan Clark from the pavilion end comes in over the wicket, and forward goes Vince. Plays this one out into the offside. Still yet to see anything of Tom Laws. So Laws will be out there at some point fairly soon, I would have thought. One thing I have spotted is Kemar Roach isn't out there at the moment. So Josh Blake is fielding up at mid-on. So I don't know if there is anything wrong with Kemar Roach, but he's not out there at the moment. Josh Blake is up at mid-on as over the wicket comes Jordan Clark. It's nicely played by Vince, plays it late down into the gully region. Sai Siddharthan dives away to his left-hand side to do the fielding, and there is no run. James Vince wanders off towards square leg, and then it's obviously hot enough to get sweaty palms because he's just bent down and just rubbed his hands into the rough stuff a couple of pitches away to our left.
I suppose, Mark, that if there was something wrong with Mr. Roach, Surrey could well have a full playing substitute for him.
As in over the wicket once again comes the right-handed Vince and plays this one straight back up the pitch. Fielding done by Clark off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Not like for like, but there's 2 people coming tonight.
Yeah, I suppose absolutely that could be the case. I'm not au fait with rules and regs, whether you have to put the 2 names in at the toss or you do it once that ODI, because they're being made available after the one-day international. As in over the wicket goes Jordan Clark, plays this one off the back foot, and there's no run. And just to explain that again, it's not the same as a concussion substitute where it does have to be like for like. It can be a nominated player. I was saying the one I always remember, I think the first one like that was Kevin Innes of Sussex with James Kirtley. And Kevin Innes, they batted first, Sussex, he got 100, and then James Kirtley was released. I love the word released as well. Released by England, and that was the end of Kevin Innes' game, so he didn't have to field and he got 100. As in over the wicket comes Clark, and using his feet is Vince, and then works this off a length into the leg side. Round comes Worrell to do the fielding. Middleton's got to get his skates on because Worrell noticed he was taking a bit of time to get back to the bowler's end, hurled the ball in, but Middleton's safely home and they pick up a couple of runs. Hampshire 52 for 2.
The like for like thing, you know, is an intriguing one, because there was an occasion here when Lewis McManus, the wicketkeeper, had to go off and they had to bring on a concussion substitute.
Over the wicket once again Here's Jordan Clark, solidly forward, goes Vince, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
And my memory is that Tom Alsop was playing, so they already had a substitute keeper, so he kept, and they brought Ian Holland in as the substitute. Now, he clearly was not like for like.
No.
And the thing that frustrated me was that I kept thinking, are they going to let Ian Holland bowl? Now, as it happened, Yorkshire won by an innings and we never found out. But I think it would be very interesting, wouldn't it?
Surrey had one. The one I remember was at Guildford, where poor old Jack Leach got hit by a Mornay Morkel bouncer and concussion substitute. Oh, here's Kemar Roach, so we don't have to worry now because he's back. So Kemar Roach is back. But Somerset went to Surrey and said, could we, as a like for like, have Roloff van der Merwe? And Surrey went, absolutely not. So that wasn't a like for like, because Roloff at that point was in sort of Roloff form where he was smashing balls to all parts with the bat. So poor old Max Waller had to come down. Here is Tom Laws.
Tom Laws, yeah, that's a fairly straight ball, just pushed gently away through gully down to the man, to a wideish third man, and they take a single. 53. I'm never quite sure if I'm catching up.
Yeah,
to
53.
Scoreboard. It's 53 for 2. It is, yeah.
But what I do remember is that poor old Max Waller then, he wasn't anywhere near Guildford, poor lad. So he had to drive all the way to Guildford, arrived, they were following on, and literally as he arrived, he had to go out and face Mornay Morkel, and was out, I think, second ball, and that was the end of his game.
Laws bowled slightly short of a length, and Vince is just up on his toes and plays that carefully out.
Yes, but I think the old like for like, it has to have some sort of similarity about it.
Yeah.
Some sort of similarity.
I suspect in the case of Holland, they would have said, well, like McManus, he's a middle order bat, and we won't let him bowl. No. Yeah, but we never found out.
It'd been great if they'd said he had to keep wicket. Wouldn't it?
It would, yeah. Laws in again, bowls, and that's wide of the off stump, left to come. Hampshire, I think it was Tom Alsop, because the other possibility was that it was James Vince, who's kept wicket as a substitute on more than one occasion.
Absolutely. Tom Laws a 5 in the last game against Northamptonshire. Ended up with 5 for 105, which sort of belied his figures a touch.
Yeah. That's an interesting one, isn't it? It's 1 for 21. Oh, it nicked him. He's got the first point. And not for the first time in my life, or indeed many Hampshire Wasps' lives, we have to report that James Vince has nicked off and been caught at second slip.
Well, Tom Laws, he does like a good scalp, and he's got a good one there in James Vince, just flashing at that ball. Good catch from Overton. Good catch from Overton, because that flew, and that is the first point for Surrey then. So that's one of the 5. So they'll be happy with that. They picked up a bowling point already this morning. And Roach with a couple, Laws in his first over, big wicket out of James Vince, and 53 for 3. So first bowling point for Surrey. First of the 5 that they need in this game. But Laws, you know, I like Tom Laws an awful lot in the fact that he's hugely talented, but he does have this lovely habit of taking wickets. That's his 35th championship wicket of the summer, and he likes an overseas professional or sort of main batter. He likes to pick up an international scalp as well. And good catch that from Jamie Overton, because it did fly, and Tom pressed. He made a brilliant 100 last week against Essex at Chelmsford. He's making his way out to the middle, but I think Surrey will be pleased with this. Picked up 3, picked up a first point of the 5 this morning.
And in terms of prize money, I think that Essex and Warwickshire will both be fairly cheered that at the minute Hampshire are in a little bit of trouble, because Warwickshire will want to chase them and overtake them for prize money. How much these things count for cricketers, I have no idea, frankly. You know how urgently they want to do that. Kevin James was saying that there's just an outside chance of Hampshire overtaking Essex, but I think one of the things they'd have to do is to get probably at least 400, if not 450, in full batting points. And at the minute, they're struggling to do that. Certainly won't want to lose one more before lunchtime. Laws bowls, and just has a bit of shape on it, Ian.
It's a good leave that from Tom Prest first up.
Yeah, that's a bit of shape.
It's Tom Laws as well. The other thing is he's A, quicker than you think, and B, he gets the ball to swing.
Yeah.
And he does have this lovely knack of taking wickets. And as I say, this is only his second season of Championship cricket.
Yeah.
First full season of Championship cricket this year.
He's in again, bolts. That's short of a length, a bit leg side-ish, and Tom Prest. Two Toms against each other there. Tom Prest plays it out on the leg side, and they take a single. It is the end of the over, and I think I might be vacating my place and inviting Mr. James to come back.
He's been very busy away to our left, as Mr. James, having scripts prepared for him, I think, away to our left-hand side. Has his own writer these days. He's got his own script writer these days, Kevin James, quite rightly. So it's going to be Jordan Clark from the pavilion end. Prest will be the man on strike. 54 for 3, Hampshire. At Wantage Road, Northamptonshire, stuck in by Essex, a 2 without loss. As Jordan Clark is over the wicket to Prest, and Prest is forward punching up towards mid-off, and Rory Burns does the fielding, moving round to his left-hand side. So a couple of catches for Overton in the slips this morning. Took the first one to get rid of Albert, then Gubbins dragged one on from Roach, and now Vince edging Laws, and a sharp catch by Overton in front of his face at second slip as Jordan Clark is into Prest. Prest is forward driving straight back down the pitch, and there's no run. Welcome back, Kevin James.
Thank you.
Sun's coming out as well now.
Yeah, well, it would do when I'm back on commentary.
Well, it does indeed. And I was saying, actually, I think Surrey will be quite happy with this morning.
Oh, definitely.
Neat and tidy. Picked up that first bowling point. Looks a good pitch to me, this one. Not a huge amount going off the surface, just a bit of swing. As Jordan Clark is over the wicket to Prest, and Prest is letting this one go. Outside his off stump. That's taken by Ben Folkes. Moving away to his right hand side. Sibley in there at first slip. Has removed his sweater now. Overton at second. Cameron Steele at third. And as I say, Kemar Roach is back out there. Stood up at mid-on. Aidy Birrow and the Hampshire coaching staff are doing, I think it's their third lap of the ground this morning. Down below us. As Jordan Clark runs towards us, comes over the wicket to Prest. Prest is in behind a shorter delivery, turns it into the leg side. Just hurried him up a touch there, did Jordan Clark. That runs into mid-wicket and there's no run.
Yeah, so I presume when coaching staff do a lap of a ground, they sort of hope for a different sort of bit of luck or something. Maybe the fact that they're doing 3 or their third would suggest that they're just hoping that one or two of the batters actually get in. But it's been difficult, right? It's been good bowling, as you would expect from Surrey.
Well, they're a good 5-man attack, aren't they?
They are.
I think the word that's been used a lot with them this season is relentless. As Jordan Clark is in, that just straightens on Prest a touch. He's played it pretty well, thickish edge, but all along the floor. Side at us and does the chasing. And Cameron Steele with the throw, and they'll pick up a couple of runs. That'll be 2 more to the total. 56 for 3, Prest on 3, and Fletcher Middleton, who's been there since the start, on 18.
So you guys have already got 1 bonus point?
1 point. Un point.
Yes, but that's one of only 5 you need definitely.
1 of 5 definitely.
Yes.
1 of 5 definitely. So 4 more required by Surrey. As settling himself down over his bat is Prest. As Jordan Clark is into him, Prest lets this one go outside his off stump. Bender the Jordan Clark over. 58 for 3 then Hampshire. Apologies, 56 for 3.
Yes.
Hampshire after being stuck in this morning by Surrey. Prest has 3. And Middleton's on 18.
Thank you to Freddie Lynch, who's in London, who's emailed surreycricket@gmail.com. He was just clarifying about the Surrey situation with players coming in. They have to nominate at the toss that Will Jackson, Jamie Smith will replace the other players in the game. I think that's right. Yeah. So I think we mentioned that. We maybe didn't mention it as thoroughly as that, but
yes,
it probably has. I think
all I
probably
was saying
did.
was I thought that was the case, but the way it was worded was they would be released after the ODI. That was all that the wording was.
Here's Laws outside the off stump, and that is left alone by Middleton.
So it could work out very well from a Surrey point of view, those two turning up. They might decide not to use them, you never know. You never know.
By the time they come, the championship may already have been won, and what is the point?
Yes, well, I think Northamptonshire have to have a very good day with the bat, wouldn't they?
Yes.
For that to happen.
Laws right arm over, forward is Middleton.
Because I think what they'll do is they'll head off from Bristol this evening and arrive at some point tonight, I think. So
Right.
they'll have a better idea of what is required over breakfast tomorrow morning.
Yes.
In the hotel, in case they haven't worked out what's required. Someone can tell them at breakfast tomorrow.
These days everybody tells the players
everything
they need to know. As Laws bowls, bit of bounce, and Middleton's off the back foot this time. I've got an email here from Terry Cousins as well, solentcricket@gmail.com. Now, Dave Allen is in earshot here, so this will prick his ears up, I know. It's almost as though Terry knows that this will interest Dave. So sad it's the end of the proper cricket season. I wonder if you can help me with this question. As Laws comes in again, 2 slips and a gully way towards a bit of bounce outside off stump, and Middleton withdraws the bat as quickly as he can. I've been trying to find, this is Terry, I've been trying to find who was the youngest fast bowler ever to play Test cricket for England. I emphasise selected purely as a fast bowler. I'm just looking at Dave, and he's shaking his head negatively, I have to say. So I'm afraid, Terry, you may not get a proper answer on that. Mind you, I've seen Dave do this before.
Yes, and then he'll come up with something.
And then he all of a sudden he has a light bulb moment, a bit of swing in delivery, full as that goes out into the cover. So don't give up hope yet, Terry, because Dave might just have some inspiration.
You can see he's already
the
thinking. You can see it away to our left-hand side.
Yeah, we're almost keeping our eyes as much on Dave Allen as we are on the cricket at the moment. As Laws comes in and bowls, straight delivery. Middleton pushes that up to mid-on. End of the over. It is a maiden over for Mr. Tom Laws. And Hampshire find themselves currently 56 for 3.
Yeah, it's a good start from Laws, wicket in his first over, then the maiden over to follow it up. Jordan Clark marching up there towards the Rob Bransgrove Pavilion. It's a really good question, that, actually. The youngest ever fast bowler for England. Yeah. That is a really good question.
Dave's gone back to his computer.
Yeah, Dave's in his computer
we knew.
now.
See, there's the initial, the sucking of air through the teeth, and then slowly but surely, Dave is not going to let that go.
In over the wicket then is Jordan Clark to Middleton. Apologies, Preston. Preston is in behind this, plays it up towards Kemar Roach, stood up there at mid-on, and there is no run. It's a cracking question, that.
Yeah.
Youngest ever fast bowler for England.
If you had to make a quick guess, what would you say?
Oh, it's a really good one, that.
I'm not even sure I could guess.
No. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and driving his press. Nice looking shot away through the covers. Off goes Siddharthan in hot pursuit. Is he going to get there? It's a great effort. Oh, that's brilliant from Siddharthan. He's got that inside the rope and flicked it behind him, and it's gone directly to Ryan Patel, who was following him up. That's a brilliant bit of work from the young man, who of course has a lot of IPL experience, so he's used to doing all that clever stuff, isn't he, in the IPL, and he saved a run there. It's 3 more to press. Nice looking shot from him. He's on to 6, 59 for 3 as Jordan Clark is in, and forward goes Middleton, pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
I know you do a bit of commentary on IPL cricket, but for what little I know about it, I wouldn't think normally he would have to run back as far towards the rope.
No, they're not the biggest boundaries. No. You'll see this during the World Cup. You'll see the boundaries in Indian grounds. There's quite a few of them are small of size.
Yes.
So But they practice all of this now, don't they? For hours upon hours. But that was a brilliant bit of work from him. As over the wicket goes Clark. Oh, has he bowled him? Yes, he has. That's a cracker from Jordan Clark. Just nipped it back. Middleton's pushed forward and it's hit the top of his off stump. That looks a really good delivery from Jordan Clark. Oh, that's a cracker. It's almost as if he's just played down the wrong line. It's held its line and it's hit the top of the off stump, and they always say with quick bowlers, hit the top of the off stump. That's exactly what he's done. Middleton goes for 18. Hampshire in a spot of bother now at 59 for 4.
That's the ball of the morning for me. That is, I wouldn't say it's quite unplayable, because there's probably a few people watching that on the live picture feed saying, well, it's between bat and pad. Well, yes it is. But there are certain nip backers that are a little bit more difficult to play than others. That is a seriously good delivery. It's gone quickly as well, which hasn't helped. And there's been some more than decent balls being bowled out there. And Anthony Clapham was just saying about Liam Dawson. Now, where's the Sudan chair? Why aren't the Surrey players out there giving him a guard of honour?
The Surrey players, because
he
may get a standing ovation from them.
Well, he should.
As he walks to the middle.
It's disrespect.
Al Dawson.
He's just given you guys the championship, and they're just standing around as if he's just any old batter walking out there to the middle. It's total disrespect for me.
I'm pretty sure that when Sir Dawson arrived at the ground this morning, a few of the Surrey players went and thanked him.
Well, I'm absolutely
convinced, and I'm pretty sure as well that if it all goes according to plan, he will be invited to join for a beverage of his choice for as long as he wants over the next few days. But here he is, Liam Dawson, fantastic cricketer, lovely bloke as well. Delighted for the way it's all going at the moment, but he'll want to this week make it as hard as possible for Surrey, quite rightly, because he's a competitor at heart. So out there is the right-handed Dawson, who's had a terrific season with bat and ball. That was the 48th championship wicket of the season for Jordan Clark. Dawson waits for his first delivery. Clark's into him. Dawson's up on his toes. He's off the mark straight away as he's pushing this one out into the covers. Rory Burns gets round to do the fielding. And 1 to Liam Dawson, but it's been a good morning for Surrey this.
Yeah.
Hampshire 60 for 4 on what looks a pretty good surface, actually. And
it's just the movement, isn't
it? They've just bowled well again. And again, it's sort of the way it's gone. Couple for Roach, 1 for Laws, 1 for Clark. I'm sure Worrell will get in amongst the act in one of the innings as Clark, big shout for LBW. That must be very, very tight, because Press was on the walk. And Martin Saggers looked at it. He's saying it's going down. Wow. That's the indication to Jordan Clark, but it did look very, very, very tight. It still looks very, very tight on the replay, but it looks like Martin Saggers was just indicating that was going down. But it's a terrific over from Jordan Clark, and 60 for 4. 60 for 4. Hampshire. So they are in a spot of bother at the moment.
Right, now, Dave Allen thinks he's got an answer. Youngest fast bowler for England. Sam Curran, he's written down here. 19, but with a question mark.
Yeah, how old was Sam when he made his England debut? Yeah, that's...
that's why he's not sure about the age.
I'm not sure.
He might have been less than 19, wasn't he?
How old were the Bedses? How old were... Sort of going back years ago. Maybe there was some back then that were very young. It's a great question. I've never even thought about it, to be fair.
Here's Tom Laws then, what will be the final over before lunch outside the off stump, and Dawson leaves that one alone. So 19 we think he was when he played. I'm sure we could work that out actually. We might have to have a little bit longer. Just try and get through this email or 1 or 2 messages before lunch. Graham Piper, who's a Surrey supporter, because he signed himself as a Surrey supporter, has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com, says, I thought that last Friday's play in the Essex versus Hampshire game was a wonderful advert for the county game. As Laws runs away from us and bowls its full delivery, hit into the ground by Dawson. Hampshire seemed down and out at 32 for 4 and had a remarkable recovery to beat Essex. Who says county cricket is a dull game? Long may it last, says Graham. That's right. Yeah, those that were there, we were so lucky. Yes.
Northamptonshire 14 for 1. So they have lost a wicket. Emilio Gay out to Sam Cook for 9. So Northamptonshire have lost a wicket.
There we go. Getting a few Surrey supporters actually on the messages at the moment. Solent@cricket@gmail.com if you want to get involved after lunch. David, that's outside off stump and left alone by the way. David Shervington has emailed. There have been a few moments in my 4 or so years following Surrey where I've learnt not to relax until it's over. But I'm feeling fairly positive at this start. A championship win will mean my son's Lego birthday party on Saturday will secretly also be an opportunity to toast the lads for a very good season.
Lego birthday, I like the sound of that.
Oh, that sounds good.
Are you into Lego, JMO?
I was.
You were?
When I was a little lad. As that's pushed out. Was Lego made then? That's pushed out towards extra cover.
What were you good at building? Were you one of these people that followed the plan that came with the box of Lego, or
yes,
were you an ad-libber?
No, I don't generally go outside the box.
Right, very good.
So whatever the picture was what I wanted to try and emulate outside the off stump and left alone, with varying degrees of success, if I remember rightly.
It's a big thing now, Lego, isn't it? There are sort of world championship Lego building competitions. Yes, definitely. But I was awful at it, to be honest with you. Yes, I had no patience to follow the instructions.
No.
So I'd just build a massive tall tower of Lego and then try and knock it over with a ball.
Laws Bowls. Forward is Dawson. The clock is showing 1 o'clock, so my guess is that will be lunch. Dawson turns to walk back to the pavilion, and it is lunch. So I made over for Tom Laws, and after an hour and a half of play, we have an extended lunch break because we started an hour late. Hampshire are 60 for 4. Tom Prest has 6. Liam Dawson 1. The batters out, Albert for 11, Gubbins for 8, Vince for 14 and Fletcher Middleton for 18. Couple for Kemo Roach, 1 each for Tom Laws and Jordan Clark.
Yeah, I think Surrey will be very happy with that. Won the toss, stuck Hampshire in, have picked up a bowling point, picked up 4 wickets, one of the points of the 5 that they need. Got rid of Vince, that's the other thing. James Vince has gone for 14. They'll get a go at Liam Dawson straight away after lunch, and he's only been out there, 7 balls so far. So I think Surrey will be very, very happy with that effort this morning. Very good from Kemar Roach up top, and then Jordan Clark and Tom Laws with a wicket apiece. So yeah, I think as mornings go, from a Surrey perspective, I think that there'd be pretty much what they talked about there, and they go to lunch with one of those points. From a Hampshire point of view, under a little bit of pressure now, coming out after lunch at 60 for 4, but the sun is shining and it looks a pretty good surface. It looks one of those surfaces that if you can get in, there are runs to be had.
Right, we'll take a break and we'll be back, where we'll be joined by an extra. So there'll be 5 of us to do some commentary
Kevin
this
House
afternoon.
is indicating to us that he wants to do a full 40-minute interview with us. I think is that what the indication was? Oh no, he wants us to hurry up.
So we'll go. We'll see you soon. 2 umpires, Martin Saggers and Mark Church. Who's the other one? I can't remember.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me.
Well,
Peter Hartley.
Believe me, it's all about you, and we'll come to you in a moment. Peter Hartley and Martin Saggers. I just had a senior moment there for a moment. We are about to get underway, the afternoon session on day 1 of this final county championship round of matches of the season. And Hampshire, having lost the toss, not surprisingly put into bat. They are 60 for 4. We started an hour late, so we had an hour and a half session. That session. Toby Albert for 11, Nick Gubbins 8, James Vince 14, Fletcher Middleton 18. The men who have been and gone. Tom Presti's not out 6, Liam Dawson not out 1. Couple of wickets for Kemar Roach, 1 for Jordan Clark and 1 for Tom Laws. Your commentary team from Kevin Howes, 5 Live, a little bit later. Dave Allen is still here. We got an answer actually, Dave, on the youngest fast bowler for England. We just got an answer as we walk round. We'll come to that in a moment. Hampshire's historian and archivist. We've also got Anthony Clapham here from the Hampshire Disability Team and the England Disability Team. I'm Kevin James, and next to me, the Surrey main man, Mark Church.
Well, it's going to be Jordan Clark to get us started after lunch. Prest will be on strike on 6. 60 for 4 Hampshire. Jordan Clark over the wicket to Prest, and first ball after lunch is forward and pushing this one up towards Kemar Roach at mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, I think Surrey will be happy with the way that first session went, picking up 4 wickets including James Vince. They'll get to have a go at Liam Dawson straight away after lunch as well. They've shared those wickets around, a couple for Roach, 1 for Clark, 1 for Laws. Pretty sure Borrell at some point will come into that wicket column as well. So I think they'll be very pleased with the way the morning went, as Jordan Clark is over the wicket to Prest. Prest is forward, punching up towards mid-off. There is Rory Burns to do the fielding, moving round to his left-hand side. It's a nice afternoon though. Clouds have all broken up, blue sky. I went down and had a little sit by the golf course for 20 minutes. Very nice down there. Also, JMO, are you into DIY? Are you a DIYer?
I'm not very good.
I think there's a sort of exhibition of great DIY equipment
there
downstairs
is
as well.
Yes.
As in over the wicket again comes Jordan Clark. That's uppish from Prest, flicking away into the leg side. Oh, that was a little uppish. That wasn't too far away from Dan Worrell. Tumbling away to his right in there at mid-wicket. But yes, I think if you're into DIY and you like hammers and drills and things like that, downstairs today is the place to be.
Well, when I walked past the stand, I must admit I thought I wanted to go and see a demonstration.
Yes, as in over the wicket. Once again comes Clark, driven firmly by Prest up towards mid-on. Put it this way, I half expected to see Nick Knowles. It's sort of his area, isn't it, that?
Yes.
So, yes, lots of saws and drills downstairs. So I went and sat by the golf course, watched a couple of gentlemen chipping to that horrible little par 3 with the lake. Horrible hole that, as over the wicket comes Jordan Clark to Prest down the leg side, and Prest looks to help this down towards fine leg, gets nothing on it at all. And Ben Folkes there, he's got all the sawdust behind him, almost like he's on a beach there as he dives to his left hand side. But yes, a couple of gentlemen trying to get their ball on that green by the lake, doing what I did when I played there, putting a lot of their balls, it seemed to be, straight into the middle of the lake. So I don't think is part of the game plan really. 3 slips in there as Jordan Clark is into Prest, and Prest covers up as that comes back at him. It's good bowling again from Jordan Clark, right on Tom Prest. First over after lunch is a maiden, and Hampshire are 60 for 4.
Yeah, the first and last holes here, you have to be a little careful with the water. There is some water over sort of beyond in the middle holes, but you're greeted with water almost straight away, and your game ends with water.
Well, I have to say the other problem I had was, they will remain nameless, 2 or 3 of the Surrey players sat on a balcony watching as I kept hitting my ball straight in the middle of the lake. My ball, I must have gone through about 5 on that hole.
Oh dear.
I gave it away in the end, but got a round of applause for each one that plonked straight in the middle of the lake.
Tom Laws to get us underway from the northern end, our commentary end this afternoon. Right arm over, it's on middle and leg. Dawson works that just wide of mid-on for a single, then moves on to 2 61 for 4. The answer then, we think, to that question before lunch, I think it was Terry that emailed saying, who is the youngest ever quick bowler, seam bowler to represent England? And now Dave Allen initially didn't look as though he was interested, but steadily became so. Started to tap away on his computer and came up with Sam Curran, possibly, he said in the note to me, which we mentioned before lunch. Full delivery sees Prest coming forward, and he said 19 question mark. But as I was walking around, Richard Shelley, who's a regular listener and watcher on the live picture feed, said to me, the answer to your question is Bill Vose. And Dave Allen said, well, it's a left armour, so he was halfway there.
Did he say what age he was?
He didn't. He just said to me, Bill Vose. Didn't even say, hello, Kev. Afternoon, Kev. As I walked by, I said, Bill Vose. The answer to your question. That was all. That was the only conversation we had. Nicely tucked away square on the leg side by Prest, who moves on to 762 for 4.
Well, I'd never have got that, to be honest with you.
I wouldn't have got Sam Curran.
No, it's a good shout, that, from Dave, actually. It really was. But yes, I'm not sure I'd have got that.
Well, do you know what? It's just as well, actually, that Richard Shelley did say that, because I've just seen an email here over lunch from Terry at solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, sorry, I can't accept Sam Curran as a correct answer because I believe this is described as medium fast. Oh, here we go. That's pushed out on the on-site. So we're now going to have a debate about the various paces of the youngest bowlers to represent England, which I think is getting a little deeper than I would like.
Yes, I'm just looking up a few stats on Bill Vose, who of course was a wonderful, wonderful bowler. I'm just wondering whether there is anything about an age of debut.
Actually, Richard has actually emailed me as well with some details. Yeah, that's turned away by Dawson down to fine. There is nobody at fine. Kemar Roach is very square on the leg side, so that's 2. They'll settle for 2. 64 for 4. Do you want me to help you out?
Yes, please.
Right, Richard Shelley then. So this is further to our brief conversation that we had while I was walking around for lunch. And he's, funny enough, that's the first line. Further to our brief conversation.
Yes, well, it sounded brief.
It was. It should have been very brief, really. So he's not totally correct there. Richard says, the debate would be, are Ben Hollioake, 19 years and 269 days, and Sam Curran... Come back to that as Laws bowls forward Dawson, that goes out to the covers, end of the over, 64 for 4. And Sam Curran, 19 years 363 days, all rounders. If so, then the youngest England fast bowler is Bill Vose, 20 years of age, 156 days. I'll leave Dave and Mark to discuss the merits of who was an all-rounder or not. Well, that's a conversation I cannot wait to hear. Actually they're not on together, I don't think, this afternoon, so that you'll have to wait for that riveting conversation maybe after tea.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, that, isn't it? I suppose it's when they're picked what they looked at as. I'd say Ben Hollioake was probably picked as an all-rounder. I think Sam Curran was picked as a bowler when he first played for England, as Jordan Clark is in over the wicket to Prest, inside edge straight onto his back leg. Oh, he's getting this ball to just nip back at Prest. Looking to punch that off the back foot, big inside edge, straight down onto his back pad. And that rolls away into the offside. But yes, I would say that Ben Hollioake was picked as an all-rounder. I'd say Sam Curran, when he was first picked for England as a test cricketer, was picked more as a bowler.
You're probably right.
Than as a batter, although everybody knew he could bat.
Yeah.
As over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, and Prest will get a run here as he turns this one into the leg side out there towards deep backward square. As one more to the total, whereas Vose, what I know of him, would have been picked as an out-and-out bowler, Dave? Yeah, as an out-and-out bowler.
What sort of pace was he, Dave?
Well, I don't know.
He doesn't know.
He wasn't as quick as Lara.
No.
So was he fast medium?
He was part of the Bodyline series, was he, Vose? Part of the Bodyline series with Larwood, yeah, absolutely. As Jordan Clark coming in over the wicket to the right-handed Dawson, and Dawson looks a man in form with that shot to me. Just pushes forward solidly. It looks as if Jordan Clark is just hurrying Prest up a touch, whereas Dawson looks like he's got all the time in the world at the moment. So he does look like a man in form.
Do you know what was interesting? Second game of the season, you may remember at Surrey, Tom Laws cleaned him up. the stumps flying out of the ground. And I remember Dawes saying to me around about then, he says, I feel like I'm going to get out every ball. What a turnaround.
Yeah, absolutely is. In over the wicket comes Jordan Clark to him, and he's in behind this one, turns it into the leg side. Well, that's the wonderful thing about this game of cricket, isn't it? You can be in terrible form, and then all of a sudden something clicks and you're back into form, and you don't look back. And I think that's why people always say, when you're in form, be as greedy as you can, because bad form could be just around the corner. And when you're in bad form, trying to find good form again it becomes an impossible equation, doesn't it? What used to be so simple becomes almost impossible at times. As over the wicket once again comes Clark, and this is a good start from Surrey after lunch, as Dawson pushes this one off the back foot up towards Kemar Roach at mid-on. And there is no run.
I'm quite disappointed that Surrey haven't served Liam Dawson up with a couple of juicy half volleys after lunch, as a thank you.
Do you know what I love about this, though? Is that this week, Al Dawson will be trying to make this as hard as possible for Surrey.
Yes.
Because he's a competitive animal by nature, isn't he? As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark to him, and he's pushing off the back foot down towards Sudarshan, who comes up to do the fielding, and there is no run. So a very tidy start from Laws and Clark after lunch, and actually between them, these two have bowled 11 overs. They've got 5 maidens, 2 for 15. Yeah. So it just shows how tightly they have bowled between them.
Certainly have, yeah. So we've had, 10 minutes play since lunch? Hampshire have added 5 to their lunchtime score. It's going to be young Tom Prest, who, as we mentioned, Liam Dawson's 100, also got 100 last week, his first championship 100. Laws bowls outside the off stump, cuts, misses. Goes through to Folkes. Looks like he played well underneath that one from here.
Surely someone, when he got his 100, had the headline with "impressed" in it somewhere, didn't they? You've got to.
Not from me.
You've got to.
No.
You've got to
I suppose it's in there somewhere.
Have that in there.
Yes.
If they didn't, they're too late now, unless he gets 100 today. You can have that one for free, everybody.
It's time to patent it. That's pushed out into the covers.
I am one of the worst writers in the world, and that's a worry, seeing I've actually had 2 books published. But my only headline I've ever come up with that I was pleased with was Pedro Collins, who on a very rainy day picked up a 6 for, and I had Collins swinging in the rain, which I sent back to the BBC Sport website. Kevin James, did they use it? No.
They like their own, don't they? Full delivery, nicely tucked away through mid-wicket by Tom Prest. Just lent into that one nicely. He won't quite go all the way to the boundary. Will be picked up a couple of yards inside, and Prest moves on by 3 up to 11, and it's 68 for 4.
Yeah, nicely played by Tom Prest.
Yeah, headline writers don't like their sort of thunder being stolen.
No, not
or
at all.
The rug being pulled from under them.
Yes, indeed.
They like to put their own headlines on.
Quite pleased with Impressed there with his 100 last week. But he played that very nicely. It swung late at him.
Yes.
He kept his balance and turned it for 3.
Here's Laws. Cut down well by Liam Dawson past the diving gullies, going down towards third. Won't quite reach it. It's got very close. There's a good bit of fielding as well. Dawson did particularly well keeping that down, because that bounced outside the off stump, and Dawson moves on to 7.
It wasn't too far away from Cameron Steele's right hand, was it? Flung himself. I wonder if he may have even got a little fingertip to that. Took a bit of pace off it. Kept it down. Just did Dawson.
I got a tweet here earlier at Solent Sports. I think there was a conversation going on. This would have been just before lunch about 1,000 runs. I think it was talked about Gubbins and Vince. Well, they've got a bit of work to do in the second innings, because they're both already out. Length ball to Prest, pushes that out towards mid-on. Sorry, it wasn't. It was Ian Pearce. Tell a lie. The last Hampshire player to reach 1,000 county championship runs in a season was Sean Irvine back in 2016, who was with us on commentary for the final, 50 over final, a week and a half ago.
The stat that jumped out at me was when Dave was talking, and the last Hampshire player to do 100 wickets and 1,000 runs in a season.
As Laws comes in and bowls again, that's bounced and it's kept down, fielded at third. Slip, 71 for 4, end of the over.
Which these days is obviously harder because there isn't as much cricket played, whatever. But I think I'm right in saying the last player to do that was Franklin Stevenson. I think he was the last to do the 100 wickets and 1,000 runs in a championship season was Franklin.
I think you're right.
Which is a hell of an effort, isn't it? It really is.
That's a lot of cricket.
Not half, and obviously a lot more was played. But that's extraordinary, really, when you think about it. So it's going to be Jordan Clark to continue. Dawson will be the man on strike on 7. Hampshire 71 for 4. They've actually got a 4 slip rather than a 3rd slip now for Dawson, as Jordan Clark is into him, and Dawson nicely played. Just helps a straight ball away into the leg side for a couple. Tom Laws comes round to do the fielding, and they will pick up 2 elsewhere, because we need to keep a little eye on scores elsewhere. Northamptonshire are 54 for 2 against Essex, so Essex are a wicket away from a first bowling point. Lancashire are 151 for 4 against Kent, so that's something of a recovery, really. In Division 2, nothing between Nottinghamshire and Middlesex or Warwickshire and Somerset. Oh, sorry, Division 1, apologies, not Division 2, although one of those could be in Division 2 next season, of course. And then in Division 2, Durham are 155 for 4 against Leicestershire, but of course they're already crowned champions of Division 2 as Clark is in, and Dawson's forward turns this one up towards mid-on. There's no run. Glamorgan and Derbyshire 131 for 1. Sussex are 183 for 8 against Gloucestershire, and Worcestershire, who need 2 points to guarantee promotion, are 59 for 3 against Yorkshire. So those are the other scores from around the country on a very nice afternoon now at the Ageas Bowl. Sun's out as Jordan Clark is into Dawson, who's forward, thick inside edge onto that front pad, nicely bowled again by Jordan Clark. 48th championship wicket of the season for Jordan Clark when he bowled Fletcher Middleton. He's been outstanding again this season.
Good bowler.
Always say, with the old blank piece of paper, Surrey, you put it in front of whoever. I think Burns goes in first because he's your captain, then it's Jordan Clark straight away. Just holds this whole thing together for Surrey. He's in again. And Dawson's had a flash at one that was pushed a bit wider outside his off stump. He's ended up down on one knee here as Liam Dawson, and taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side, but he is worth his absolute weight in gold. Jordan Clark, he might be paid in gold for all I know at Surrey.
You guys have turned him into a top class all-rounder, haven't you? He had the potential at Lancashire.
Yeah, I think it's the consistency of him now as well, season after season, as in he comes once again to Dawson, and Dawson's digging him out as he gets that right up on his toes, and it rolls into the leg side, and there's no run. He's a name that slips under the radar, Jordan Clark, but he's right up there in terms of stats this season. And he's taken the new ball for Surrey, and he's scored his runs for Surrey this season as well. Jordan Clark, 373 championship runs, 100, 150, 48 championship wickets. He's in here to Dawson, goes back of a length, Dawson's in behind it, plays it down into the leg side, and there's no run. Testing over again from Jordan Clark. Dawson 9, Prest 11, and Hampshire are 73 for 4.
Talking of runs, I've just noticed actually during this innings, Liam Dawson has passed 800 championship runs for the season. He currently has 802, averaging 41. Now I could be really naughty at this point and just say to Dave Allen, is that his highest return championship runs for a few seasons? For a few seasons at least, because he did open the batting order. Highest in the first division. Oh, he's playing a miss in now. He hasn't. He's edged that through to the keeper. Bounced outside the off stump. That's been a feature of Laws this morning, and this time it's Tom Prest who's succumbed. Just followed it, and he's gone through to the keeper, and he goes for 11. It's 73 for 5.
Yeah, we saw it with Tom Laws in the previous over. It got the ball to get big at Dawson, and Prest there's seen that, has gone to punch it off the back foot. It's just climbed on him, and the outside edge, well taken and pocketed by Ben Folkes. So Prest goes for 11. Surrey have their first one after lunch. They're a wicket away from a second bowling point now, and Hampshire 73 for 5, but it's good bowling again from Tom Laws. It's just got big on press. He's seen that and thought, I'll punch this away off the back foot. It's just climbed on him. And for Laws now, 36 championship wickets this season, which it's his first full season as well of championship cricket. He was still at school last year, so it's a pretty good return that as well from Tom Laws this season. So again, Surrey will be very happy with this start after lunch. They've kept it very, very tight, Clark and Laws, and now they have the wicket of Tom Press, the Centurion from last week.
He's just got that ability to get some extra bounce from time to time. As Tom Laws, we saw that James Vince, one that got a little bit big on him, and he edged through to the slips. Tom pressed a little bit wide actually. I'm not sure whether he could have readjusted actually. I think he just decided to go through with a shot anyway, but it's the extra bounce that has done for the batter there. Now Ben Brown still has a chance to salvage a little bit of a season with the bat, which has been a little bit disappointing, and that's by his own admission. 417 runs at 21 apiece for a man who came to Hampshire averaging 40 career. So I mean, that is way down, way down. And I remember speaking to him a little while ago about it. He said, I just don't know. He said, I don't know really what's wrong, but it's certainly not happening for him. But he's got 2 more chances, and you may remember Churchy tries to pull that away. He does so. That's in front of square on the leg side. Well, that's a nice start. A little bit too short there from Tom Laws. Brown off the mark straight away. 77 for 5. He got a very good 90 in the championship game up at Surrey on a green wicket.
He certainly did.
Second game of the season, and we thought, oh, here we go. Ben Brown's going to have another good season with the bat, and just hasn't really kicked on.
Yeah, it surprises me when you say that, because I was looking 95.
Yeah,
he made a very good partnership with Keith Barker. I remember when they tried to knock Barker's head off for hour upon hour upon hour. Poor bloke, he got hit everywhere, didn't he?
Just the 2 broken hands. That was all at the end of that game. That's outside the off stump, and I think he got a broken knuckle on one hand and a broken finger on the other.
Just kept going though, didn't he? And the interesting thing with that was, I always hear this, Keith Barker's susceptible to the short ball, but I don't often see him get out to the short ball. And Surrey tried him in that entire innings. Hit him on the hand, hit him on the shoulder, didn't get him out. He got 58, so yeah, I keep hearing that, but I haven't seen it myself.
Laws into Brown, leaves that, good leave. Outside off stump.
Very fine cricketer, Keith Barker. Very fine cricketer.
He's got a little knee niggle.
Has he?
Yeah, you could see on the game against Essex last game, he just running between the wickets, he just looked a little at pain. 77 for 5 here. Pressed out since lunch, 4 before lunch, in a rain shortened session. Here's Laws again, bowls. Brown gets one that's nips back, gets wrapped on the pad off an inside edge, goes out behind square on the leg side, no run.
Got to be a little bit careful there. Ben Brown, he's hopping across his stumps at Tom Laws, sort of hopping outside his off stump, because he knows Laws tends to boom the ball back in at you. He's got this wicked Yorker. Tom Laws picked up a wicket. It was Lewis McManus actually last week. Absolute horrible in-swinging Yorker to him.
Comes in again to Ben Brown, just nips back a fraction. Brown's in behind that one, plays it back to the bowler. End of the over. Mark Church will take a break. Dave Allen, Hampshire's archivist and historian, will come in alongside me, take you through the next period of play. So Ben Brown has 4, Liam Dawson has 9. That 1 wicket then after about 18 minutes of play after lunch. Tom Prest out for 11. 59 for 4 before lunch, 60 for 4 at lunch, 73 for 5 now. Welcome back, Dave.
Hi, thank you.
So Hampshire not in a great position, it has to be said, although I think Surrey, certainly the bowlers have made the most of the conditions.
I think they certainly have, yeah, because it looks a decent enough pitch. There's been
does.
quite a lot of movement, hasn't there, but they haven't let up really.
Here's Jordan Clark then, runs towards us, bowls to Dawson. Leg ball, Dawson plays it into the ground, just watches it. Fortunately for him, just bounces away harmlessly on the offside.
I did a bit more checking up on the young pace bowlers, and I would need to say, you always introduce me as the Hampshire historian, and I think that's the key really. I am the Hampshire historian, you know, but once you start roaming into other fields, then I'm no more of an expert than anybody else really. I just have to start, you know, sticking things into Google and hoping I can find it.
Here's Jordan Clark. Dawson gets a length ball. He pushes that out to extra cover.
And of course, I don't suppose there's anybody alive now who could actually say, yes, I saw Bill Vose and he was this quick. So he's described in Cricket Archive as left fast medium, whereas Sam Curran is left medium fast.
Yeah.
But whether somebody really, well, nobody had a clock on them to say, oh, he's 3 miles an hour quicker.
Clark bowls, Dawson leaves alone.
So what we can say is that when Bill Vose made his debut, he opened the bowling. When Sam Curran made his debut, he bowled after Anderson, Broad and Wokes. But he mightn't if he was a debutant behind those three. So, but I think, you know, if we're looking for pace, Bill Vose not as fast as Harold Larwood, his opening partner, but quick.
Here comes Jordan Clark bowls. Dawson gets a straight one and he's well forward there. He's getting good strides in, is Dawson out there. He's just signalling to the dressing room. What's he signaling for? He wants another pair of gloves? Surely not. We've only had 25 minutes since lunch. There hasn't been a lot of running going on between the two.
The umpires joined in, so
maybe
it's to do with a window or somebody walking.
Oh no, somebody's walking past.
Behind the clock.
I'm sure that's what Dawson was signalling. I think he was signalling something else, but there's definitely somebody was moving around on that first floor balcony. They're still stood up, but they're standing still now. As Clark comes in, Dawson gets another good length ball, plays that back up towards that middle. The interesting thing is I do get the feeling that when players of yesteryear were sort of described, sort of fast medium was a sort of a standard phrase really, whereas I think now people are a bit more particular, because obviously there's a difference between fast medium and medium fast. There's however few miles an hour there might be in it.
I think you're right. And there's also the question of opening bowlers and what the pitches were like, because if you were bowling on uncovered pitches, you might not need super speed.
Jordan Clark bowls. Dawson again gets a good length ball. Again, it's gone up to straight mid on. End of the over, maiden over.
And I'll give you a Hampshire example for that. You can find on YouTube some film of Derek Shackleton bowling in his last Test series, bowling in the wonderful Lord's Test match of 1963 against the West Indies. And he opens the bowling with Fred Truman, who was without any question fast, although at that point over 30. Shackleton was medium pace. He wasn't medium fast. He was, by that time, at the age of 38, he was medium pace. But he opened the bowling and bowled 35, 40 overs, I can't remember. Took at 1.3 wickets in 4 balls. So the cricket was different. It's the first ball and it's a very full ball which Brown plays from Laws. I think this Surrey attack has been really good this morning. I think maybe Jamie Overton was a little loose, but the other guys have just kind of kept it right there, haven't they? And just nagged away. And so all the Hampshire batters have looked at times like they're coping, and they've all gone for less than 20. So Laws again bowling that short of a length, and the Brown just plays that out. Actually, that's got a lot of pace on it. He's timed that really well. I think it's just going to be caught. Yes, it is, but they'll come back for 3. He did time that well. It was almost just a defensive shot through between mid-wicket and mid-on, but well, let's hope that Ben Brown is in good nick at last, because he's struggled a bit this year.
Yeah, he has. I was saying earlier that by his own admission that he's way down, and his average this year is just about half his career, which is a massive drop, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah. He's done pretty well behind the stumps. He's got more than 50 dismissals, which is pretty good in 13 games. Well, Dawson plays a quite beautiful square drive on the offside, not quite through cover, extra cover, more through point, but he just looks in good nick, really, doesn't he, Dawes, at the minute? On to 13. You were asking me about, and he did indeed start today with 793. He made 1,060 runs in 2013. Ooh, everything's blown away. And in Div 1, his best is actually 922 in 2015, which he got at 40 apiece. So that was a pretty good season, but it's a while ago now. I'm sorry that I talked him up and said how wonderful he was, because Surrey have just got their second bowling point, He drove at one outside the off stump, got a nick, and rather like his pal James Vince, has been caught in the slips. So he's gone for 13, which is unlucky for him and unlucky for me. I should have just shut up, I guess, really. And the score is something, but I can't actually tell you that. I can't read that very easily. Yes, I can. 84 for 6. We have a screen in here, but it's the light makes it not quite visible. So it's 84 for 6, but the 6, as I've been saying all day, it's the 6 that counts really. So 2 bowling points, 1 more looming, maybe by tea, the way things are going.
Oof, yeah.
Laws has 3 for 23. You'd think, well, I don't know. I mean, in a sense, Hampshire bat quite a long way down, with Ian Holland coming in at 8, James Fuller at 9, and Kyle Abbott can certainly bat. I mean, Kyle Abbott coming in at 10 has got 210 runs at 15. Not sure that number 11 will score a lot today, but so Hampshire do bat down. I mean, Ian Holland has opened the batting on occasions this season. He's only scored 302 runs this season, but he's scored them at 33.6. So, you know, he's no mean batter. But this just feels like a champion side doing its business.
Yeah, for sure. Jamie Overton was the catcher, by the way, his second catch of the game.
Just a little conversation there between the man at mid-on as Ian Holland takes guard, has a look round, right hand of course, and 2 slips in a gully now and a point. Quite close cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, short of a length, and Holland hits that on his toes out backward of square. I described that man at point. He's not square. He's well about. I suppose he could even be 10 feet backward of square. Almost like a kind of deepish gully, really. Anyway, Laws is in and bowls. Again, that's just short of a length, and Holland on the back foot pushes it out on the onside. End of another excellent over, 7 overs, 3 for 23. Brown is 7 not out, Holland is 0 not out, and Hampshire 84 for 6.
Yeah, Ian Holland, 1 or 2 changes in this Hampshire side. He's missed the last 2 games, Somerset here and Essex at Chelmsford. I'm off in a minute, so I'll just mention this email if that's all right, Dave. John Skews has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. You can get in touch with us throughout the 4 days on that way. Under the heading of Keith Barker, I mentioned Keith Barker not playing in this game because he's got a little bit of an injury. He says, I watched the last hour of the match against Essex last Friday. What a finish. But would we have won without Keith's contribution nearing the finish? Well, that's right. I was trying to think, because obviously Dawson and Vince got all the plaudits. Well, he got 12 towards the end, which actually was a valuable 12 in the end because Hampshire only won with 5 balls to spare. Here's Jordan Clark. 5 balls of the game, that is.
Yeah.
That's pushed by Ben Brown up to mid-off. I think not, says John. Living near to Chelmsford, unfortunately I could not get to the game, but my word, now have the bragging rights with my friends. Great commentary, he said then. But do you have a Simon Harmer complex? Well, not so much me. I think his figures speak for itself. I mentioned it was 27 wickets in the last 2 games in Essex, and you had 6 in the first innings, and I think it was about 3 in the second. So I think it's his figures that are doing all the talking there. As Jordan Clark bowls, always quite close to off stump, but a good leave. Dave Allen mentioned this morning that the last Hampshire cricketer to do the double did so in 1948. And I have been racking my brain to find out who it was.
Oh, easy. Yep.
Jim Bailey?
Yep.
Yes,
Jim
that's
Bailey.
right. Yeah, he mentions that here, just John. I watched him bowling to Compton and Edrich that year at Dean Park in Bournemouth from the Mayor's Tent. Very nice. Those were the days. I also note that according to my scorecard of the final match played at Dean Park, Bournemouth, that a certain Kevin James opened the batting. Did you open many times, and if so, how did you fare in that role? Well, I didn't do it that often. Every now and then he tries to cut that one. It goes high in the air, down towards third. That'll be 4. Hampshire total moves on to 88 for 6, and Brown on 211. I did 3 a couple of seasons. I know Dave knows that. I think every now and then If Paul Terry wasn't around, or Chris Smith, or whatever, for whatever reason, I did open the batting, but I think you can count them on one hand, I think.
I've got a photograph of Kevin taking the field at Bournemouth in that last ever game, which was against Middlesex, and taking the field after tea alongside Mark Nicholas.
Yes. Clark bowls, bounces a little bit on Brown, gets high on the bat, maybe even the glove.
And as you take the field, you're warming up, you're stretching your limbs, so you were clearly going to bowl as well. What an all-rounder you were.
What a major event that was going to be. A photograph of me stretching. Wow. I'm surprised I haven't got that in my collection of photographs.
I'll send it to you.
Certainly don't stretch too much at the moment. I worry I might pull something, Dave. I don't do anything of that now.
I do like the idea of seeing Jim Bailey bowled at Dennis Compton.
Oh, yes, it's Clark bowls. And Brown leaves that rather late. Very late, in fact. Could carry through to Folkes.
This will surprise you, but therein lies a tale. Jim Bailey, who was a Hampshire man, he was Bournemouth way, but in the days when Bournemouth was in Hampshire. Jim Bailey in the 1930s got a bit frustrated at Hampshire. He couldn't break into the side regularly, having been very promising as a youngster, and he took himself off to Middlesex. He moved to Middlesex. And when he got to Middlesex, he found that there were these two young blokes who were quite promising, and he couldn't get past them. One was Compton and one was Edrich.
Oh dear. Bad move. Brown tickles that down to fine leg. Now there's nobody there, so that is going to go for 4. Fine leg is, I think it's Tom Laws. He's very square, and 4 to Ben Brown off more of an inside edge than anything. And Brown will move on to 15 at the end of that over. 92 for 6. Dave Allen is staying on, and then from the Hampshire Disability Team and the England Disability Team, it's going to be Anthony Clapham.
So Jim Bailey, just before the war, came back to Hampshire, and he was well into his 40s, I'm pretty sure, by the 1948, which was his great final season. And he did take 100 wickets, and he did score 1,000 runs plus in a pretty weak Hampshire side, truth be told. And Anthony's alongside me in that, but it's Tom Laws bowling, and he bowls very full, very straight, and it's played straight back to him, and he gets rid of the ball to his skipper.
Good afternoon.
Hiya. You all right?
Yeah, seems like it's only my second game of commentating on Hampshire, and first game obviously we got bowled out for 120 in the first innings and not much more in the second innings, and today seems to be attracting wickets, unfortunately, so
right.
Not sure I'll get invited back actually.
Well, here's your P45 now. Next ball of the over bowls, that's short of a length, and Holland is just up on his toes, plays it away. It's 4 balls, not off the mark yet. Well, I've seen Hampshire bowl out cheaply, and I've seen them score lots and lots. I've seen them score over 700 as well. So,
oh, have you? Yeah, that
on this ground, and actually on this ground in the last game of the season, 2005 against Notts. We were taking revenge because we were second in the table, and Notts had just clinched the title. And again, Holland forward defensively, and there's no run.
What summer that was for cricket? 2005. That's what.
Yeah, that's right.
Sort of got me into cricket really, watching that Ashes series.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Kevin Peterson with his skunk hairstyle. My mum got married in the Caribbean. I think it might have been that winter, and I had the that haircut.
Oh, right, okay. I can't say I did by then. I did have some wild haircuts, but that was a few decades before that. Laws in and bowls, that's outside the off stump, just lets that through to Ben, folks. Well, it was a great season for Hampshire because we hadn't won anything for 13 years, and for a lot of the time we'd struggled. We had the whole challenge of organising, setting up this ground, and there were lots of economic problems here, so we didn't win anything. We didn't win anything really in the second half of Kevin's career. The first half of his career, we were winning one-day titles all over the place, but from after 1992 we won nothing until 2005. Laws bowls, and that's just played defensively out on the offside. And then in 2005 we finished second in the championship, could have finished first, and won the C&G, I think it was called that then, which was the Lord's final anyway. So pretty good for us as well as the Ashes that year.
Yeah.
There we are. Laws turns.
Looks good, doesn't he, Laws? Looks good, Laws. First time
he
I've seen
does
him in
look
flesh.
good. Yeah, I think he's bowled very nicely, really. Yeah, and that's quite a lot of his balls. They get bounced, but like that one, it looks like it's pretty straight, really, and the batter's playing it fairly defensively, but it's like that one. It's just coming slightly off the outside edge and away square on the offside. It doesn't.
Yeah, it does. He seems to be getting a lot more bounce as well from this end. And if you look at the 2 dismissals, the one just before lunch, I think Vince back foot punch, flew to third slip, and a similar shot by Prest as well. So he's definitely getting a lot more bounce. And Kemar Roach is actually coming on for Jordan Clark. Kemar Roach opened the bowling, took a couple of wickets early on, and he was getting it to almost skid through. And I know he's not the tallest of bowlers, to be fair to Kemar Roach, but he's definitely one of the quicker players here. As he comes in now to Ben Brown, it's Kemar Roach over the wicket. Oh, and he's sort of pitches on leg, bit of movement away, usually brings the ball into the right-hander, and that just squirts out to backward point. So we have just a 2 slips now, as the ball's getting slightly older. A backward point, a cover, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a square leg, and then a fine leg. So more of the sort of an orthodox, what I would usually see on a Saturday in club cricket, if I'm honest. So yeah, looking to build some pressure here on Ben Brown as Kemar Roach comes in and hits the crease nice and hard. Slightly fuller, and Ben Brown just check drives that, punches it straight through the cover boundary for 4. That is glorious. Something I've noticed, a bit of a cricket badger myself, but looking at him in the training videos, in the nets and stuff, he's very, very... when he plays a shot, it's almost a short arm jab. He doesn't really sort of follow through with many of his shots, and we saw that earlier with a clip off his hips that he hit for 4 to get off the mark, and that really was a lovely cover drive there through point, and that's actually forced a field change. Rory Burns following the ball there, and he's put out a backward point now, so similar shot like that will only be 1 run as Kemar Roach back into Ben Brown. It's short, and there you go, there's a bit of a back foot punch. That was way outside off stump there. So it's good to see Ben Brown being positive. It just goes to Jamie Overton, that square leg. Bit of dust as well on that pitch there, so it looks a bit another dry surface. I don't think, though, that the Hampshire batters can be too disappointed with the pitch. I did see Liam Dawson look down at the pitch at his shot. I haven't been down there myself yet, so but from here it looks pretty good. I know it's a used wicket, but Kemar Roach coming in again to Ben Brown, slightly wide of the crease this time, and Ben Brown leaves it. No sort of lateral movement since lunch.
No, I think it's reduced quite a lot. I mean, how many overs? We're into the 33rd over, so it might just be the ball softening slightly, but they're still taking wickets. But I think in Law's case, it's bounce as much as anything. Yeah. But you're right. That there is less discernible movement at the minute.
It's Kemar Roach again wide of the crease, slightly straighter, and then Brown punches off the back foot for no run. I think as well, when you've got 5 seamers, usually you have a spinner to get through the overs a bit quicker, and you can rotate from one end. But with Surrey, when they predominantly use their 5 seamers, they've got to be quick through the overs and getting around to start, because otherwise they're going to get behind the over rate, and they certainly don't want to be docked any points for slow over rates.
That would be funny.
As Roach, Ben Brown just stands outside off stump and just plops down to point where there is a gap for 1. Obviously they put a fielder out to backward point, so there was a easy 1 there, and that brings the score to 97 for 6. So just 3 runs away for Hampshire to get to the 3 figures mark. It's been a disappointing, I'll probably say, the last hour of cricket, if you take out the half an hour before lunch and the half an hour afterwards. Disappointing from a Hampshire point of view. You've got Holland, who's faced 8 deliveries without scoring a run at the moment. Ben Brown looks very busy, 20 off 19. So yeah, I think he's not probably had the season that he would have liked, Ben Brown, if you considering the start that he had in the warm-up games, and I think he had a few hundreds back to back actually. So he'll be looking to finish well.
Tom Law's bowling from the hotel end, runs away from us, and again that flick round the corner on his back leg, really puts all his weight on the back leg, often lifts the front leg off and just flicks it round. Gordon Greenwich played a more expansive version of that back in the day, but in Greenwich's case the ball would often sail across the rope. So a single there to Brown, and 98 for 6. Ian Holland facing Laws. Full toss. which he completely mistimes, and it barely struggles its way out to the man at mid-wicket.
Just looked like his usually your bottom hand would come through there, and you could just sort of squirt that through the covers, and it just looked like he just went top hand heavy and tried to just squeeze it through, but yeah, that didn't look good cricket, that. But
No.
Rory Burns just bringing the ball to the umpire. Just have a look. It looks like I might want to have a look at getting the ball changed here. We did say it hasn't really swung since lunch, even though Surrey in a good position. They're looking to get the ball changed, which we saw quite a lot on the Ashes actually. A lot of times they had the ball. And actually, the last, I don't know if you remember, Dave, actually, but the last time you and I were together for the Essex game, I think Hampshire got the ball changed 4 times.
Oh, I do remember that. Yeah.
So I don't know if it was a bad batch from Dukes.
Don't know really. Well, there was a conversation between the two umpires, but I don't think they put it through the gauge, which is usually the point at which you say no.
Yeah.
I just think they had a conversation and said no, it's okay. So Rory Burns gives it to Tom Laws. Tom Laws runs in and bowls, and that's just about an in-swinging Yorker there, which Holland does very well to dig out from his 11th ball. No runs scored yet. Super ball from Tom Laws there. Just dug it out.
Yeah, it's a handy number 8 to come into. He's opened the batting for Hampshire before. Scored hundreds actually. Opened the batting.
Yeah. It's Tom Laws again bowls, and that's short of a length, on about off stump, played out off the back foot to cover, no run, and clouded over a bit now. Not clouded over in the way that the ball will suddenly start swinging prodigiously, I don't suppose, and it'll probably clear again. I don't think there's any threat in the clouds, but we don't have the bright sunshine that we had a little earlier. Here's Laws bowling the 5th ball of the over, and again
another Yorker.
He's looking he's looking for a Yorker. Interesting that he fielded off his own bowling and looked for a moment as if he was going to run back to his mark. So whether I don't think at the minute they are shown an over rate, but I can't read it. It's something 1, but it might is it +1? It's +1. They got nothing to worry about, but I can't see it. It's under the time.
Yeah, it does say +1.
Much too small for my eyes to make it out. That's short of a length. Holland tries quite deliberately to play it out on the leg side, but it goes to mid-wicket.
That's definitely going to be.
They don't take a run there.
Definitely on their mind, I think, Dave, here with the over rate.
Yeah, they
certainly don't want to lose any points.
Seem to be running through. You can't. Can you not? You can't read that.
I think it says +1, so I think they're okay at the moment.
+1's okay. Yeah.
Which is surprising. Like I said, they've bowled seamers only, but they're Hampshire are 6 down, so that would help obviously. As Ben Brown's on strike now to face Kemar Roach, and just chops it outside off stump. Cover comes round, picks it up, and they take the single. And Ben Brown moves to 22, the highest scorer of the Hampshire batters at the moment. 22 of 21, so I've been impressed with him actually. Short arm jab that he seems to favour for anything short of a length really, and he's sort of left the ball alone well outside off stump. As I mentioned, I think Hampshire fans probably won't forgive me for reminding, but having I was watching the one-day final, and having Ian Holland come in at 8, I thought he was going to get the job done really with Liam Dawson. Didn't quite happen unfortunately, but he's a more than capable batsman coming in at 8. As Roach into Holland, again similar ball to Ben Brown, whereas he couldn't quite just drop it down to point for single. They've moved the field up, so backward point is now into more conventional point. A ring field, two slips, and quite a square fine leg. So I guess they'll be trying to bowl stump to stump here, build some pressure, and then entice the drive with a wide one as Kemar Roach comes into Ian Holland. Just short of a length and into square leg. Ian Holland's gesturing to the windows behind the sight screen just to tell them to shut the doors. Bit of flickering.
Lots of Surrey committee people up there today come to celebrate, and they're obviously trying to distract the Hampshire batsmen.
Yeah. I mean, that sight screen is huge. So
yeah.
Not sure how he gets on at club cricket if he's moaning about a
That's
door in
right.
the background. As Kemar Roach now into Ian Holland. Yeah, so you just can see here, Surrey are just trying to build some pressure here and trying to attack the stumps with this field. Can't really bowl wide. Anything sort of wide or short, the Hampshire batters can put away really with the field they've got. So they've got the 3 on the offside and point, cover, mid-off, and then 3 in the leg side in front of square leg, mid-wicket, and in cover. So maybe a bit slower the pitch. As Kemar Roach comes in, slightly wider the crease, and that one's going towards leg stump, and Ian Holland just prods us back forward and knocks it back to the bowler. Bit watchful from Holland here. 17 balls now without scoring. Hampshire stuck on 99 for 6.
Time for me to disappear for a moment, and Mark Church will be with you any minute now.
As Kemar Roach comes in to close out his 8th over, slightly wider crease, and all that's exactly what he's looking to do. I think first 5 balls were in and around the stumps, and then the last ball just enticing them to play that drive with the field up. Just doesn't quite catch Holland out, but that's a maiden over there from Kemar Roach. It's been a steady start. Welcome back, Mr. Church.
Thank you, Anthony. I was thinking, actually, when you're 6 down, to have Ian Holland walk out at number 8 is not bad, is it? In the fact that he's opened for Hampshire and scored hundreds opening the batting. So he's not too bothered, I wouldn't have thought. He'd like to get off the mark, but 0 off 18 deliveries. But he knows what it's all about, having opened the batting for Hampshire.
His
So he's a good guy,
solid,
isn't he? He's a good guy to have coming in at number 8. I think Surrey have been very good. Tom Dawes has been mighty impressive. That's the end of his spell. He's picked up 3. So Dan Worrell's coming back into the attack from the hotel end of the ground. Ben Brown.
I've been really impressed with Tom Dawes. First time I've seen him in the flesh, and you know the actual bounce that he got. I think he's not a massive guy, is he? But he's
quicker than everybody thinks. As Worrell is into Brown, and Brown tucks this one neatly and tidily off his hip into the leg side for a single that will bring up the 100 for Hampshire. So Hampshire are 100 for 6.
Kevin James claps and
yes, he does. Well, he's
Hampshire
sort of tapping his knee
yeah.
as if he's listening to his favourite music while at a concert. Kevin James away to our left-hand side. I think he's about to do his update as well, away to our left. So he's a man of so many talents that not only can he tap his knee to the rhythm of the 100 coming up, he can do his update at the same time. Worrell is in. Holland's up on his toes, pushing away off the back foot out there towards extra cover. You're a captain, and I've said to Rory Burns quite a few times, it must be lovely to captain this bowling attack.
I can imagine, yeah. It's I captained in the T20 side, so it was a bit more stressful and emotional than what I can imagine county championship can be. But you know, having 5 seamers that really don't let you down. I mean, Jamie Overton didn't have the best of starts today. I don't know, he was struggling coming up the hill, but the other 4 seamers have been superb today.
Over the wicket comes Worrell once again, and Holland is off the mark in lovely fashion. Square cut, just waited for one with a bit of width and gets himself off the mark very, very nicely indeed. Ian Holland with a boundary. He'll move on to 4, and Hampshire move on to 104 for 6.
Yeah, I think he just there's no stress at all about run rates at all, but so here I guess Ian Holland will be waiting for his zones. It might be a cut shot, might be a flick off his legs. Batters would tend to have 2 or 3 real key scoring and run areas. They're just waiting for those balls there.
It's all based on the very good defence with Ian Holland. He's forward here to a good length delivery and gets solidly forward, plays it straight back up the pitch. Elsewhere, just to let everybody know, Lancashire 191 for 4 against Kent, so that's a recovery. Now at Wantage Road, Northamptonshire 102 for 4, which means that Essex do have the first of their bowling points. Ooh. Just a reminder, Surrey need 5 points from this game. Kevin House keeps asking me, have they won the title yet? Not yet, Kevin. Not yet. As in over the wicket comes Worrell to Holland, and Holland drives. Worrell getting it right up there. And that came straight off the toe end of the Holland bat and rolls out towards cover point at Nottinghamshire and Middlesex. They haven't played at all yet at Trent Bridge due to the weather. So nothing's happened as yet in that one. Warwickshire and Somerset is underway. And Somerset are 12 for 2. Durham are 203 for 4 against Leicestershire. They're already the champions of Division 2, of course. Derbyshire 169 for 1 against Glamorgan, as Worrell is over the wicket to Holland, and Holland's turning this one into the leg side. Quick single, and it's good running from Brown. He's safely home as round comes Ryan Patel to do the fielding. So Holland will keep the strike. He'll move on to 5, 105 for 6. Sussex are 171 for 8 against Gloucestershire. And the other one, Worcestershire, need 2 points to guarantee promotion. And they're 101 for 4 against Yorkshire. So batting first to get those 2 points. They need to get to 300 in that first 110 overs. But they find themselves 101 for 4. You always know when you're sort of heading into winter when the Australian domestic season starts.
Yeah, I've seen that, yeah, South Australia. And there's Kimo Roach into Holland, who drives to mid-off and takes a single. But yeah, you mentioned Lancashire, Josh Bohannon, 102. He's not out. He's a good player. I mean, we were talking earlier about, is Liam Dawson going to, he thoroughly deserves a chance, I think, to go over to India, and I'd be very surprised if he doesn't. That's if he wants to, I guess. He's going to be another player who's banging the door down, isn't he? You got obviously the youngster from Somerset, James Rue, is it?
Yes.
Kimo Roach into Ben Brown, who sort of steps outside off stump there, dabs it down to third man. He's looking busy today, Ben Brown. He's looking up for it today, which is fantastic to see. He's sort of had a bit of a sort of up and down year, really. Had a really, really good start, and not much since then, really. But 24 off 23. Holland looks really, really defiant in his defence, and he's just waiting for the ball to go into his areas. So Kimo Roach over the wicket from the pavilion end, coming down the hill now to Ian Holland, batting off on leg stump. And yeah, I think Kimo Roach, the plan here, Mark, I don't know if this is a standard plan with the ring field, bowling at the stumps, trying to build a bit of pressure, force a loose shot maybe as well.
That's what you've seen from Surrey all day, really. It's not funky fields, and it's not reinventing the wheel at all from Surrey, and it's the way they've gone about it all season.
Is it? Yeah, they haven't really banged it in short or anything, have they? They've just been
sometimes
nice
they
and
go
full.
to that, but
it's Kimo Roach into Ian Holland, slightly wider the crease this time. Same result, blocked down into cover. Yeah, that's. I think if there was a pitch map here, and I'm sure someone out there can find this out, but I reckon 90% of the balls that Surrey have bowled today have been at a good length for Fuller, if I'm honest. Saw the wicket from Gubbins earlier. That was right in the block hole and inside edge, and there's been quite a few nips behind, isn't there, as well? So
absolutely, it's the way they go about it.
Kimo Roach slightly short of a length this time and worked onto mid wicket for no run. I'm going to embarrass you, Mark. You got me through lockdown with your garden cricket.
Oh no, bless you.
I've already seen it. It's fantastic.
Is that why you're a shadow of your former self?
So if anybody who hasn't seen it, please go on to Mark Church's Twitter.
Yes.
He stands opposite a wall.
Yes.
Left hand throws is it your dog's bouncy ball?
It's a dog bouncy ball, yes. And it's me facing the wall. It sounds very exciting, doesn't it?
Kimo Roach, and he flicks it off his legs to square leg for no run. I think actually, I said to you earlier, your reaction time, I think, would be quicker in your garden than it would be maybe to see some of those guys out there.
It's very kind of you to say that, but I think that the biggest injury I'm going to get is to my pride. Basically, I've often said this, I was having a midlife crisis during lockdown. Live on social media, people saw me virtually having a nervous breakdown in the back garden. Again, but it's continued from there, and yes, it's very kind of you to say that. Thank you very much.
And just before the over continued, and you can carry on, are there different shots for different days?
Not really. It's sort of Here's Dan Worrell from the hotel end coming in to Brown, who's back on his stumps. Plays this one into the leg side, and there is no run. The sad thing is, the really sad thing is that in my head when I'm filming it, I'm really enjoying myself.
It looks like
and
you
I'm
are.
taking it quite seriously. That's the really sad. And when I do nick one, it's like, oh no, and I'm really disappointed, which is a bit of a concern, really. But yes, it's very kind of you to say that. Thank you. And yes, it keeps me occupied. As in, over the wicket comes Worrell. Brown, oh, shout for LBW. What's that hit? Bat and pad, I think. Just got that front leg stuck a touch there as Brown and played round that front pad. And again, just getting back to the way Surrey go about things. As a batter against Surrey this season, they're on you the whole time. You never really get a break from them because there's 5 of them and they're all very good at what they do. So there's no let up. Relentless has been a word that's been used an awful lot with this Surrey bowling attack this season, as Worrell is in, Brown is forward, playing this one back up the pitch. And this fella, Dan Worrell, knew he was a good bowler, but did not realise quite what his skill set was.
I love it. You can see from here how wide he's coming from the crease, and obviously will generally bowl away swingers, but if it doesn't swing, it's hitting the stump. So you, as a batter, you're always thinking you've got to play. So yeah, he's been superb this year.
Yeah, and he was superb last year as well. He was a really canny bit of work from Surrey signing Dan Worrell. As over the wicket he comes once again, getting that one to come back at Brown. Nicely played by Brown.
Looks good, doesn't he, today?
Yep, he does. Well, his first ball from Tom Laws, he was immediately just pulling him straight through mid-wicket for 4, and he looks very busy, and he looks like somebody who's walked out there and said, right, I'm going to enjoy this today. My last couple of knocks of the season, I'm going to try and finish the season on a bit of a high.
Well, that's it. There's no real pressure for Hampshire, really, and that's maybe disappointing with what we're seeing now, but there's certainly a few players there who can play with a bit more freedom.
107 for 6 they are, as Worrell comes over the wicket, and Brown, late decision just to open the face and play this one down to backward point. Siddharthan gets round to do the wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, the fascinating thing is, you look at all their numbers this season, and they've all contributed at various times, with the ball I'm talking about now. And there's always been someone who can slot in. So, we haven't mentioned Gus Atkinson, we haven't mentioned Sean Abbott really today, and Abbott had an outstanding season. Atkinson's obviously away with England now. So they have this battery now of quick bowlers, and they all bring something different to it as well. As in, over the wicket goes Worrell, and Brown not tempted, just pushed that one a little bit wider at Brown, but he was happy just to watch it go outside his off stump, and into the gloves it goes of Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side. The other thing I would say with Surrey today is Overton's taken 3 in the slips, that they've caught everything, whereas against Northamptonshire last week, a couple of very, very costly drops, and they've prided themselves this season on their sort of slip catching and taking chances when they come, but dropped Karen Nair on 11, and he went on to make 150, and Tom Taylor very early in his innings as well last week.
Kimo Roach into Ian Holland again for the pavilion end. That's just batted back down into the covers. Yeah, I mean, you've got 2 guys who are 6'4" plus in Sibley and Jamie Overton. Rory Burns was in the slip cordon for England, has been in the slip cordon with Surrey for years. But I guess with the 2 guys there, they've got bucket hands really. And like you said, I think it was. Forgive me, I earlier said it was Sibley who took a good diving catch to his left. It was actually Jamie Overton, and that really set the tone for the guys, didn't it? Yeah,
and I think he'll be pleased because he was the one that dropped Nair last week.
Yeah, again, Holland is defiant in his defence here. Mark, you and I spoke about, you watched the DPL, which I played in with a few of the England sort of disability PD squads, and one of the guys there, Callum Flynn, who does a lot of work with the Lancashire guys. I told him I was on with you today, and he said, "Oh yeah, Churchy saw you 80 odd." He goes, said you batted well, and he said, "I didn't bat as well as Churchy does in his garden."
Well, so. He's far too kind. Far too kind.
You're famous. That's
shot.
Unlucky. Slightly fuller ball from Roach, and Holland smacks it down the ground and hits the
Can I
stumps.
ask you a serious question? When you're captaining, obviously there are different disabilities in your side. How difficult is that sort of, because obviously you're going to have to get your message across to different players in different ways.
Yeah.
How tough is that?
It's really hard, especially when you're trying to communicate with like deaf players. Kimo Roach again into Holland again. Forward defence straight down the ground. Yeah, it's really hard because the deaf players can't use or can't wear any. Sorry, I'm trying to think what they're called. Hearing aids.
Yes.
Apologies. I don't know British Sign Language. It's something I'd like to learn. But yeah, trying to get her attention. I think it's something that all players just have to be aware and look at me as a captain at where I'm stood for the whole game essentially, and also trying to manage learning difficulties. Some people have autism or anxiety issues, so it's how you speak to them a lot as well. There's right back foot punch into the covers. It's difficult.
It's fascinating because look, captaining a cricket side is a tough job anyway, but to do what you're doing as well, I've often thought that just to be able to get that message across in different ways. How important is it as well that you get a bit of time with everybody to get to know them as well? Because once you've built up those relationships, that must get a bit easier, I would have thought.
Yeah, so we have a draft system each year, much like 100 or T20 Blast. It's Kimo Roach again into Holland, who just flicks down to fine leg for a single, and that gets off the mark. So Holland's now 7 off 34. Hampshire 108 for 6. Yeah, look, it's really difficult. And look, I'd love to talk to you more about it later on today. I can see
the
Kevin.
rest of the day.
But yeah, I found I get more out of disability cricket captaining it and being around the people than I do in club cricket. Some of the stories and people you deal with is amazing.
It's fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Anthony.
No worries.
You'll be back with us a bit later. Kevin James is swinging his headphones around away to our left-hand side. It's looking a little like Indiana Jones away to my left when he swings his whip round in the Indiana Jones films. There's quite a few similarities between you and Harrison Ford. As down below us, it's Dan Worrell getting ready to come in over the wicket to the right-handed Holland and swings this one back. Holland is forward solidly, playing this one out into the offside, and there is no run. Holland looking very solid, but I was saying to Anthony, he's a good guy to have coming in at 8 in the fact that he's opened the batting an awful lot for Hampshire.
Yeah, something quite reassuring about that, isn't it? When you're losing wickets regularly, as Hampshire are, you've got, rather than he is an all-rounder, but experience up the order of the moving ball.
Absolutely, and you can see that, especially in defence, as Worrell goes wider of the crease. This time he's looking to drive, doesn't really time this. And that potters up to Rory Burns, stood up there at mid-off. So yes, at the moment in terms of bonus points between Surrey and Essex, it's 2-1. It's 2-1 at the moment to Surrey in terms of bonus points. Because last I looked, Essex had picked up 4 wickets at Northamptonshire 111 for 4 at Wantage Road. Lovely afternoon now, as over the wicket comes Worrell. And Holland's pushing this one back up the pitch to Worrell, and Worrell does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run.
So you need 5 points to be 100% sure.
Yes.
But of course, whatever Essex don't get, knocks off your tally.
Yes. So I think we'll have a better idea by stumps tonight. I think is probably a good way to look at that, Kevin James.
Yeah, and even better tomorrow.
Yes, well, yes, absolutely.
And then, of course, even more the next day.
Yeah, well, yes, indeed, yes. As over the wicket once more comes Worrell to Holland. That's the first short one we've really seen today. And Holland's just ducking underneath it. Banged in by Worrell, just doing something a bit different. And Holland ducking underneath this. Jim Troughton is down there with Matt Dunn and Paul Steele. So his physiotherapist. Those 3 are having a circuit of the ground this morning. Or this afternoon. Because this morning we saw, it was Adams, Birrell and White doing a little circuit of the ground.
Yeah.
Now it's obviously Surrey's turn this afternoon to have a lap of the ground. As over the wicket once again comes Worrell, and Holland flashes this. Bit of width on it. That's well put away by Holland. And that's the great thing about Holland, as that goes over the boundary rope. He knows exactly his areas, doesn't he, to score. So anything with a bit of width on, he's going to throw the hands through it. And that has whistled off to the cover point. Boundary rope, same shot as he got off the mark with. He's on to 11 from 39 deliveries, and Hampshire 112 for 6.
Yeah, this is a role that he's assumed more this season, but he did open the batting once up at Trent Bridge, got 100 actually.
Oh, it's great, that, isn't it? That,
this season.
yeah. Well, every time I see him opening the batting for Hampshire, he's got 100, I think.
Oh.
As in over the wicket comes Worrell. That just swung back a touch, and forward went Holland and played it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. I've seen him take a hat-trick against Surrey as well at Arundel in that COVID championship match.
Was that him or was it James Fuller?
I think that was that Fuller or Holland. Oh no, hang on, sorry, it was Fuller.
Arundel.
But Holland took.
Fuller was hat-trick, wasn't
yes,
it?
but Holland took wickets
Yes, he
in
did.
the first
He did
innings.
get
That's what he
wickets.
did. He
Yes.
picked up a 6 or a 7
That's
in
right,
the
he
first.
did, yeah.
That's it. And then it was Fuller with the hat-trick.
That's right. Dave was there.
Dave was there.
I remember Dave because he was actually scoreboard facilitator in that game because we couldn't see the scoreboard.
Quite right too.
So he sat in front
Very
of us
good.
with a list of numbers.
Very good.
He was
Dave.
very good, wasn't he?
Yes, he was excellent.
Let's keep my rates from the pavilion end. Bowls and short, and that's pulled around. Top edge, Ben Brown goes fine and goes over the rope just below us. 116 for 6. Yes, I'm surprised we haven't asked him to do that again because he was better than any scoreboard. Actually.
Excellent use of the word facilitator from
Yes.
you there as well,
was
Kevin
it?
James.
Well, that
Excellent.
was I had a competition to try and get that word in today,
Yes.
and that was the right time to get it
Yes,
in.
that's the modern way, isn't it, to have
Yes.
sort of the facilitator next to your name as your job.
It is, yes.
Yeah.
Every place should have a facilitator.
Definitely.
Yes.
Dave Allen was very good at that.
Yes.
But yes, I do remember Holland took wickets, didn't
He
he?
did,
In
yeah.
the but then it was Fuller with the hat trick.
It
But
was, yeah.
you add that to his batting. He's a very good cricketer,
He
Ian
certainly
Holland.
is. Ben Brown faces Roach, length ball. Brown was a single, called through by Ian Holland, square on the offside. 113 for 6. Got an email here from Gary Dean, who's another Surrey fan, supporter. Solentcricket@gmail.com. It says, greetings, enjoying the commentary from, I think this is Moniz. I don't know if you've been to Corfu. Anybody here been to Corfu?
No.
No, we haven't. So I'm going to say Moniz in the hope that that's right. It's in the west of Corfu, apparently. As an expectant Surrey fan who's more than happy that BBC Sport is available there. I think the live picture feed might be as well. Hampshire Cricket website and app. Try it if you want to. I'm counting down the points as we take them. As a nice drive from Holland up towards mid-off. Great effort from the boys. Was happy enough that there was rain here this morning. That was in Corfu. If it meant that there was play at the Ageas, which there was. Keep up the good work, one and all, says Gary. So
Very kind, Gary.
well, you just get the feeling that he's there and he's waiting and he's. Well, it's inevitable, isn't it? I did think that this, what will happen this week would have happened last week and maybe even earlier. The way Surrey have just dominated the championship this year, but they've been made to wait. Down the leg side. Oh, they're asking him the caught behind it. He's gone. Good take, Ben Folkes. It died on him down the leg side. He got both hands underneath it with the gloves on, of course. And Holland goes for 11. It's 113 for 7.
Tell you what, that is an excellent catch from Ben Folkes. Low down to his left. Because that was dying on him the whole time. And it's a bit of a bonus, that one, for Surrey. Horrible way to go for Ian Holland. But Surrey will take it. And it means that Hampshire are 7 down now. And Surrey are 2 wickets away from that third bowling point. But that's a third wicket for Kemar Roach. But Holland had looked so solid there, hadn't he? And then just trying to help that ball down the leg side. But that's a very good catch from Ben Folkes. He's made that look easy. But it's anything but really, because he's diving down to his left and his gloves have had to go forward to get underneath the ball. So it's a lovely bit of work that from Ben Folkes. But Surrey have their 7th wicket. And game-wise, Hampshire are in a spot of bother here at 113 for 7 because you never know. It's the old cliche, isn't it? You never know till both sides have batted. But it looks a pretty good track, this.
Well, it just feels as though it's getting a little easier out there. The ball's not moving around as much as it was this morning. So winning the toss and would say has been a huge factor here, because it does look as though with the sunshine out that things are getting a little easier. Of course, with Hampshire in this situation, I know it's all about Surrey, but Hampshire very much are playing for third place here, and they've got to keep an eye on Warwickshire, who are only just behind them. The game between Warwickshire and Somerset is underway now. Somerset 19 for 3 in that game. Warwickshire taking early wickets.
Yeah, it's interesting this, isn't it? Because Essex will obviously be keeping an eye on what Surrey are up to here, but every time Surrey will take a wicket, that will just slightly deflate Essex, because if Surrey can get their 3 bonus points in before Essex get theirs, and they sort of taken that one step.
Here's Roach to Fuller then. Fuller drives up to extra cover.
But again, what I have to say today with this Surrey bowling attack is, I'm sorry to use the R word again, but absolutely relentless. And there is no getting away from any of them, really. And it's not reinventing the wheel, this. And it hasn't been all season. They just have bowlers with different skill sets who bowl to a plan, and they're very, very good at it.
There's Roach again. Thick outside edge from Fuller. It goes out to point. He's off the mark. Throw comes in at the bowler's end. 114 for 7.
Yeah, so I think
persistent, if you didn't want to use the R word.
Yeah, very good, the P word.
Yes.
You have to be very skillful to be able to do this as well. Because the thing with them is, if it is swinging, we've seen, the likes of Roach, Worrell, Clark, if there is something there, oh dear, they can go through you very, very quickly. But what they can also do is, if not huge amounts happening, they can just settle in to bang away, bang away. And they are just a very good bowling attack.
They are. Continuous, if you wanted to use the C word.
Yeah, continuous, yes. I'm not sure I like that quite as much as the other two, but I see what you're saying. Relentless, persistent, continuous. Very good from you, Kevin James.
Thank you.
Very, very good from you.
Just trying to sort of help a fellow commentator out.
Thank you very much. Well, I need all the help I can get these days, I tell you. Dan Worrell from the hotel end is coming in over the wicket to James Fuller, and Fuller is forward. Plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there is no run.
Strict, if you wanted to use the S word.
They've been strict, yes. They've been very, very strict so far this season. Are you going to go through the whole alphabet? I'd be very impressed if you managed it, I have to say. As Rory Burns, under his white floppy sun hat, lobs the ball back. Zed would be interesting. To X would be even more interesting, as Dan Worrell on that arcing run over the wicket he comes. Swings that one back late at Fuller. He's forward, he plays it back up the pitch. You can see the Dan Worrell run from his footprints that he's left behind now. And it's this way he just arcs into the stumps, Dan Worrell.
Yes, giving the ground staff something extra to do at the end of the game, where of course they've got 6 months to get the playing area right for next season. Disciplined, if you wanted to use the D word.
Yeah, right. Elegant. The E word. Over the wicket once again. Is Worrell. Where was Fuller off to there? He's played it very nicely into the leg side, but he sort of stepped away towards square leg and then came back to the stumps and has timed that very nicely into the leg side. He's positive by nature, James Fuller, and they'll pick up 3. 121 for 7. Thinking back to the game earlier in the season in South London, it was the bowlers who sort of set that up for that extraordinary chase. Ollie Pope, that ridiculous 100. With that, it was off Fuller, wasn't it? The turnaround hook shot straight into the pavilion for 6. So young Mr. Pope, who I know is having a little listen at the moment. So good afternoon to you, Oliver. And yes, he did bat out of his skin that day, and it all happened very, very quickly, that, didn't it? It was a pretty balanced game of cricket, but then Surrey picked up those wickets, and then they've won a lot of their games batting last this season as well. That's been the other thing. They chased down 501 against Kent at Canterbury, as they're getting 2 men in on the leg side now for Brown catching, and Brown, a little inside edge as he's seeing gaps through the offside. So he's just trying to nurdle the ball away into the offside, thick inside edge, back onto his pads on that occasion.
Yeah, I think at the time, thinking back to that game, I think James Vince, when I spoke to him after the game, he says, we hung in there for 3 days.
Yep.
Hung in there, which I thought was quite a telling phrase, really. And then, of course, that was it. That was as close as they got.
15-run lead going into the second innings. And at one stage, 198 for 5. Hampshire, short ball, that's nicely played by Brown. That front leg up in the air as he pulls that off his hip out towards deep backward square, and then all out for 258. And then that was a lead of 242. So Surrey had a 243 run chase, and at lunch on the last day they were 10 without loss, and they won by 9 wickets because Pope and Sibley, Pope 122, Sibley 79, and they almost did it at a canter by the end.
It was very easy, wasn't it?
So it was a very good win, their first win of the season, that for Surrey. In fact, their only win not chasing has been the innings win against Warwickshire. Here's the Yorker from Worrell, that dropping the bat on it is the right-handed Fuller. That rolls up towards mid-on, and there is no run. I'll keep going for a little while because Mr. Houser's just got to do a quick update.
Oh, has he?
Into the ODI, and then he'll be with you, he said.
That's okay.
Yes, he's got to break into the one-day international at Bristol.
Right.
At the moment. Just to say, with those results for Surrey this season, that they obviously won that game against Hampshire by 9 wickets, beat Warwickshire by 9 wickets, beat Middlesex by 9 wickets, beat Kent by 10 wickets, beat Kent by 5 wickets, beat Middlesex by 8 wickets, beat Somerset by 10 wickets, batting last, and the only one that wasn't was the innings victory against Warwickshire. So they've always had to chase something.
Yep.
To win the games this season.
122 for 7 here. If you want an update at Bristol, well, there's a rain delay there. Brown drives Kemo Roach out towards extra cover, and there is no run. 280 for 4 of 31 overs, England. Ben Duckett 107 not out, chief scorer. Phil Salt made 61. Will Jacks 39. Zach Crawley 51.
About a bit for Zach Crawley's first game as captain, and he was out second ball the other day.
Yes.
So good to see him get some runs.
He'll be straight back playing for Kent, won't we believe?
Yes.
At the end of that game, here's Roach bowls, and it's a link ball to Brown. It's quietly pushing it up to mid-on. So rain in Bristol. I think I forget what the name of this hurricane that's coming in. Maybe it's already arrived, but I think it's affecting the west of England more than we'll be all right here.
Yeah.
I think it's more the west of England that's got to worry.
I suppose Messrs Crawley, Smith and Jacks, if that is going to rain persistently, might get away a bit earlier.
Well, yeah.
Not that that'll be on the back of their mind.
Of course not. Here's Roach bowls. Another length ball. This time Brown's forward. Goes back towards the bowler.
Yeah, and again, Kemar Roach here with his 3 for 38. Again, he's just hitting that length, isn't he? On or about the off stump.
He is.
Morrell may not have taken a wicket today, but he's done the same thing. 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 28.
There's not been much rubbish out there.
There hasn't. There never is with this mob.
Well, in terms of the number of overs, we're not quite halfway through the day yet. As Roach bowls short, pulled away by Brown, nicely kept down. It's gone quickly out to backward of square leg. I think that's Tom Laws out there, who's just falling over that one. No, it's not. It's Darren Worrell. And 123 for 7, the Hampshire total in. The sun has disappeared. It just feels actually it's got a little bit more cloudy.
It has.
In the last 10 minutes.
It's coming over Telegraph Wood, the weather. Way there at the back of the Rob Bramsgrove Pavilion.
Yeah. Everywhere should have a telegraph wood.
It certainly should.
Yes.
It's a very nice wood. It's got lots of trees.
It's quite high up, as I've mentioned several times. Short, and that just about reaches Ben Folkes as it goes through. And even James Fuller didn't have to duck too low to go underneath that one. But yes, very green. There's a very green outlook behind the pavilion.
It's a gorgeous setting here, isn't it? Yeah, I've always thought that here. But you know, you look over the back of the Rob Bramsgrove Pavilion, you've got all the trees and the woods, and then you've got the nursery ground away to our left, and then behind us you've got the golf course. It's a gorgeous setup here, it really is.
Helps when you start from scratch. Here's Roach bowls, length ball, Fuller pushes that out into the covers, 123 for 7.
I've often said it, and you'd know this better than me, but when I first came here and when it was being built, it was just like we were in a little porter cabin.
We were.
Down to the right, weren't we, before all the stands had been built and everything. Little porter cabin where the walkway is now, away to our right from this hotel. And remember watching the hotel being built as well. So it's amazing, really, how it's sort of grown and grown and grown. And sort of when you come down the road towards it now from up on high, it doesn't half look impressive with the floodlights, and you can see all the top of the stands. It's a terrific ground. It really is.
Yes, I can remember it was just a field.
Yes, absolutely.
With high grass.
It's amazing to think of that.
Well, off the motorway, I know.
What's your amazing story about there was a lion?
Oh,
and
yes,
it turned out not to be a lion.
Well, it's a
Or
very
a
true
stuffed
story.
lion.
I'm trying to think how long ago, maybe 8 years ago or so. I was sitting at home on a Saturday afternoon having a rare day off in the summer because Hampshire weren't playing. And I think I was even watching TV, and I suddenly got a call on my phone that said, "Have you heard about this lion that's running loose at the Ageas Bowl?"
Dan Worrell from the hotel end is into Ben Brown. Short ball, and Brown is pulling, rolling the wrists on this. There is Tom Laws, does well. Sprints round, dives, gets it inside the boundary rope. Great bit of work from Tom Laws. Keeps it down to 2. Brown moves on to 33, 125 for 7.
I'll be honest with you, it's sort of, I was relaxing, and when you hear that, you sort of bolt up.
You look at what you're drinking first,
and you think, all right, okay. I said, well, no, funny enough, I haven't. And this is no lie. It's from the BBC newsroom. And they said, well, we've heard reports that a lion has escaped at Marwell Zoo, which, to be fair, is about 10 miles up the road, so it's gone an awful long way.
Has.
And
done very well to get here.
True story. Yeah.
Over the wicket comes Worrell again. Oh, and Brown, he's not in control of that. That just passed his glove. Short ball again. He's just trying to help it down towards fine leg.
So this was the message I got, and I thought, do you know what? Well, being the true professional that I am,
yes,
even though I'm off, I think I got the call because I think they wanted me to come down here because it's the Ageas Bowl.
And you're very good with wildlife.
Well, that's another story.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I thought, well, I better come down. Anyway, I arrive here, and I'm the only one actually out and about, and there's supposed to be a local league cricket. There's a local league cricket game on the nursery ground,
right,
which they weren't playing. I thought they were at lunch.
As Worrell is in, short ball, and this is pulled again by Brown. They've got 3 in there now on the leg side. Brown having to roll the wrists on that. That one went straight to Cameron Steele, but all along the floor.
So I get into the atrium at the far end, and I said, where is everybody? There's nobody here. I mean, there's no game on here, but there's still people milling around. And they said, well, nobody's allowed outside the buildings. Everybody's locked in.
Yeah.
And they said the game over there, both teams and everybody is locked in the nursery ground pavilion, not allowed out. So, right, okay.
Because of this lion.
Yes.
It's escaped from the zoo 10 miles away.
Yeah,
and has made its way up the M27. As in comes Worrell, and that's short, and Brown is helping this down to fine leg, and that actually will beat the dive of Kemar Roach. So he's keeping going with the short ball, but Brown in control of that. He's not trying to hook that, he's just helping it. Round the corner for 4. He's on to 37, 129 for 7.
So I spoke to a lady, I forget her name, I'll think of her in a minute. Anyway, so I said to her, what's going on? She said, well, we believe the police helicopter has been sent up with some heat searchers to find out where this line is on the, because nobody knows on this, and it's a big site, as you know, with the golf course and the other land. So until we know exactly where the line is on site, everybody's been locked inside.
Worrell over the wicket, he comes, another short one. And Brown is pulling at this, but that potters down into the leg side. He's going to keep going at Brown here with the short ball. Patel does the fielding, and there's no run.
It's absolutely, honestly, so true. Anyway, so we wait around a while, and nothing's happening. And then all of a sudden, I heard somebody say, "Oh, no, it's all right. We're allowed out now. They know what they've found the line, so we're all okay." And it turned out that somehow somebody had brought a cuddly lion onto the site and had left it on the second tee at the golf club.
As in over the wicket once again comes Worrell, and Brown is pulling this one. And again, he's not completely in control of that. He's just helping it around the corner. And he gets no run as Ryan Patel does the fielding. End of the over, 129 for 7.
But it wasn't any old cuddly line. It was like a full size one.
Life size.
Apparently,
lion.
no lions, they get down. They sort of squat, or not squat, but they sort of half lie down. Well, apparently that was the shape of this cuddly toy in the real sort of size, and they'd left it on the tee. And that's where these reports. So I guess somebody else on another fairway had seen this line in the distance and raised the alarm, and that's when caused panic on the whole side.
With the fact that it hadn't moved for about 5 hours, not to possibly pointed towards the fact that it wasn't a real lion?
Well, unless somebody thought it was sleeping.
Yes, that's true. Yes, yeah.
But there you are, and that is a 100% true story. Here comes Kemar Roach. I think it might still be on the internet if you care to have a look and get a few more details. It's pushed out into the covers, and there's no run.
Well, welcome to listeners on 5 Sports Extra who are back with us just at the end of that amazing story from Kevin James of the escaped lion at the Ageas Bowl. Wow. So did you have to go on air and tell everybody that it's actually a cuddly toy?
I think I might have done a report into the sports show and said false alarm everybody, which I don't think many people were too surprised about.
No,
I mean, how does a lion make its way 10 miles down the M3 and get on this side?
They're quick.
It's turned away down to fine leg. But it's a great story, probably better than the way I've told it. That'll be a single, takes Hampshire on to 131 for 7.
I'm glad it wasn't a real lion, obviously, because that could have been quite dangerous. But what I do love about that story is the fact that everybody was locked in as well.
I know.
As a cuddly toy.
Panic, real panic.
As a cuddly toy was...
Yeah.
Well, it was the same sort of difference when the crossbow bolt landed at the Kia Oval.
Yes.
God dear.
But that was a real life arrow.
That was a proper arrow, yes.
Here comes Kemar Roach. Length ball to Ben Brown. He pushes that quietly up to mid-on.
Yes. That was. But we all got locked in then as well. Well, we were on air for hours because we didn't know when we could leave. And we were sort of doing live commentary on the situation. And then it was all a bit anticlimactic, really, because sort of someone just walked in at about 7 o'clock and said, "Oh, no, it's all right. We can go home now." And it was just sort of, oh, and that's it, is it?
As if nothing had happened.
Been on air for, it seemed, forever.
Cost Middlesex a place in Division 1.
Well, yeah.
Here's Roach from the pavilion end. Sure, Ben Brown's trying to pull that away. Misses, goes through to Folkes.
Yes, they keep going with this short ball to him. And he's just trying to help it round the corner. Surrey now have 2 bowling points with Hampshire 130 for 7. So another couple of wickets. Surrey will have their 3 bowling points. And just a reminder to everybody, they need to get 5 points in this game to be crowned county champions.
That's right.
Dependent, of course, of what happens at Wantage Road between Northamptonshire and Essex.
So Northamptonshire basically have to get 4 bonus points. Sorry, Essex do, don't they? And the win, that's the nice pull shot. Gets hold of that one, does Ben Brown. Goes down harmlessly to fine leg. And he moves on to 38. 131 for 7. Do you want to take a break at the end of this over?
Yes, because Mr. Howes...
Well, either Mr. Howes can come on or Dave Allen.
Mr. Howes is otherwise...
He's otherwise engaged.
Engaged at the moment.
Yeah. So
Discussing back at BBC headquarters the lion story, I think, and whether you are available to present the new wildlife show on the BBC. I do love the fact that you were sent down here as well on wildlife.
I think I was the nearest.
Reporter.
Fuller pushes that up towards mid on end of the over. Roach has now completed 13 overs, 3 for 41. Hampshire 131 for 7. So one of the most bizarre days. And in the end, everybody, it was the Hampshire Academy actually that were playing here, and they ended up just playing the rest of the game. Came out day very much like this, having been locked in the pavilion for a couple of hours. Then everybody just, once they realised it was a cuddly line and not a real line, everything around the site just returned back to normal. I know Dave Allen will remember that story. It caused a lot of amusement at the time. Not whilst, of course, they didn't realise it was a real line, but afterwards it was of course it's not a real line. But I think before that everybody actually thought, well, actually it could very well be. Here's Dan Worrell. Bowls short, and Brown pulls that into the ground, and the ball just trickles down towards fine leg. They are definitely aiming the short ball at Ben Brown. He moves on to 39, 132 for 7. You remember that, Dave, don't
you? I do remember it, yeah. I was also remembering those those games at Arundel that you were talking about, and I tell you what happened. When I did the scoreboard, it was actually the game against Essex. There wasn't actually that much play, but I think, didn't Alistair Cook get 100?
Yes.
Yeah, and I was sat out there. I brought a whiteboard from my educational days, and I'd created numbers from the numbers that you can buy to stick on dustbins. And I was keeping that, so I was looking at the scoreboard and sticking them up so that you could see what the score was.
Fantastic. Warren runs away from us. Length ball to Fuller. Nice straight bat as he pushes that up towards mid-on.
But the commentary that I did, which I was on with Mark actually, when James Fuller did the hat-trick, was just too bizarre for words, because I just said to him, I've been watching county cricket for 60 years and never seen a hat-trick. Nobody ever takes a hat-trick when I'm watching. And I had my camera at the ready as the historian, just in case. And he took the hat-trick, and I shouted, I got it, meaning that I'd taken the photograph. But it was the worst piece of commentary that I've ever done in my life. It's completely chaotic, really. And Mark fortunately came to the rescue and made sensible comments, and we got through it.
It's Worrell, length ball to Fuller. Pushing that up to Jordan Clark.
And then there was a lovely follow-up, if you remember that. I took a photograph of James Fuller with the ball. Behind him was the umpire, Billy Taylor,
yes,
who had taken the first hat-trick ever on this ground.
Yes.
And behind him was you, one of the commentators, who took 4 and 4 balls at Northams Road. Yeah. And I got that photograph.
I was in the distance.
Yes, you were in the distance, but that was only because you were further away historically.
It's great fun. I remember the photo being taken. I remember it on one of your publications, Dave. Here's
absolutely.
Bowls and Fuller off the back foot. Hits that to back with a point. That's a good stop by Sid Harson, the overseas player for Surrey.
And Mark was absolutely right in remembering that in the first innings, Ian Holland was opening the bowling in those days, because of course Kyle Abbott, because of lockdown, couldn't come back.
That's right.
Mo Abbas, I don't think, had signed for us then. Fidel Edwards couldn't come back, you know. So Ian Holland was opening the bowling, and I'm pretty sure he took 6 for not many. Right. Yeah.
Very few overseas players, of course, able to travel. I'm off at the end of this over, just to remind everybody of the situation in the international. It's short, and Fuller is ducking underneath that one. There is no play currently at Bristol between England and Ireland. England currently 280 for 4 after 31 overs. And there are runs for the England batters in that game, most notably Ben Duckett, who's 107 not out, but they're off a rain there.
I wonder if that's the early hints of this storm, whatever it is that's coming.
There isn't such a storm thingy, but I can't remember the actual storm's name.
I think it begins with an A, Angela or Audrey or something, but I won't swear to it.
Annie.
Sure. Maybe
Here comes
Annie.
Worrell.
Annie, yeah.
Length ball hits the shoulder of the bat, but goes away harmlessly past second slip down to third. That's the end of the over, and Hampshire move on to 136 for 7 with James Fuller on 9. 3 wickets that have fallen since lunch. Tom Press for 11, Liam Dawson for 13, Ian Holland for 11. Dave Allen will stay on, and then from the Hampshire Disability and England Disability team, it's Anthony Clapham.
Storm Agnes. I knew it was an A. Thank you very much, Kevin. Kevin Howell, that is Storm Agnes on its way. So, it's running repairs for... is it Ben Folks? I think it might be... I think it might be Ben Folks. And it also looks like we're in for a bowling change from the pavilion end, and so Roach has 3 for 41, Worrell 0 for 39, Clark 1 for 19, Overton 0 for 11, and the board has just cleared itself before I could tell you the last one. The partnership is 19. I think it's Overton who's going to bowl, having not bowled very much. It is indeed Overton who's bowling. It's very full, and he comes all the way down to have a little chat with Ben Brown, tell him how well he thought he played that defensive shot. I imagine Ben Brown on 39 from 47 in a difficult season. He's looked quite good today, hasn't he, do you think?
Yeah, well, yeah, he has. I've been really impressed actually. He's looked really positive, busy. As I think I said earlier, last game of the season, a bit more, bit freer, I guess.
Yeah, could well be. Overton in bowls, and Brown just digs that one out very full. That's,
just Overton's third over of the day.
Yeah.
He bowled 2 from this end, and he was a bit all over the place, if I'm honest.
Yeah, he
a bit
was.
leg side, bit, full tosses. So maybe prefers to come down the hill slightly. I wouldn't like to face Jamie Overton. He's quite a big, tall bowler, and he bowls with some pace as well.
Yep. Here he comes, bowls, and that's down leg side, and Ben Foakes takes it. Throws it to first slip, who doesn't manage to stop it. Second slip has to run after it and get it. Second slip. I've no idea who second slip is, I have to be honest. They've got no numbers on them if they're wearing sweaters. But he looked to me just a minute ago as if he was warming up to bowl, and what he did then was to return the ball to the man at cover with what looked like wrist spin. So we should discover
Cameron
some...
Steele.
Overton bowls, that's clipped away on the leg side. There's a man backward square leg, really, not even long leg. It's picks that up and they take a single. So Hampshire's innings progresses slowly to 137 for 7. We're in the 47th over, so that's up around 3. The run rate is 2.9, so that is up around 3. Yep. He's got 2 men backward of square on the leg side, both 10 yards in from the boundary, but doesn't bowl anything that's going to tempt Fuller to play down there. Fuller just drives it back and Overton fields from his own bowling. It's a bit brighter again now. There's quite a lot of blue sky. It's looking a bit gloomy down towards Portsmouth, which is very unusual for such a wonderful place. But I don't think it's rain gloomy. I think it's just not quite as bright as it is over the Solent immediately in front of us. Overton bowls, and this time Fuller clips it away down to one of those men on the leg side, the finer of the two.
Yeah, and you're right. I think Cam Steele is going to be guy at second slip. Cameron Steele is going to come on to bowl. So the 28-year-old, born in America, actually.
Well, he holds
California.
a unique. Well, I don't know if it's unique across the whole of England, but certainly for Hampshire, holds a unique record in that he opened the batting in a championship match for Hampshire at Taunton with Ian Holland. Certainly the only time in Hampshire's history that 2 Americans have opened the batting. So whether it's happened for any other county, I have no idea. But
goes to the same. I did go to the same school as my brother at the moment, Millfield, down in Taunton. So quite a good school. Bowls right arm leg spin. He's taken 32 wickets in his first class career. He's played for Hampshire, as you mentioned. Played for Durham as well. A few second 11 stints at Middlesex and Somerset, Durham MCCU, and obviously now Surrey. So,
do you know, I think when he played for Hampshire, he came to us on loan from Durham. I think he was under contract to Durham at the time, and we borrowed him, and he scored 15 and 15 or something in the match, and we didn't use him again, but he's been quite regular with Surrey.
So we have a slip, catch mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, slightly deeper as Cam still comes in. That's a lovely start. Pitches on leg stump, a little bit of spin, and Fuller plays it to backward point. The sweepers fielder here, a deep cover and a deep mid-wicket. So anything tossed up, I reckon Fuller would fancy himself to go over mid-off and mid-on here. So this is going to be an interesting battle here as Cam still comes in again. Lovely action, a bit shorter, and he's played it off his legs down to backward square for 4 runs. Bit of a loosener there from Cameron Steele, but well put away by James Fuller. And that brings Hampshire to 142 now for 7, and Fuller goes on to 13 off 20. You've been passed a little note, Dave.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, after this ball...
It looks a bit of a long one,
It's
actually.
just for people listening on 5 Live at Sports Extra.
Okay. Cam Steele comes in, sort of wide of off stump, comes in and floats it up. Hits straight to mid-wicket there. This is going to be an interesting stage here. The sun is beaming down now on Ageas. looks like some really good batting conditions now. As Cam Steele just tosses the ball from one hand to the other. Number 44. Hop, skip and a jump and floating. He strikes a sweep. Looks pretty straight. Not given. That looked close. Maybe going down. Not sure if that's the option, but
yeah, not sure about that. So, listening on five Sports Extra, rain stopped play at Bristol, where England were 261 for 3 versus Ireland. So until further news from there, we're continuing with the final round of county championship matches, including this one between Surrey and Hampshire at the Ageas Bowl.
very good, Dave. Cameron Steele again. Been very accurate so far, apart from the short one, the second ball, but everything else has been sort of pitching on sort of middle and leg, trying to turn it, trying to rip one past the off stump from for James Fuller. It's top of his mark, trying to close out the over here. Can he create a chance? As Cameron Steele is on off stump. Fuller again tries to hit it against the spin, squirts out to mid wicket for no run. So just trying to see if Cam Steele didn't bowl in the first innings last week. Did he play?
I was
he did play. Yeah.
concentrating a bit on my public service announcement, but it did look to me like that appeal was pretty adjacent.
Yeah, it looks pretty close to it. Yeah. I have to watch that back. I mean, it's for me, trying to sweep a leg spinner or a left arm spinner is probably not the right option, especially when it's full like that.
Hampshire very keen on sweeping spinners. I think they were doing it a lot at Essex, and eventually, of course, they succeeded.
I mean, that kind of pitch, I guess, Chelmsford as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Overton bowls, and that's clipped off his toes by Ben Brown, and he scurries away and comes back for 2 runs. So Hampshire, they're not quite moving towards respectability, but they're on the way to that now, and there was a danger at one point that they might just collapse in a bit of a heap. So 144 for 7, still quite away from any points for them. But
I think it goes to show, though, Dave, just how good this pitch is, though, doesn't it? Ian Holland faced quite a few balls as well.
I think so. Yeah. Softer ball as well. Overton bowls. Well, that's a wild, and to be honest, it balloons down the leg side. I mean, he's bowling it short and it gets up, but it's not at all threatening really. It's misdirected and just sort of bounced.
It's a ploy. They've got the deep 2 guys down fine leg and deep square leg behind deep square, actually, I guess, for that top edge.
Yeah.
It's a shot that Ben Brown likes to play, so we'll see how they go with this.
Brown off 42 from 53, so it's making good progress. Overton bowls. Well, that was one of those little flicks round on the back foot, really, and he doesn't get that right at all. It just bounces out on the offside. So whether he was just done by a bit of pace there, Overton. Is Overton the quickest of them we were talking about?
I'd say so, yeah, on his day for sure. I mean, Laws has been really, really impressive though, isn't he? Like,
yes,
he seems to get a nice bit of bounce.
Yes.
He's not the tallest, but yeah, Jamie Overton is like you say, a quicker bowler, but
yeah. It's bowling again, and this time Brown just plays an orthodox defensive shot. Back to the bowler, who picks it up. And in his 4th over now, Overton, not bowled a maiden yet, 0 for 14. So
struggled, hasn't he, really, to find a bit of rhythm. Hopefully he can find something now coming from Bramsgrove Pavilion End.
Yeah.
Hopefully comes and gets a bit more rhythm and
he bowls, and from outside off stump, and again rather bouncy. Overton has his hands on his hips as if he's fed up with it, but it actually wasn't that quick again, and it bounced outside the off stump, and Brown pulled it round backward of square to the man down there quite safely, and comes through for a single.
Almost just tried to help that along, didn't he?
Yeah. Whether he just didn't like the fact that he was pulling from outside off stump, but was okay. Brown rehearses the shot at the umpire's end, and Overton turns with the pavilion behind him, and he bowls, and that's a better directed bouncer, which Fuller quite easily just ducks underneath and goes through the bend. Folks, end of the over, 145 for 7. Run rate's exactly 3 now, so they have just pushed on a bit, Hampshire, holding Surrey up in terms of getting this 3rd bowling point. They need 2 more wickets.
Just the 1 wicket this season for Cam Steele. Only bowled the 46 overs, to be fair, but
they've got an odd situation with spinners at Surrey, really, haven't they? Because we were talking earlier about the lockdown season, and that was when Amar Verdi was looking like a really promising spin bowler, but he just seems to have disappeared into the second 11 now. And of course, they've got Will Jacks, who is a sort of on the verge of England spinner, but
Cam Steele, lovely. Yeah, he's definitely got a radar now. Cam Steele comes over the wicket, sort of a couple of jumps, 2 steps into his stride, and then nice loopy leg spinner. Good pace as well. Doesn't really get it above the eye line of the batters here. And he tried sweeping that again from against Cam Steele, which I'm sure he'll be happy, but Ben Brown plays that behind square for 4. I don't think the bowler's going to be too unhappy with that shot, though. So it's a risky shot, that. Sort of on leg stump, but well executed there from Ben Brown, and that moves on to 47. Just 3 away from his half century, and he has really batted well. Chanceless, really. He's played a few sort of back foot punch shots, which is really his bread and butter, and he tends to play spin pretty well as well, does Ben Brown. So maybe looking to get to his 50 this over as Cam Steele comes in again. Slightly shorter this time, and Ben Brown rocks back, plays it down into backward point.
There's a man out deep square leg now for that shot, but the one thing I would say about Steele is he's bowling very accurately for a wrist spinner. Yeah. I'm not sure that there's much evidence of turn. He's bowling very full, turn, no. So it's hard to see, but
no, that's down leg. Oh, there's been a mix-up here. Kemar Roach and Fuller seems to go wanted the single. Cheeky leg by, but Ben Brown, I think, was having none of it. No need to risk it there. Kemar Roach wasn't really switched on for that either, so in all. Just back in now to Cameron Steele. Slightly wider. That's more of a risk-free shot there from Ben Brown. Outside off stump. No chance of LBW, and plays the sweep out to a good stop actually from Kemar Roach.
150.
And the round of applause is 150 up for Hampshire inside 50th over, which I think we're all pleased with, when they're 70 odd for 5 earlier on. So Ben Brown moves on to 48, and that brings Fuller in to face the final ball of Cam Steele's over as we approach tee. Cam Steele loops it up, outside edge there. Just tried to work it through the leg side, bit of turn, and finds the outside edge of Fuller and goes down to the bowler to pick it up. And that brings the over. So 150 for 7, as I said, just around the grounds. I think England are still off at the moment with the rain, and it has got a bit cloudy here. There's not due to have any more rain here at the Ageas Bowl, so England are still off. Lancashire have moved on to 231 for 5. Bohannon, fantastic innings for 113. Balderson now on 54, not out. Middlesex 33 for 1.
Jamie Overton to bowl from the far end, and that's just played defensively out on the onside by Ben Brown.
And something actually on Warwickshire, I believe that's at Edgbaston, hasn't been the best wicket this year, and Somerset are 37 for 5. Hannon Dolby's got 1, Rushworth a couple.
Won't suit Hampshire in terms of prize money and final place at the moment. Warwickshire looking favourites for the 3rd spot. Not quite sure how close Lancashire are. Don't think they are, but that's pulled.
Oh, what a shot
by Ben Brown. Square. The man is backward of square, and he's got no chance of picking that up. And Ben Brown goes to his half century, which will please him greatly.
That was a top shot. That is Ben Brown all over. Pull shot, short arm jab in front of square. Just shows you maybe how slow the pitch is. Jamie Overton's not a slow bowler, and he's pulled it in front of square for 4. And he's looked really, really busy since coming in. 52 off 63, really impressive.
It's his third half century of the season, and
he got on to 100
he got
now?
95 in the second game and 55 up at Northants. So this, I think a 52 in difficult circumstances against Surrey is probably worth a bit more than 55 up at Northants. Overton bowls. Brown is ready, and he just flicks it round the corner. This time it goes to the man fielding backward of square, and they take a single.
Plays that well, doesn't he? The sort of short arm jab.
Yeah. Actually, I'm just seeing that his top score this season is 95 at the Oval. So he's enjoyed Surrey. His innings against Surrey this season, 95, 32 and 53 not out. So for a man who's struggled, he's done very well against what I guess we can fairly confidently say are the county champions.
He had a fantastic start. I think 2 warm-up games back-to-back, got 200. So you'd be disappointed he hasn't gone on into the season, but it's the last game.
Overton bowls, and Fuller this time just gives himself room, clips it to mid-on and tempts Kima Roach, who has a hurl at the stumps, misses, and Fuller is through for a single. So 156 for 7. I just need to tell you that Mark Church is demonstrating dance steps to Kevin Howells and Kevan James, and looking pretty terrific. Jamie Overton comes in and bowls, and Ben Brown just plays that defensively out on the offside. It's fielded backward point. No run. Mark's calmed down now, but it might be that he's warming up for something tonight. What is it? Oh, it's Tuesday. Is it Tuesday tonight? Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't know if it's dance
Carabao
night.
Cup's back on tonight. Manchester United, my team, are playing Crystal Palace at home.
Oh, are they?
Obviously,
okay.
you can tell from my accent, my Manc accent. I'm a
I
local
was just
Manchester
thinking
United
that.
fan.
Yeah. Here's Jamie Overton, and again that's a bouncy ball which Ben Brown keeps down, plays backward a square, comes through for a single, pinches the strike. 157 for 7. Ben Brown 54.
Yeah, I like this. This is the challenge now. If we can get one more over him before tea. You know, Ben Brown's on strike. They're going to give Cam Steele another go, and Ben Brown is pretty positive against spin. Likes to sweep, so anything outside his right eye line looks like he's going to sweep. They've just got the one man out at deep square leg, so if you can get it in front of square, and then it'll be a sure boundary.
There are 37 overs remaining, but I'm not sure if we're playing a fixed tea interval because of the late start, or whether we are playing 32. Kevin's about to tell me something.
It's Cam Steele again. It's down the leg, so he's just tried to paddle sweep that down. They've only got a sort of, I guess, a forward 45 in Kemar Roach, so missed out there, I think, Ben Brown.
So T is 340.
Okay,
Anthony,
so he might be able to squeeze a couple more overs here.
Might get one more. Yeah.
Cam Steele stands, tosses the ball from one hand to the other, approaches the crease slightly wider. Ben Brown cuts that in front of the sweeper cover, comes back for 2. Bit of confusion with Fuller and Ben Brown's a couple of times. That's happened today.
Yeah.
Just needs to be a clear yes or no. There seems to be a bit of a communication mishap there, but they take the single, and that brings Fuller onto strike. And I think if he loops one up to Fuller here, he will go and try and hit it over mid-on and mid-off. Mid-on's kind of gone back, sort of floaty long on now, is Sibley. There's Cam Steele, comes to the crease, bit shorter, and that's good batting from Fuller. Off the back foot, punches it into... I'm not going to say a long on, it's a mixture between a mid-on and a long-on, and they take the single. Trying to entice Fuller to hit over his head there, and that brings Ben Brown back on strike. This is the wicket that Surrey will need before tea. Again, slightly off. Well, that's a bit of turn there, sort of pitched on sort of middle and off. Bit of turn, slow turn though, and Ben Brown's played that off the back foot. Ben Brown's going to take his time here. 2 balls to go in the over. 3 minutes till the tea break. It's Cam Steele again, floats the ball from one hand to the other, approaches the crease. Nice looking shot there from Ben Brown. Punches it through the covers for a single to, I think it's Worrell out there. And Folkes makes that look very easy. Look very strange seeing Ben Folkes with Kookaburra gloves. He'd obviously been a Grey Nicks man most of his life. Other brands are available. Obviously changed manufacturers this year. So Cam Steele comes into Fuller now and gets through short cover, getting out to Worrell in the sweeper boundary, and that brings Hampshire on to 161 for 7. This is a good partnership. Fuller 16 off 29, Ben Brown looking really good on 56, and Hampshire have 2 minutes to tee, and I think this will be the last over with Jamie Overton, and I think they'll be looking for a breakthrough. Hampshire, if they can just try and get through this stage, so winning back the session here, Dave.
How can you tell that he's got a particular brand of gloves from about 150 yards away or something? Can you see that?
I'm a bit of a badger, Dave. I like my cricket, so I know what. Yeah, seen him on a bit closer up on socials and things like that. But the particular brand he's using, white and green, are quite synonymous. For,
Overton bowls. Fuller gives himself room, plays it away on the offside, and plays it straight through cover off the back foot for 4 runs.
Great shot, isn't it? Stepped outside leg stump.
Yeah. Overton still struggling, to be honest with you. 5 overs and 1 ball, 0 for 26. And changes in the field now. Rory Burns is, well, I'm not sure. Mark Church is definitely dancing again here, and I'm still not sure quite what he's doing, but Kevin Howells looks tremendously impressed by it all. The men moving about on the offside, but actually not much has changed. Fuller looks to give himself some room, but Overton bowls short and Fuller ducks underneath it. No attempt at a shot. There's 3 men out deep on the leg side now. There's a fine leg, a long leg, who's at sort of 45 degrees, and a square leg.
I don't think this is going to be pitched up, Dave. I think this is going to be short, and I think Fuller expected that from the first ball, stepping outside leg stump and punching it through covers for 4. So I wonder what Fuller's going to do here. Is he going to take it on? Is he going to duck and weave?
Last over before tea, Fuller is somewhat impetuous sometimes. Well, he does quite nicely there, because he feints as if to move and then comes back in line and clips it off his toes up to Kemel Roach at mid-on, and they go through for a single. So Ben Brown is on strike on 56, and the man at 45 degrees out on the leg side comes back. He comes back to a sort of backward square leg, halfway back to the boundary, and there's another man at a sort of short square leg just in front of the umpire, crouching as if he wants to catch. And Overton bowls short, and Ben Brown, it's just outside the off stump, has absolutely no interest in doing anything with that whatsoever. And there are 2 balls to go.
I do have some news, Dave, and due to a period of extremely heavy rain in Bristol, the match between England and Ireland has now been abandoned after 31 overs. So England were flying there, and that'll be their last game before they head off to the to India for the World Cup. So a bit disappointing. It's good to see Duckett get his 100. I think it still counts.
2, it still counts. Yeah. 2 slips in now. They've changed that round, and Ben Brown just pushes it very gently out on the onside square leg, and something's happened. It's probably the 50 partnership. Somebody knows it is the 50 partnership, and now lots of people are excited as I am. Yeah, 50 runs from 73 balls in 48 minutes, and it's just made the Hampshire score at least somewhat more respectable. The man at second slip can't decide whether he has to be at second slip or not, but he's gone away and come back, so it will be James Fuller to face the last ball before tea. Overton bowls, it's just full, and Fuller pushes it to mid-off, scampers a single, drops his bat, has to go back and pick it up. The shy at the stumps misses also, and they are disappearing for tea. So the tea score 168 for 7. Surrey have 2 of the 3 bowling points that they need to pursue this championship title, but they've been held up and frustrated somewhat by that very good 50 plus partnership by James Fuller 22 and Ben Brown 57.
I think we're going to take a break, aren't we?
I think we are, yes, and go and have a cup of tea. Thank you very much. See you soon.
tea break, day one of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Surrey. It's the final round of fixtures in the 2023 County Championship season, and Surrey, well, they are looking to clinch the Division 1 title for a second year in a row. Will they do it today? We'll have to wait and see, because it literally is down to bonus points between themselves and Essex, who are up at Northamptonshire, as to when Surrey will be able to get their hands on that trophy. The state of play here at the Ageas Bowl is that Hampshire, having been asked to bat first after Surrey won the toss this morning, not unsurprisingly after a heavy shower of rain delayed us by an hour, are 168 for 7. Now that does represent a bit of a recovery, because they were 113 for 7 when Ian Holland was out, and that recovery has come chiefly through Ben Brown, the wicket-keeper, who hasn't had the best of seasons with a bat, but he certainly played well this afternoon. He's 57 not out. He's been well supported by James Fuller, one of 2 changes in the Hampshire side, along with Ian Holland. And they have put on 51 unbroken for the 8th wicket. Your commentary team for the evening session, a little later, you'll hear from Mark Church, the voice of Surrey cricket. We'll also, a little later, we'll hear from Hampshire historian and archivist Dave Allen. But it's myself, Kevin James, and from the Hampshire Disability team and the England Disability team, it's Anthony Clapham. Anthony, good afternoon. Hampshire working hard, aren't they, to sort of get themselves back on track?
Yeah, good afternoon, Kevin. It's the sun is shining. That was a fantastic partnership, or good end to the tea session for Hampshire there. Ben Brown 57, Fuller 22. Both of these guys scored some runs against Surrey earlier on in the season as well. So it looks like Surrey are going to continue with Cameron Steele from our end, which is the hotel side. He got a bit of spin, not massive, pretty slow. I think the batters in just before tea were playing him off the back foot quite comfortably, and anything sort of full they were trying to sweep or hit to the sweeping boundaries of cover and deep square. So here we go then. Cam Steele, top of his mark, comes into James Fuller, straight on the money there. Ben Brown's interested in his single. I don't know if you noticed, Kevin, there was actually a couple of instances earlier where, I don't know whether it was they couldn't hear each other, but a couple of indecisive moments with the running with these two. So just keep an eye on that, as Cam Steele just tosses the ball from his right hand to his left hand. Number 44 on the back of his shirt comes into the crease, and just that's shaped up nicely. That bit of spin, but I think pitched outside leg there from where we so a bit of spin there. I think with the field up as well, Kevin, I think anything tossed up, I think Fuller's going to give it the long handle over mid-on, mid-off here.
He likes to be positive.
Let's see then. So we've got an extra cover and the boxman mid-wicket here. Slightly Fuller, and that's got a bit of bat on it, I think. It's going down to fine leg. Kemar Roach is giving chase, and they'll come back for the second. Oh, they come back for the third. That's great running there. Ben Brown's very positive running. And they come back to the third, and it has been given as runs, and that's definitely something I've noticed since Ben Brown has come into the crease. He's been very, very busy, and he's looked really good for his 57. So he's on strike now. He does like to sweep, so anything outside his right eye line, I think he's going to try and hit it out to the sweep boundary on the leg side, deep square leg, or even in front of him in mid-wicket. Anything sort of short, he'll try and punch it through the covers. Let's have a look. And the Cam Steele approaches to Ben Brown, and another full toss. This time Ben Brown hits it out to the cover boundary very safely, as Worrell picks it up, throws it into Folkes, brings the score on to 173 for 7. A good start.
There certainly is, yeah. Ben Brown's it's only his third half century of the season in this year's championship competition. It's his second highest score of the season, and his highest, 95, was against Surrey at the Oval.
Yeah. So I think looking to replicate that again, as Cam Steele into Fuller, leg spinner, so he turns the ball from leg to off, and Fuller has tried to play that onto the leg side, so a fairly high risk shot if the ball's turning, but gets away with it. As Cam Steele again comes in to finalise the over. Oh, that looks pretty adjacent to me, and he's given. I mentioned before, T, that sweeping the leg spinner when it's that full is a high risk shot, and Fuller tries to do it. This one it's pretty straight, and the umpire has given it. And looking at the replays, it's pretty adjacent, and Cam Steele picks up his second wicket of the season. Fuller for a good stay, batted for just shy of an hour for his 25. He actually got, I think he got 25 in the earlier game this season against Surrey, so he'll be disappointed with that. But good partnership there, and a key breakthrough for Surrey.
Yeah, I have to say I gave that out the minute it hit his pad. I think you did as well, Anthony.
And we're about 200 metres back.
Yeah, it looked very out, I'm afraid. Just to bring you up to date with what's going, of course, going on in the county championship, because of course many Surrey supporters and listeners are watching and listening. BBC Sport website and app, of course, and Hampshire Cricket website and app for the live picture feed. And where are we? Northamptonshire against Essex. Now Essex have picked up 1 bonus point so far. Northamptonshire 165 for 4. Surrey have picked up 2 so far, but 1 wicket away from picking up 3, and they most definitely, to confirm their county championship title, will be 5, but of course depending on what Essex do, that would come down. But at the moment Surrey have picked up 1 more, haven't they? So if they get 3, which is 1 more wicket, then they'll only need 2 more as things stand at the moment.
That was a good bowling change by
took me a while to work that out.
Good bowling change from Rory Burns. Gave Cam Steele a few overs before tea.
Yeah. You know you've done well when you get an applaud. Do you know what? In all the years I've done this, I don't think Mark Church has ever applauded me on anything.
He's very happy today, isn't he?
Yeah, well, quite rightly, because if you're not happy with a Surrey in this situation as a commentator, then you shouldn't really be doing the job. But to be fair to him, he's always happy when he's... and so he should be when Surrey play Hampshire, because normally they come out on top. Here's John Clark then from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Ben Brown. A lot rests on Ben Brown's shoulders now as Jordan Clark's in full. Brown works that out square on the offside, and there is no run. So that's the situation at the top of the table.
I was leaving the house today, Kevin, and I was thinking we're quite high up in the gantry.
Yes.
It's end of September. The mornings have been really, really cold, and I saw the forecast. Thinking, I think I've packed a rain jacket, sort of I was going to bring a beanie. I'm standing all in black at the moment. I've got no sunglasses, no hat, and the sun is beaming down on us. It is lovely even, isn't it? This is Indian summer, as they call it.
It's brilliant, isn't it? Are you over hot or about right?
No, I'm over hot, yeah.
Well, that's good. Welcome to our new listeners as well. As Clark comes in, bowls to Ben Brown, push it out on the offside, and there is no run. So just repeat the game situation here. 172 for 8. Hampshire haven't been put into bat. We lost an hour this morning because of a heavy shower just before the start of play. Hampshire at lunch 60 for 4. They went into tea at 168 for 7. Bowling was good all round from the Surrey seamers. The wickets were shared around by T. Roach had 3. Jordan Clark, we're seeing bowling at the moment, had 1. Tom Laws continuing his good season. He had 3 as well, as he's trying to cut that away on the offside. In fact, it's gone over the slips, and that will be 4 runs. And Brown moves on to 62, and it's 176 for 8. Ben Brown, who's been short of runs, only his 3rd half century of the season. He's moved on to 62 now. Kyle Abbott is out there with him. James Fuller, the 1 wicket that has fallen in the first over after tea. LBW to Cameron Steele, the leg spinner for 25, trying to sweep a straight one. And he was plumb in front, and we could tell he was plumb in front because we literally are wicket to wicket.
Yeah, great viewpoint from
here. Is, yeah. We're all umpires in here. We normally are, even if we were squarer. Here comes Jordan Clark, bowls, and Brown pushes that out to mid-wicket, in the covers, and there's no run. So Surrey have 2 points, started the day needing 5 to make sure, and they're on the cusp of picking up their 3rd bonus point if they can pick up 1 more wicket of Hampshire's, which you would assume would come before the end of the day at some point, because we still have 33 and a bit overs to bowl in the day's play. With the sunshine out, but it's not completely clear overhead. There are some clouds, but they're quite high as Clark bowls, and Brown gets a length ball which he pushes out on the offside, and there is no run. So at the moment, and we're hearing stories of all sorts of current players from Surrey who are not playing, and maybe even 1 or 2 of those from yesteryear are making their way towards the Ageas Bowl, expecting the inevitable to happen at any moment. The inevitable being Surrey retaining the trophy.
Will Mark Church be in the change room having a
he doesn't miss out. He doesn't miss out on the big moments. He's one of those, as Brown gets another length ball, which he pushes up to mid-off and there's no run. You know, do you probably find this with your team as well, Hampshire Disability or even England Disability, that there are certain players in the team that always seem to find themselves at the front in the big moments, next to the trophy. They're not the ones that just say,
in the middle of the team picture.
We'll gather, and if I'm at the back and they can only see half of me, that's
there's
fine.
Definitely a few of those.
There are others that are right there, aren't there? And Mark Church, you know, he's right in the thick of it, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's there when the big moments.
He's nodding his head like he's not, but I reckon he is. Jordan Clark needs 2 wickets to get to 50 wickets for the season. Just the one today, but it's bowled pretty well, stump to stump, been really economical. At Cam Steele though, he'll be looking to add to his tally of 2 wickets. He's obviously just taken the wicket of Fuller in the final ball of the last over, and that he's going to be bowling to Abbott. And Cam Steele comes in, and it's a juicy full toss, and Abbott gives the long handle. Sibley has not picked it up, but chases after it, and that will just go to the long on boundary. That was an interesting bit of cricket, that. Obviously, I understand what Cam Steele's trying to do, trying to give it a chance to turn, or maybe just tempt Kyle Abbott. I don't think you need much more tempting than that, if I'm honest. Just give him a big long handle, and he just clothed it just over Dom Sibley's head, and obviously with a low sun, he hasn't picked it up, and it's gone for 4. So, good start to the over. Interesting. Cam Steele comes back in again. Oh, a bit googly about it. It looks like it's gone the other way. There you go.
It's turned as well, isn't it?
It has, yeah. It's the first time he's bowled that. So he's obviously got both in the locker. That's impressive. Cam Steele's a couple of forward tosses, but you expect that with leg spinners. So now he approaches, got wide of off stump, pretty straight, full. Abbott goes back foot and just drops it down to backward point for no run. Folkes cleans up. And I think since I guess probably lunch, the sun's really come down on this wicket now. Maybe just flattened it out a bit, but hopefully Hampshire will be looking to get over 200 here. Tossed it up to Abbott, and Abbott has given a bit of respect there. So the field here, just in case you're not watching, is sort of a straight extra cover mid-wicket on the leg side, mid-on, mid-off, up, so tempting the batsman to go over the top, and the sweepers are cover and deep mid-wicket. As Cam Steele comes in a bit flatter again, Abbott back foot, just inside bottom edge maybe, through his legs, and just misses the stump. So bit of luck, bit of fortune. I think Hampshire will need that.
He's threatened to come back a fraction as well, isn't
he?
He's
mixing it up now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got the different deliveries, hasn't he?
Cam Steele, number 44 on his back. It's like leg stump, try to really rip that. And that concludes the over. So just a 4 off it. It's a good comeback there from Cam Steele. A few googlies, a few leg spinners. For those who are probably not aware what a wrong un or googly is, it's a leg spinning, so the wrist spinner would usually turn it from the leg to the off stump, so right to left, and the googly or the wrong un would do the same action off the wrist, but it would turn the other way, like an off spinner almost, so from left to right, to a right hander, if that's easy enough to explain if you're with me. I don't know if I could explain it a bit better.
We're right behind you,
yeah,
Anthony, yep. So it's going to be Jordan Clark to continue from that pavilion end. Just going back to players that we know, of course, who always try and get in the shot, so to speak, as Jordan Clark comes down the wicket, Ben Brown, trying to hoik that away with a flat bat, misses, goes through to Ben Folkes. That's interesting. Looks like he doesn't trust Kyle Abbott down at the other end. He won't mind me mentioning his name because he's a good mate of mine and he's a really good guy. Sean Udall. Now, if you look at some, and if you look at some old Hampshire photos, not that long ago, of winning teams when they won cups and that sort of thing, always have a look to see where Sean Udall is in the photo.
Really?
Yeah, you won't have to look too far. You won't mind me saying that, I know. Ben Brown steers that away back with a point. 4 runs, bit of width from Jordan Clark, and Brown moves on to 66. Likes playing against Surrey, does Ben Brown, this season. As I say, short of runs, but not against Surrey. 184 for 8, Hampshire.
He's just come out today and just been really positive. I've seen a few times recently this season. He's looked a bit tentative, but today he's looked busy, even getting off the mark, I think, for the first ball. And he's played that sort of back foot punch that's clearly something that this is a favourable shot, and he's played it again there through the offside and brings a change of field as well. Got a deep backward point now.
Still the 2 slips as Jordan Clark comes in. Brown pulls it away. They've certainly tested his pull shot today. That's all along the ground. Got nicely over the top of it. In good control, and he moves on to 67.
Played a game with Sean Udall actually.
Did you?
We played against the Crusaders, so it's like a touring Australian side. A few sort of Premier cricketers over in Australia come over for the Ashes, I don't know, about 10 years ago, and Sean was our captain. And even than that, I think the Plum LBW that Sean was bowling, umpire doesn't give in, it's their captain. And this is a friendly game, a beer game almost, and he's so competitive.
He wouldn't like that. No, fiercely. That's why he did so well for such a long period of time. Sure, Kyle Abbott was thinking about playing it and just ducks underneath it at the last moment.
And that's the difference. You'll know better than anybody else, obviously playing at the highest level for county. And I've in my old job working for Ageas Cricket, working with Jofra Archer and the Currans and Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad. These guys are so competitive. I've played golf with both Broad and Anderson, recently, and they are proper competitive people, and they're just I guess that's how they are so good, because they hate losing.
Nice guys, but there's always that little
That's
undercurrent.
it, yeah. You can definitely tell the difference for sure.
Other cricket equipment makers available, of course.
Of course.
Anybody took offence to that. That's pushed up towards mid-on and saying, they're screaming out saying, but there's this company and that company.
Yeah.
So we just thought I'd mention it.
Don't even do it. I don't think they do equipment anymore.
So they've done that. Well, anyway, sports equipment. Anyway.
But yeah, have you any real sort of competitive players that you used to play with? Anybody in particular who's
I think
white line fever?
Well, interestingly, there's always a few around of that. But sometimes it's just an incident that brings it out of them, isn't it? A lot of the time. Lovely drive from Kyle Abbott wide of mid-off.
Dale Staines known for one, isn't he? I don't know if you've
Dale Stain, when he was here, was a seriously nice guy. But then again, I was 200 yards away and he was out in the middle. But, listen, any guys that have done well at the top level, there is that steeliness about them, absolutely, no doubt about that. But some of them, it's more open than others, isn't it? Others you seem to have to scratch more than the surface to find it.
Yeah.
Others, you can see it a mile away. 185 for 8, Anthony Clapham will stay on, and then taking my place will be Mark Church.
So Cam Steele's going to stay on here. It's Hampshire fight back here. They were 75 for 5 at one stage, so it's giving it a good fight back. Then Ben Brown on 67 off 82, so been pretty positive. And Surrey, just the 2 points so far, looking to take the couple of wickets before the end of play tonight as Cam Steele. And there's a reverse sweep here from Ben Brown, misses it, but clear intention to get on with things here. Mark, welcome back.
The only person that Ben Brown was taking out there was Ben Folkes. Folkes did pretty well to avoid Ben Brown's bat on that occasion.
Cam Steele again. Bit short play, tries to play the same outcome. This time Folkes goes out. It looks like anything outside his right eye, he's either going to sweep it through the leg side or he's going to try and reverse sweep it where there's only one player behind the square on the offside, which is Kemar Roach. They do have a slip in, so again, risky shot. He plays a paddle sweep this time, and they take a single. Kemar Roach has gone from, he was up on the 45 there, he would have stopped that in the last over. He's now at a sort of a backward square for that paddle. He's coming up though, however, with Kyle Abbott.
He's played very well, Ben Brown.
Yeah, he's been good. I've been really impressed.
Been very positive, busy, scored his runs at a good tempo.
Yeah. Cam Steele now to Abbott, a bit straighter this time, bit of spin. Kyle Abbott prods forward, plays it onto the leg side. It's been a bit impressive here from Cam Steele. He's done well. I think it's 6 over.
Yeah, you mentioned it. It was only his second championship wicket of the summer, but he's got a wicked googly.
Yeah, I've seen it.
He gets it right. It's really dangerous.
Comes in again, and it didn't take long, and Abbott's gone for the big hoik over long off, and it kind of clothed it really out to extra cover and come back for 2. But I think that's definitely going to be the game plan for Abbott. If it's up, it's off, I think.
Yeah, that one turned.
Don't mind
a
that.
touch
Yeah, I
as
think
well.
it's definitely turning. Day one, you know, there's a bit of moisture this morning, but it's definitely a bit of turn, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's why it's skewed off a thicker outside edge of Abbott's bat. Could have gone anywhere, that.
Yeah, Cam Steele again. Again, it's a good shot from Abbott. Again, looped up. Surrey have brought long on back in, so mid-on's gone out to long on, and they take the singles. So you saw one big shot from Kyle Abbott there. Mid-off sort of floated back, not quite on the boundary, but they did bring Dom Sibley, who was at mid-on, back to long on, and they take the singles. So that keeps Kyle Abbott on strike now, which I guess would be the game plan for Rory Burns there. Try and starve Ben Brown off the strike, and when he does get in to face the ball, he'll be looking to be aggressive.
Well, just a reminder that the one-day international at Bristol abandoned with England 280 for 4. So that abandoned. So the final international of the summer. And what a summer it's been in international cricket, as Jordan Clark from the pavilion end is coming over the wicket to the right-handed Abbott. It's a short ball and Kyle Abbott ducks underneath it. Elsewhere in the county championship, in the game at Wantage Road, North Hampshire going nicely against Essex. 192 for 4 they are. So 192 for 4. That's 49 overs of that have been bowled. Kent and Lancashire, great recovery. Josh Bohannon 113 and 272 for 8 they are against Kent. We're in there fighting to stay in the first division. Jordan Clark is into Abbott, and Abbott's down the leg side. I think that's come off the pad. There's half a shout.
He's so good, folks, isn't he? He made that look so easy.
Yeah, well, he took a catch, the catch down the leg side to get rid of Tom Prest after lunch, that he made look so simple, but it wasn't at all, because it was going down on him the whole time, and he dived away to his left, managed to get his gloves in front of him and take it just off the turf. As Abbott waits once again, as over the wicket comes Jordan Clark to him. Abbott's in behind this. I'm delighted to see that Kyle Abbott is still using his bat manufacturer and gloves, with his bright fluorescent gloves and his bright fluorescent bat handle, orange. Now, Heino Kuhn used to use that as well, I remember. But
yeah, it definitely stands out from here, doesn't it?
It does, and you can definitely see if it's hit his gloves or not, the ball, because they shine like a beacon. Kyle Abbott's gloves, bright orange fluorescent fingers on them. As over the wicket comes Jordan Clark to him, and he's forward, plays it straight back up the pitch. That's hit the stumps, I think, at the bowler's end. It has indeed, and has just removed a bail, which Ben Brown very kindly pops back on. So with the Northants-Essex game, Essex have just picked up the 1 bowling point so far, as Kevin James was saying earlier. Middlesex and Nottinghamshire have got underway at Trent Bridge. Middlesex in a spot of bother already, 72 for 3. Somerset and Warwickshire, Somerset 70 for 6 against Warwickshire. As over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, solidly forward goes Kyle Abbott to a good length ball, plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. Durham, who are already crowned champions of Division 2, they're 302 for 4 against Leicestershire. Runs for Borthwick yet again, Beddingham, and brother Clark.
Yeah, I was going to say,
he's
Clark's
89 not out. He's had a great season, Graham Clark.
Yeah, it was his first ton this year, and then he's backed it up again, so he's,
terrific season.
Really good.
Really good.
So are they from Durham, or is it Cumbria?
Cumbria, they're Cumbrian. As over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and Kyle Abbott gets a ball on his hip that he turns up towards mid-wicket. Round goes down Worrell to do the fielding. End of the over. Glamorgan and Derbyshire. Derbyshire going along very nicely at 255 for 1. Rees has 125. Guest is 92. Not out. Sussex and Gloucestershire. Well, Sussex for all out. This game's moving on. Sussex for 202 all out. Gloucestershire are 43 for 3. And of course, Worcestershire need just the 2 points to confirm promotion, and they're batting first. They're 182 for 4, and they're in the 48th over, because of course you have to get these bonus points in the first 110 overs.
Is that for the bowling as well?
Innings, for the bowling as well, yeah.
Interesting. Cam Steele is going to continue from the hotel end. That's a big shot played by Ben Brown. Anything outside off is off stump. It looks like he's going to either reverse sweep or play the slog sweep, and he's just missed that. Bit of turn here. Looks good. Looks
yeah,
really
it does.
good.
Well, I think Liam Dawson will be having a little look
Yeah,
at this,
he will
thinking,
be.
well, this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
interesting. Cam Steele getting some turn.
Nice rhythm here is Cam Steele as he comes in again to Ben Brown. Oh, that's a great ball. That's an absolute jaffer, and I'm not sure how that's missed. Is the outside edge very tidy by Folkes as well. Kind of drifted in nicely and just spun away and missed the outside off.
Well, other than finding the edge or bowling him, that is the perfect leg break.
That is perfect.
Drifts in, spins away from the right hand. A lovely bit of bowling that from Cameron Steele.
What Ben Brown does now. Played a miss a couple of times. Here comes Cam Steele. Shapes to come down the track there and sort of plays a dab sweep. Gets off the strike down to Kemar Roach down in sort of backward fine leg. He giggled because it was almost spinning. You always shout,
it was.
Spin!
Kemar Roach there, he almost got done completely by the spin of the ball. Did Kemar?
Now this is the contest that I think everybody wants to see. Cam Steele comes in to Kyle Abbott. And that's why. And that has gone all the way. The umpire's just double checking. I think that went all the way.
He's asking Jordan Clark. Now, I'm not quite sure what Jordan Clark's eyesight is like, but he stood
like
up at mid-off.
And it has. So that is the first 6 of the day. Anything outside, up, I guess, floated up from Cam Steele. Kyle Abbott was going to give it the long handle, and that's a well-timed shot over the long arm boundary. And I like it. Rory Burns keeping Dom Sibley up. So he's still at mid-on. Can he do it again? Cam Steele to the crease now. A bit shorter. And Abbott bottom edges it down to Jamie Overton's right leg.
It was a proper thump.
That was
that from
Kyle Abbott. I would have liked
him
to see if he could have floated up a bit more and see if he could have gone for it again. But he comes in and he does do it again. That is a great shot from Kyle Abbott, and that's a 1 bounce 4. Well timed. That's a 6 and a 4 to finish, and that brings up Hampshire's 200 runs. And from 117 for 7 to now 200 for 8. This is I'm going to say small fight back, but a good fight back from Hampshire, led by Ben Brown, who's 69 not out, and a handy 17 from Kyle Abbott of 21 balls.
Yeah, I just wonder how long Rory Burns continues with this, because Cameron Steele's done his job. He broke the partnership and got rid of Fuller. Now Abbott is seeing it pretty well, and he's hitting for a couple of 6s. Tom Laws is sitting on a 3-foot, and he's pretty good at finishing innings off. So I just wonder how long that will continue. As Jordan Clark comes in over the wicket to Ben Brown, and shout for LBW. He's stuck on the crease. Must have got a bit of bat on that, Ben Brown.
He bowls pretty stump to stump, doesn't he, Jordan
does.
Clark?
It's going to be straight.
Yeah.
I think he's got a bit of bat on that.
He wanted that, didn't he?
I think that's probably what saved Ben Brown. At Wantage Road, Essex have another Northamptonshire wicket. So Northamptonshire are 5 down now. So Essex a wicket away from a second bowling point and bringing the bonus points level between themselves and Surrey to 2 apiece. But Surrey need 1 more wicket to make it 3 bowling points as Brown is solidly forward playing this one. Back up the pitch. That rolls up to Kemar Roach, stood up there at mid-on. So another bowling point on the horizon for Essex, and another 3rd and final bowling point is on the horizon for Surrey. I suppose if Surrey do finish this off, they sort of know what they have to do batting wise, which will basically be get to 300 as in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and up on his toes goes Ben Brown.
This can real frustrate any team, you know, as a captain. You look at this side, like I said, 117 for 7 at one point, Hampshire, and you think like the opening batsmen for Surrey were looking to try and get a couple of wickets hopefully, and then get themselves out there. Now we're looking at 200 for 8. Ben Brown's well set, Abbott's seeing it well by the looks of things. You're starting to get a bit frustrated now as a Surrey fan and player, I'd say.
Over the wicket again comes Jordan Clark to Brown. Brown drives, nice looking shot again. Round goes Rory Burns with the dive to do the fielding. Keeps his hat on his head, and they'll pick up a single. Brown moves on to 70. Still a lot of cricket to go today. 27 overs remaining after this one. Of course, we do have the floodlights here at the Ageas Bowl, because there is a bit of cloud now that's come over Telegraph Wood towards us. So the sun's disappeared now behind the clouds, and there seem to be a few more bubbling up beyond the wood. As Jordan Clark is into Abbott, and Abbott, that nips back at him, hits him high up on the back leg. That'll run away down towards third man. Leg by will be the signal from umpire Peter Hartley. That'll be one more to this Hampshire total. He's a very dangerous batter, is Carl Abbott.
He is.
Seen him score some very valuable runs for Hampshire over the years with his fluorescent bat down there at the non-striker's end. As Ben Brown settles over his bat again on 70. In over the wicket comes Jordan Clark. That's short, and Brown is pulling that off his hip down towards fine leg.
So I wonder if there's going to be a change now. Is Cam still going to stay on? Be interesting to see what Roy Burns looks like. They're going to keep the helmet, so yeah, they're going to stick with Cam Steele.
Well, they picked up a single off that last ball of the over. Dave Allen is going to join us. So Dave Allen coming in. Thank you to Anthony. Anthony will be back with us throughout the afternoon. Cameron Steele will continue down below us from the hotel end, and the right-handed Ben Brown will be the man on strike. 203 for 8 Hampshire, and Cameron Steele is getting ready to come over the wicket to the right-handed Ben Brown, and Brown is sweeping, and that beats the outside edge of the bat, and it's taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right-hand side. Steele spins the ball in his fingers once again. As Brown settles over his bat once more, he's in, and Brown paddle sweeps this time down towards fine leg. There is Kemar Roach to do the fielding, and they'll pick up another single. Welcome back, Dave Allen.
Thank you very much, Mark. Nice to be here.
Yeah, it's lovely to have you here. And as I say, there are a few more clouds beginning to bubble up at the moment.
Yeah.
But we've still got a lot of cricket to be played today. As in over the wicket goes Steele to Abbott, and Abbott's back on his stumps. Just prods this one out into the offside. Ben Folkes comes round from behind the stumps to pick up, and there is no run. Steele spinning the ball in his fingers once again. He's picked up the wicket of Fuller after tea. He's in here to Abbott. Abbott gets it on the full, whips it down the ground. Round comes Dom Sibley to do the fielding, and they will stroll another single. One more to the total. 205 for 8. With Cam Steele bowling, Surrey's over 8 is +2. Because you always wonder about that at this sort of stage of the season. As in comes Steele, and Brown again just paddle sweeps off the stumps down towards Kemar Roach at fine leg. We'll take another single. It's been a very good innings this from Ben Brown. 73 off 96 deliveries. Surrey have tested him with everything, and so far he's had an answer to everything they bowled at him.
Well, you've been a good luck charm for him, Mark, really, because he's 95 and 32 when he played at the Oval.
As in comes Steele. Oh, and Abbott's reaching for that, looking to drive. That beats the edge of the bat. Into the gloves it goes of Ben Folkes, and there is no run. End of the over, and 206 for 8 then. And Brown has 73, Abbott has 18. They get together for a bit of a natter in the middle, and Jordan Clark it will be to continue from the pavilion end of the ground.
I was looking up some photographs. Jomo was talking about people getting at the front and people not getting at the front and so on. I was looking up Jomo's triumphs on the photographs. It's Jordan Clark in the bolt, and Brown just nudges that outside the off stump. The man runs around to a fairly fine third man to field. There you go, up to 208 for 8. Brown on to 75.
And
So
Hampshire 42 runs away from a first batting point. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
Dave.
So there's the Oval in 1986 when we won the Sunday League, and I think that's JMO there. But you see,
hiding.
he's hiding
behind Mark Nicholas.
Yeah, so modest as ever. And Clark bowls, that's just clipped off his legs this time and goes down to fine leg, and then goes through 4-1. So there he is in 1991.
Where is he
except
there? Where
he's
is he?
not, is he?
Well, where is he?
He's completely modest. You can't see him anywhere. He's just won the cup, and he isn't, is he?
No, he's not behind Mark Nicholas on this occasion.
No, it's
He's not
not
even.
true that
Can't
many,
even
is
see
there?
his head over the back of Raj Maru.
So but he does get into this one. In
There he is.
There he is
There
in
he is,
1992
on the balcony.
Yeah, but as he said, Sean Udall at the front with the cup and the champagne as Abbott plays forward out to cover, and there's no runs.
Quite right too. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he's looking fairly nonchalant there for someone who's just won a trophy.
Yeah.
Sort of just leant on the doorway.
Yes. Taking it easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we are. Well, Tony Middleton, whose little boy was playing today, is waving at somebody.
Well, he's actually basically under Tony Middleton's right armpit.
Yes, he
isn't
is
he?
really. Yeah.
Kevin James in that photo.
Next ball, and that has Abbott in all kinds of trouble. There's a bit of an appeal there. I don't think it was coming to much. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to notice there was a little nick, but
I
Abbott,
think that's hit him on the
Abbott's
inner
not
part
enjoyed
of the
that.
knee.
Yeah,
I think
it's that
that's
inside
missed the
bit,
pad,
yeah.
and I think that has rattled Carl Abbott on the inside of
Yeah.
your knee, and that is very painful.
It is very painful
for Carl Abbott. He's a
Yeah.
big, strong man, is Carl Abbott, but that's hurt him.
Yeah. I just wondered if I heard two noises which would have negated the umpire was not the least bit interested in the LBW, and the guys behind didn't seem to shout. But there we are. Abbott's up, and this time he just plays that out on the offside. But he's just jogging and flexing that knee and pulling his foot up, almost as if it's not cramped, but feeling as if it might have been cramped.
Just to say, Dave,
yes,
just to keep you up to date, it's 2-2 now, because Essex have picked up the 6th Northamptonshire wicket.
Okay.
So Northamptonshire 214 for 6, so it's 2 bowling points Essex, 2 bowling points Surrey.
And Clark in again, and Abbott clips that quite nicely off his toes, and it is fielded out at mid-wicket, but they come back for 2. Now how freely is Abbott running? I think he's probably okay, because it will be a little bit of a concern with Barker not playing in this game if he was to get injured. 2-2, yeah. So the issue, part of the issue, of course, is that Surrey have to get 5 points on the assumption that Essex are going to get all the points available to them, which is pretty rare. I don't know how often your guys have got 24 points this season.
Well, I don't think they have, to be honest with you. 5 batting points has been a real rarity this season, hasn't it? I think from a Surrey point of view, as I say, if they get these last couple of wickets tonight and then come tomorrow sort of saying to themselves, right, we need 300, then that makes that equation much easier. But of course, from an Essex point of view, Essex still have to get 450.
That's right.
To get their 5 batting points. So there's still a lot of cricket to go.
Yep.
2-11 for 8, and here is Tom Laws back into the attack. So picked up 3 for 24 off 9 earlier on today. Cameron Steele's done his job. He got that wicket of Fuller, but now it's Tom Laws back into the attack with Ben Brown on strike from this hotel end of the ground. Laws comes over the wicket to the right-handed Brown, and Brown slashes at this one. Feet didn't really go anywhere, and that just potters out to Cameron Steele there at extra cover, and there's no run. I think at some stage the lights will probably have to come on, because we've still got, what have we got, about an hour and 10-15 minutes perhaps. And I think with these clouds now covering the sun, I think we could be under lights at some point this evening here at the Ageas Bowl.
Can't see any rain, but I think light could be an issue.
Laws is in to Brown. Brown covers up to one that just hints at coming back to him, and that rolls up to Jordan Clark. Stood up there at mid-on. Cameron Steele's just doing some stretching exercises, looking as if he's about to start the 100 metres there. In the blocks is Cameron Steele, stretching the hamstrings.
I think I saw him take some painkillers a couple of overs back. He was filling out on the boundary and drinking quite a lot of liquid.
As in over the wicket again goes Laws, crunched off the back foot by Brown. Hasn't timed this at all. That Potter's out towards Cameron Steele, who's doing the fielding, moving round to his right hand side. It's a waiting game at the moment, Dave Allen. Here on 5 Sports Extra and the BBC Sport website and app.
Soft ball, flat pitch, not moving about like it was this morning.
Waiting game. As in over the wicket once again comes Laws. That does swing at Brown and he turns it off his hip. Out towards deep backward square. Siddharthan is out there to do the fielding. And they will pick up a single. That will move Ben Brown on to 77. 212 for 8. Abbott back onto strike.
Of course, there was
20.
There was quite a lot of movement this morning, and there had been some dampness around, both in the air and around the pitch. So, you know, I think as that's dried out as well, and the ball has got softer. But they're closing in, the field closing in now. So they're denying him one. It's a bit odd. They want to attack Brown.
Over the wicket comes Tom Laws. Short one, and Carl Abbott has a right old yahoo at this. Outside is off stump. If he got anything on that, there was only one place that was going to go, either straight up in the air or over the top of the slips. Carl Abbott. They put on 40 though now for this 9th wicket, and as I say, Carl Abbott is a very good. He reminds me a little bit of Dan Worrell, the way Worrell goes about things as well. And they score some very important runs for their teams. As Laws is in, that swings back at Abbott late. Just getting that possibly to reverse a touch is Tom Laws, and there is no run. 212 for 8. Brown has 77. Abbott is on 20, and Tom Laws definitely getting that one to tail back pretty late at Carl Abbott. Still a good number of people inside the ground. I know a lot of Surrey supporters have made the trip here to the Ageas Bowl. Quite a few staying in the hotel as well, and hopefully they've got rooms overlooking the ground. Otherwise they'd have been looking at the golf course or the car park this afternoon.
I noticed the umpires just had a bit of a chat. Now, whether that is just to order the floodlights, although the sky has brightened again a little. As first ball of this over, Ben Brown defensively forward up to mid-on, no run. 2 slips in now, otherwise the field is either saving one or out on the boundary. There are 2 men deep on the leg side. A very square third man out on the boundary. But Carl Abbott's best for Hampshire was in 2018. He scored 436 runs, so he can certainly put that to ball. And well, Brown again doesn't do much foot movement there, and waves his bat at it. Ben Folkes diving across in front of first slip.
Can I just say, so I'm terribly, James has been in touch on Twitter here, Dave, and Kevin James was going through the alphabet with words for the Surrey bowling attack, and I said there's absolutely no way you get through the entire alphabet. Kevin James, well, James has on Twitter, he's gone through the entire alphabet, which I will tell you at the end of this over.
Clark bowls, and that's played to mid-wicket, no run. He was playing that game against Essex, and
was he?
I think I sent him a message that I'm not sure that he did read out, to say that in Hampshire's case we've had Y's and Q's, but we haven't ever had
He's good at the old word
X
games.
and Z.
Kevin James.
Is he?
He's very good at the old word games.
But you reckon you've got 26?
James has done this.
Oh, James has. And that's a false shot there, nicked inside. Some people used to call it the Surrey cut, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
Well,
did it originate in Surrey,
yes,
that shot? I don't know.
I mean, there are coaching manuals and photographs of players demonstrating shots from way back over 100 years ago, where they do actually lift one leg and play it between the 2 legs down on the leg side.
It was Nat Siver, of course, with the nutmeg.
Yeah.
That shot.
Yeah.
Back through your legs, down towards fine leg.
Clark bolts, and Abbott's just up on his toes there, and he's a tall man anyway, but plays it out on the offside to cover. No run. 213 for 8. So this 3rd point, 9th wicket. The 10th wicket shouldn't delay things too long. in terms of the way the season has gone. Mo Abbas this season has scored 22 runs at 3.1, so and he's played in every game. So
he's not renowned for his batting.
No,
he is for his bowling, but he is not renowned for his batting. Mo Abbas.
Here's Clark coming in again. The sun is out now, and that's driven very nicely through the covers for 4 runs, and you can hear the applause, the appreciation of the Hampshire fans as Abbott goes up to 24 not out from 33.
Here we go then, Dave, because
Yep.
I'm off in a sec. James then, this is to the ABC whole alphabet of Surrey's bowling attack. Assiduous, brilliant, constant, diligent, endless, fierce, great, honest, incessant, jaffers, knowledgeable, lasting, merciless, never-ending, obstinate, persistent, quick, relentless, steady, tenacious, unabating, virile, wicked, zenile, yardstick, and zappy. Beat that, Kevin James.
Zappy.
Beat that. I'll do this over, and then that will give Mr. James a chance to jump in as Tom Laws. Sorry, I was so busy doing the alphabet there. Have you noted that down, the alphabet there, Kevin James? That's the way it goes. In over the wicket comes Tom Laws to Ben Brown, outside edge, and gone. Picked up by Jamie Overton, and that means Surrey have their 3rd bowling point. And it means Tom Laws has a 4th wicket. Ben Brown's played really well here for 78, but it means 217 for 9. It's a 4th catch for Overton in the slips, and it means Surrey have 3 of their 5 points. So it's 3-2 in terms of the bonus points now to Surrey. So Surrey, when they go out to bat, know now, as long as they get to 300, that'll be enough. But it's a nice bit of bowling, and I've said it, Dave, I was saying it to Anthony, that's where Tom Laws is so good.
Yeah.
You bring him back and he'll pick you up the wicket you need. But well batted, Ben Brown. Excellent innings from him of 78. And it's 217 for 9.
You know, it made me laugh when you read out that list and you got to Z and it was Zappy.
Yes, well, I think that's very good.
Well, I remember going to the Oval and seeing Frank Zappa.
But there you are, you see. Did he play at the Oval, did he, Frank Zappa?
1972.
Ooh,
yeah.
Very good. Right, I'm off now, because Kevin James wants to get on. So he can do... No. He's been sat away to my left, having done his entire alphabet himself.
All right.
So I'm off. Here comes Kevin James.
I misunderstood the game, actually, because I thought you were looking for surnames, you know, so you would have started with A for Jeff Arnold and B for Alec Bedser and so on, but which was my reference to the Hampshire guys. But, I wonder how far I could get through a Surrey alphabet of surnames. Bernie Constable. D, there's got to be a D that's easy enough. I can't think of one. There we go.
Well, the jury's out on Zenile at the moment. I can't say I've ever heard that word, but there's a lot of words I haven't heard, Dave, or certainly don't use. I might have to type that in.
Yes, I think so. See what happens. A bit like Scrabble, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, we shall see. I was predicting that the 10th wicket won't detain anybody too long, but you never know, do you? I keep saying that one day that Mo Abbas is actually going to get the chance to play in innings, because he hadn't been out for a long time. His last 3 innings, 0 not out, 1 not out and 4 not out. But he's facing now, and Tom Laws is in, and he just ducks underneath one there. And, not troubled by that greatly. Hasn't made double figures this season, Mo Abbas. His best was 9 here against Warwickshire, which is actually his highest score for Hampshire. He does have a 40-odd, doesn't he, in first-class cricket, but I think it's in Pakistan domestic cricket. Right. Yeah, so don't know. Can't say much about that. And it was some time ago. Yeah. Was
that 9 against Warwickshire where he batted for ages and then suddenly you thought he could play and then tried to whack it and got straight up in the
air? He plays that one quite nicely out on the offside. He believes he's not a bad bat, doesn't he? And thinks that sometimes they deprive him of the strike and get out and so on.
Well, I saw him after that innings against Warwickshire, and he said, "I promise you, there's more of that to come." Well, we're waiting.
Yeah,
but he is back next year.
Yeah. Well, his career record for Hampshire is 71 runs at 3.4, so
which is half his career.
Yes. Yeah.
He's short-changing Hampshire.
Yes, and he plays. Very nice defensive shot there again out on the offside. There is a watery sun now, so I think first of all the floodlights are not needed immediately. The light is okay for the moment to play. There is quite a lot of greyness and cloud around, but it's all right. 2:19 for 9, and we are just waiting the end of this innings to see if Surrey can get to 300. Again, Ageas plays very carefully and correctly out on the offside. It comes up to mid-off. There's no run.
Well, I've looked up Zanile.
Yeah, go on.
And sort of from two different angles, Zanile. It might take me till the end. I'll do it at the end of the over.
All right, yeah, because it's your over coming up. So.
Yeah.
And I think this is the last ball. As it goes, it's full toss. It's absolutely plumb. Ageas plays all the way around it, and that spoilt Kevin's. Well, I don't know. We can stay on, I suppose. There's only 10 minutes break. And
I'll do it. I'll do it when we reconvene.
But to be honest with you, Ageas kind of waved the bat across the line of that full toss, and it was really, I think, plumb in front, and they are all out. Doesn't have any particular impact on the championship table, but as I suggested, Ageas didn't detain us for too long. He's gone for 0, and the all-out Hampshire score is 219. So the immediate target for Surrey, when they come in, they won't get there tonight. The immediate target is 300 to get the 2 batting points that will confirm them as county champions. I suppose we might see that round. No, probably mid-afternoon tomorrow. Actually, I would have thought. Yeah, probably not lunchtime.
Right, 5 for 27 for Tom Laws. The third time he's picked up a 5-wicket bag this year. Hampshire bowled out for 219. That ball just looked like it speared in a little bit, actually, as well, that LBW. Almost like a bit of reverse swing. We'll take a quick break then. So 219 all out, with the top scorer for Hampshire, Ben Brown, who made 78 of 107 deliveries. Supported down the order by James Fuller, who made 25, Kyle Abbott 24. They were the next best scorers. 3 for 41 for Kemar Roach as well, and a wicket apiece for Jordan Clark and for Cameron Steele. So 3 points for Surrey out of the 5 that they need to definitely confirm themselves to be county champions, as Dave mentioned. We'll be back in just under 10 minutes. Two umpires, Martin Saggers and Peter Hartley, walking out to the middle for the 4th time in today's day 1 of this final county championship round of the season. It's between Hampshire and Surrey. Hampshire have just been bowled out. 219, that was in the 66th over, and young Tom Laws, the 20-year-old, confirming his rich young promise, finishing with 5 for 27. The top run scorer for Hampshire was Ben Brown, who made 78. In fact, his 2 top scores in the championship this season have both been against Surrey, and there was support down the order from Kyle Abbott, who made 24 not out, and also James Fuller, who made 25. 3 wickets for 41 as well for Kemar Roach. The state of play in terms of bonus points is that Surrey have picked up 3 of the 5 that they definitely need to confirm themselves as 2023 county champions, but of course it also depends on whether they need all those 5, depending on what Essex do at Northamptonshire. At the moment they still need 5, but that may change as we go through the course of the next few days. They may have already done enough, I'm sure they already have. So 219 all out. Take you through this first period of plays. Myself, Kevin James, and from the Hampshire Disability and England Disability teams, Anthony Clapham. And impressive stuff from Tom Laws there, Anthony.
Yeah, really impressive. Like I said to Mark earlier, I haven't really seen him in the flesh, youngster. But the bowling stock that Surrey seems to produce at the moment is unbelievable. You've got Gus Atkinson obviously away with England. They're both the Curran brothers. Yeah, Sean Abbott done brilliantly this year. But yeah, Tom Laws coming in. Obviously had Matt Dunn in the past as well. Just future looks pretty bright for the Surrey fans with the bowlers they've got there. And I wonder how long Tom will be getting a little chat from England Lions, maybe a winter programme. But he looked really good.
Yeah, he did, that's for sure. Right, Mohammed Abbas is going to get things underway for Hampshire. He's going to be bowling to the left-hander Rory Burns. Also out there is Dom Sibley. And how fortuitous for Surrey that the bowlers have done their work, and they have named replacements coming in for this game, and they're batters. So that's worked out very well for them. But they probably don't even need it. As I say, I think they've probably done enough anyway. Here's Abbas, he's running away from us. He's bowling to Burns. It's a length ball. Burns pushes that out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's got decidedly chilly.
Yeah,
in
good,
the last
good
few
conditions
minutes
for Hampshire now. If they try and get a couple of wickets tonight, I think. So England and Ireland has been abandoned. Will Jacks batted this morning. Could he? It's only an hour away, hour and a half. Could he travel up here? Game finished about an hour ago. Could we see him tonight for Surrey? Imagine that. Wow.
Well, if Hampshire run through the Surrey lineup, yes, wouldn't that be interesting?
I'm not sure if anybody's done that before.
Here comes Mo Abbas on the line of leg stump, wrapped on the pad, but that's going way down the leg side. So just keep you up to date with what's going on at Northampton, where they are 251 for 6, so they have 2 bonus points, Essex. So it's 2-2 at the moment. Oh, sorry, I got 3, didn't I? What am I talking about? Sorry, I got 3, so they're 1 up, but only need 2 more to be certain, but it's probably enough, let's be honest. Hampshire, well, there is an outside chance they could finish ahead of Essex, but they started the day 20 points behind them. Burns leaves that one alone outside of off stump, so it's realistic that they're fighting it out with Warwickshire for 3rd and 4th place. Warwickshire have Somerset 95 for 7.
Have they?
Yes.
Wow. I did address a bit of disservice earlier. I said the pitch has been a bit under I'd say below average this year, but looking at the wickets, the Warwickshire bowlers bowled really, really well.
Welcome to the new listeners. We're in the first over here of the Surrey reply to Hampshire's 219 all out. It's got a little gloomy and a little colder during the break as Abbas runs away from us, bowls to Burns, who's forward. He pushes that quietly into the gully area, and there is no run. Yeah, so plenty of play for both these sides. Of course, Surrey with the major prize to play for. Hampshire looking to finish the season in 3rd place, and if they do, it's been a fine all-round season. They might not have picked up a trophy, but they got to the final of the 50-over competition a week and a half ago, lost that. They got to the semi-finals of the T20, lost that. And here they are playing for 3rd place, which is not a bad effort when you consider that the top 2 sides are both particularly good. This is the side, one of them, Surrey, as that's played back by Burns, no run, and Essex have had an amazing season, even though Hampshire beat them last week.
I was
They
going to
won
say that.
6 in a row, Essex, up until that point.
Seems to be a lot of negativity, on social media and around the Hampshire season, but they're in the third spot at the moment, and like you mentioned, they got to a final on the one-day stuff. They got to semi-final. They got finals day again. So, if you look how young their side, with Tom Prest and Fletcher Middleton.
Exactly. Zabas comes in and bowls to Burns. Burns gets another length ball, plays that quietly back to the bowler, and that first over is a maiden. That's right. I mean, the thing is, you get to 2 finals. Well, one finals day, one final, and on another day you win one of those, or you get through to the final T20 anyway. And all you could do is get through to finals, and then whatever happens on the day. So to get there is the hard part. That is for sure. T20. Getting to that later stages is not easy at all. Lights are coming on here at the Ageas, I'm not surprised. And to finish third is no mean feat.
No, definitely. And I think, like I said, if you look at the opening batters here, Dom Sibley, Rory Burns, both played plenty of international cricket, and with Hampshire, Toby Albert and no disrespect, but Fletcher Middleton, they are young guys.
That's right.
I think the future's pretty bright. Hopefully, I'm sure Hampshire will maybe looking to add a batter or two into this lineup, but John Turner's come through this year. He's been a good find. Obviously Fletcher Middleton at the top has been a good find. Toby Albert went away and averaged 16 second team, so he might get more of a chance next year as well. So I think there's lots of positives for Hampshire fans. But Kyle Abbott is going to bowl from the pavilion end to Dom Sibley as he runs down the hill now. Sorry, it's not. My apologies. It's Ian Holland. It's a bit of a difference. There's a massive difference. Apologies to Kyle Abbott there. Ian Holland. I would have personally given the ball to Kyle Abbott, but that's probably why I'm sat here and not out there. So I guess with the overhead conditions, with the floodlights on, Ian Holland more of a swing bowler. So he comes in and now to Dom Sibley. Nicely driven, and it's a fantastic stop from Ian Holland there. Ian Holland doing his best to pitch the ball up to see if there's any swing. I can't see much at the moment. Good start from Hampshire so far. 8 balls bowled, no runs scored. I think they'll be trying to build the pressure. 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, a sort of forward square leg and a fine leg in position there with Mohammed Abbas. As Ian Holland comes in now from the pavilion end to Dom Sibley. Attacks the crease, finds the outside edge, and it's just dropped short. James Vince got a bit excited there. I thought that carried, but soft hams from Sibley. But it's great signs for Hampshire. No longer than sort of 10-15 minutes ago, the sun was out. It was nice and warm, and the clouds are over now. Floodlights are on, and this is perfect bowling conditions now for Hampshire. And they'll be looking to take a couple of Surrey wickets to pile on the pressure this evening. And Ian Holland back in now to Dom Sibley. Pops it forward, drops it down. This is tight bowler from Ian Holland. Attacking the stumps, nice and early.
It is an interesting move, actually, having Ian Holland open the bowling. And he does it in 50 over cricket, and he's done a very good job as well in that. Kyle Abbott, of course, the more senior bowler.
Definitely.
33 wickets between them.
Yeah.
So I suppose, but Kyle Abbott, I don't know, I think I've detected a few times this season he seems to be quite happy coming on first change.
Okay, so Ian Holland, a bit more of a swing bowler rather than a seam bowler, Kyle Abbott, but bowls, good areas, really good start from Hampshire here. So 11 dots, that's just bowled just outside off stump. Sibley's rocked forward and just dead battered it into the covers for no run. And Hampshire will be pretty pleased with this start here. Obviously Surrey needing 300 runs to get the extra 2 batting bonus points to clinch the title, and Hampshire will do everything that they can to spoil that, as they did last week with Essex, as Ian Holland comes in to complete his over. Slightly wide of the crease now, trying to entice Dom Sibley into play that, but Dom Sibley shoulders and leaves, and that completes the second over and the second maiden. Good start from Hampshire.
It certainly is. And just looking at Sibley and also Rory Burns' seasons to date. Sibley 744 runs at 43. Rory Burns 597 at 28.
Interestingly, though,
yeah, I'm quite surprised.
they've both, I think, Sibley's faced 1,900 balls. Rory Burns has faced 1,300 balls. So they've spent a lot. They've occupied the crease, which is, I guess, their jobs as openers as well, isn't it?
Of course. Here comes Abbas, bowls and left alone outside of the off stump. Yeah, I suppose that no more so than last week when they were following on Surrey, 142 without loss against Northants. These two just batted out the game. They do need to do no more here, do they? Just bat and confirm, as you were saying. Just confirm 300, which I'm sure will come tomorrow. It's interesting. This wicket was doing a little bit early on this morning, as you'd expect with the rain that we had just before the start of play. But interesting, the partnership started to come lower down the order, which suggests that things are getting a little easier out there. Forward, the inside edge that goes down to fine leg. Burns is off the mark. In fact, the first runs of this Surrey reply. 55-run partnership for the 8th wicket between Fuller and Brown. There was a 45-run partnership for the 9th wicket between Brown and Abbott, which I think
a few dusty blows, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it proves the point, I think, that batting became a little easier as the ball got softer and the wicket just generally got a bit easier. I noticed the heavy roller was on between the innings, which again will probably deaden the wicket about as we get through this innings. Dominic Sibley's just taking his guard at the far end. We still have just under 18 overs left in the day. Clouds fairly high, but it's not bright by any means with the lights on. Oh, he's got an edge coming forward. Yes,
he's given him.
Gone through, came forward. Ben Brown picks up the wicket. Mohammed Abbas picks up his first wicket. And Surrey are 1 for 1, and Sibley has gone for no score. Looks a good ball, that.
Oh, Anthony. That's good. That's a great ball. I think with Mohammed Abbas, he moves it just enough, doesn't he? He just moves it a tad just to find the outside edge. And yeah, I mean, Dom Sibley, I'm not sure what more you can do with that. He's tried to play it late. He's just found the outside edge, and Surrey are 1 for 1. And
well, I think you're right. I don't think Sibley could have done much more with that, actually. No. I mean, we're wicket to wicket. We could see the full face of the bat. It didn't deviate off the line it was coming down on. It's just pitched and straightened.
So, yeah, it's almost angled into the right-handed batsman and just nipped away, and it's carried through to Ben Brown nicely. And, yeah, I really like this option. I know we both were discussing it, with Kyle Abbott not bowling from the top end, but having 2 swing bowlers, this is a good test for Surrey opening batsmen.
Certainly is, yeah. Well, I mean, obviously Keith Barker would normally open up the innings, but he's injured. He's not playing. Looked like he was struggling a little bit against Essex towards the end of the game there. Ryan Patel is the new batter for Surrey.
A positive batsman as well. He likes to get on with it, so this could be an interesting period. I know we were talking with Mark earlier. If Patel's on, if he gets 50, 60, do they change? Do they swap him in for Will Jacks and Jamie Smith, or do they swap him for a bowler? The rule for this, I know that we talked to earlier, and for those who've just joined us, so the Will Jacks and Jamie Smith have been named in the Surrey squad. Yeah. They're obviously away with England, and that game is now finished. They're joining up with the Surrey team this evening, and with the plan, I think, to join this Surrey side tomorrow. So there'll be 2 players that can come out of it, and unlike concussion, you don't have to be like for like, so bowlers can come out for a batsman.
Absolutely correct. Mo Abbas will come round the wickets now. It's 2 left-handers out there at the moment. Ken Bryant has emailed sunatcricket@gmail.com. He says, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for another great season of great commentary with plenty of laughs and storytelling as forward is Patel, plays that out to square leg, and there is no run. Absolutely enjoyed my first visit to Trent Bridge for the Metrobank final a week or 2 ago. Sadly, the result didn't go Hampshire's way, but at least we gave the Leicestershire supporters a run for their money in noisy support. I have to say, the Leicestershire support was the noisiest I've ever heard at a cricket match. Hope to get up to the Ageas Bowl later this week to see the last day's play. Looking forward to the 2024 season, where Hampshire might pick up a few well-earned trophies. We've just been discussing. They've been so close, but not quite. Here's Abbas, runs away from us, bowls. Patel pushes forward. That ball just came in a fraction. He wants a single, Patel, sent back.
I think there's one there as well.
Burns, yeah. About a third of the way through, Patel. Burns didn't want to know.
Just the 106 runs this year for Ryan Patel, averaging 15, so not the best of seasons. Obviously, I guess it'll be difficult in Surrey. You know how many. Not sure. Sorry, how many chances you're going to get in this side. There's so many good players, but he's got a chance today. Not the best conditions to bat, but facing Mohammed Abbas now in gloomy floodlights are on.
And comes Abbas then round the wicket again. Bowls to Patel. Good leave. Coming in a bit on the angle, but just the right line to be leaving that one alone. So Mo Abbas finishes with applause at the end of that over. And for Abbas this season, he was a 50-plus wicket man last year. Well, he's just about on the course to do the same. That was his 49th wicket of this year's campaign. He's averaging 20 apiece.
And I looked at 20.97 and Kyle Abbott's 20.95. So
not bad, is it?
I think as maybe Kyle Abbott, I'd be in the captain's ear here saying, "Come on, skip,"
Well, also the interesting fact as well, Anthony, is that Kyle Abbott this year has not taken a 5-wicket bag.
Oh right, okay.
He's got close 2 or 3 times, including last week. He already got 4 for, but.
Oh yeah, it says here. Yeah. Mohammed Abbas has taken 2, Dawson 3.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have Rory Burns on strike with 3 slips. Backward point. Ian Holland is going to stay over the wicket for the right-hander, right arm bowler. Sorry, to the left-handed Rory Burns. As Ian Holland comes in now over the wicket to Rory Burns, and that's just top of off stump, and Rory Burns just prods forward drops the ball into point where there is no run, and Tom Prest picks the ball up. You mentioned Prest. Unbelievable knock last week. Did you say Wesley was quite pleased? Well, said that it was the best knock he's seen, or one of the best knocks he's seen at Chelmsford. Is that right?
Yeah, that's quite an accolade, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you're opposing
great
captain
confidence
says that,
for someone so young. So Ian Holland into Rory Burns, flicked off his legs. That's Rory Burns all day long. Clipped off his legs. I think James Fuller's giving it chase, but that is 4 runs, and that's probably one place you cannot bowl to Rory Burns. And Ian Holland, who will be bowling away swing to a right-hander, in swing to the left-hander, just drifts the ball onto Rory Burns' pads, hits it in front of square leg, and runs away for 4. So Surrey move on to 5 for 1, 295 runs needed for the magic 2 bonus points. Reminder, Hampshire 219, so Hampshire will be looking to get a few wickets here early as Ian Holland comes in again to Roy Burns. Slightly shorter this time into mid-wicket.
I'm just looking at the game between Warwickshire and Somerset. Warwickshire starting the day 3 points behind Hampshire in 4th. They have Somerset now 100 for 8, so another wicket there, and Warwickshire will draw level with Hampshire in the live table in 3rd place.
Still a lot to play for, isn't there?
There is, isn't there? Bit of prize money between 3rd and 4th, of course, which I thought the players are more than aware of.
Still gloomy here at the Ageas Bowl as Ian Holland comes in to Roy Burns, slightly short of a length. Looking good, Roy Burns, back foot punch straight to cover, but he's looking busy. He's had to struggle for the last few years, but looks in good touch so far today. Reminder of the field, so you have 3 slips here. So left-handed Burns, backward points, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a fine leg. And Ian Holland's bowling pretty full, attacking the stumps most balls, getting Roy Burns to play. So he comes in now for the 5th ball of the over. Slightly short, slightly wider now. And Roy Burns leaves that. Fancy bowling out in those conditions today, Kevin?
Well, they are. Well, I'm sure you would as well. I mean, they are. Yeah, I mean, it's probably a little bit chilly, a little bit. So, I mean, that's not ideal. If you were actually saying, what is my ideal conditions, not mine necessarily, but any seamers, you'd want it a fraction warmer.
A bit humid, yeah.
But, in terms of a bit overcast, ideal.
Ian Holland into Rory Burns, and that's again mirror image of the 5th ball of the over, and Rory Burns shoulders and leaves, and that completes the over. Surrey 5 for 1, Rory Burns 5 of 14 balls. Earlier today, Hampshire made 219. And Surrey, of course, are looking for 2 bonus points as Kevin James leaves us for the time being. And it brings into, I'm going to say Surrey legendary commentator Mark Church, who I'm sure he's going to talk to us about the batting and what his thoughts are with what's going to happen this evening. Are Surrey going to make any changes? What are your thoughts?
Well, if Abbas keeps bowling like this,
yeah,
Jackson Smith might arrive and have to bat tomorrow morning for Warren and Roach. Abbas is in, round the wicket to Ryan Patel. That was an absolute perler as Patel plays this one up towards mid-on to get rid of Dom Sibley. I don't know what Dom Sibley does.
No,
there.
nothing.
Had to play at it, did just enough, finds the outside edge. It's just a lovely piece of bowling.
It's going to compete there with Jordan Clark's ball earlier today, which sort of shaped away and then nipped in and bowled.
Yeah, it was a wonderful piece of bowling from Abbas to get rid of Sibley. It really was. Oh, the sun's coming out now, which is very pleasant. Ryan Patel waiting with that bat raised high in the air as Abbas is into it. Patel's letting this one go. Outside is off stump. So Surrey 5 for 1 going into this innings, knowing if they can get to 300, that'll be that. But I don't think it will be straightforward against a very good Hampshire bowling attack.
Do you think they're thinking about that, or do you think they're just thinking, right, let's win this game, let's try and just occupy the crease, let's bat as long as possible, and they're not thinking about 300. They want to get, looking at the scores earlier in this year, I think 250 was par in 4 innings for these two sides. So
yeah, I think the way they've gone about it all season is in round the wicket goes Abbas, and that's hitting the pads of Ryan Patel, going way down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4. So leg byes will be the signal, and 9 for 1 Surrey. I think Surrey this season have won the majority of that. 7 out of 8 wins have been batting last.
Okay.
From Surrey. The only one that wasn't was the innings victory against Warwickshire. So they're sort of used to doing this, bowling first, knocking a side over, getting up or past the other side, then trying to knock them over cheaply and then chase. As this one's left alone by Ryan Patel outside their off stump. They've had a number of different chases. We were talking about that the first one was against Hampshire, where they chased down 240 odd for 1. Then of course there was the 501 against Kent in 5 sessions, well under 5 sessions in the end. So they're used to this scenario. So I think they've done part 1 of their job very well today to win the toss, stick Hampshire in and knock them over for 219 as Abbas is round the wicket. That's a good leave from Ryan Patel, because
there's good
just
ones
coming
and
back on the angle.
There's good leaves and there's bad leaves, and that's definitely a good one there by Ryan Patel.
But he's off stump still standing, so that's the key thing for him. Now, elsewhere, we'll keep you up to date with everything else that's going on. In Division 1, Lancashire 316 for 9, which means that Kent have picked up their 3 bowling points, which could be important because Middlesex at the minute 115 for 3 against Nottinghamshire.
And the man in form, Robson, is out now. So
yeah, so Kent sort of doing their job, as this is a lovely shot from Ryan Patel to get off the mark, slightly over pitched by Abbas, and Mohamed Abbas just over pitching and driven away firmly by Ryan Patel over the boundary rope and away for 4. So he's off the mark with a boundary, and Surrey are 13 for 1.
Sorry, Mark. Middlesex are effectively 4 down. Looks like Eskenazi's retired injured. So
I don't know what that injury is for him. I know he's had a bit of trouble with fingers this season as Eskenazi. At Wantage Road, Northamptonshire are 277 for 6. 277 for 6. To keep a little eye on the number of overs there. Still a lot to go because you have to get these bonus points in the first 110. 63 overs have gone at Wantage Road. Somerset 107 for 8 against Warwickshire. So those are all the other scores in Division 1.
Ian Holland into Roy Burns, who steps outside off stump, and Holland sees him coming and pushes it even wider outside off, and that's left, and it's gone through to Ben Brown.
Now in Division 2, all eyes are on the Yorkshire-Worcestershire game, because Worcestershire need 2 points to confirm their promotion, and they are 21 runs away from a first batting point at 229 for 5. 229 for 5, Worcestershire.
Burns squats, high leg back lift as the classic Roy Burns looking, and then he plays that back foot defensive shot through to backward point, where looks like Fletcher Middleton picks up the ball.
Thank you to Kevin Howes. I'm thinking he's saying to me that will be a concussion problem for Steve Eskenazi, which I suppose means you could bring in the like-for-like replacement for him if he can't get back.
Yeah, Jack Davies was dropped from the last game, so potentially he could come in, the left-hander. As Ian Holland into Rory Burns again, left outside. Very good start from Ian Holland on the money.
So that's the news from the game in Division 2, that not that the others don't matter, of course they do, but Worcestershire need 300 to pick up the 2 batting points they need, because Durham already champions are 378 for 5 against Leicestershire, Derbyshire 298 for 2 against Glamorgan, and it's all moving on between Sussex and Gloucestershire at the moment.
Ian Holland from the pavilion end into Rory Burns, slightly straighter then. He's definitely, since Rory Burns clipped one off his legs through the mid-wicket for a boundary, Ian Holland's definitely pushed it slightly wider outside off stump to make Burns reach for it. He definitely don't want to be bowling on his hips or his legs, Rory Burns. That's his strength.
Sussex 202 all out, Gloucestershire 113 for 4 in reply.
Good tidy over this so far for Hampshire. Again, it's just outside off stump and Rory Burns shoulders and leaves. Tell us about Tom Laws then. Obviously we've mentioned him, he got 5 for last week and 20 years old.
Yeah, and sort of broke into the side last year while still at Cranley School. Picked up wickets last year. I was saying, did I say it was 29 championship wickets last year for Tom Laws? Let me just double check the old computer here. Laws last year, 18.
As Ian Holland into, and he does bowl it straighter there. I think Rory Burns misses out, so cloths it to mid-on and completes another maiden over for Ian Holland. That's 2 maiden overs in his 3 so far. So a steady, watchful start here from Surrey at the Ageas Bowl. 13 for 1.
Sorry, Anthony. Only played 6 games last year, Tom Laws, breaking into the side and 18 championship wickets. This season, 39 championship wickets. So he's taken over 50 championship wickets already.
That's incredible.
Tom Laws, and he is a talent. There's no doubt whatsoever about that. Back-to-back 5-ers, 3 5-ers this season.
3.
Yep,
Incredible. And he's taken 5 4-wicket hauls as well.
Yep.
So
he's
takes wickets.
Yeah, and that's the key thing with him. And it's a good currency for a bowler to have. And I'm being serious when I say that. As Abbas, round the wicket he comes to Ryan Patel.
Is he a tall bowler? Is he? What, would he be 6 foot?
Yeah, no, he's skiddy. He's quicker than you think, and he's got some skills for 20. I did mention when we were on air last time and Cameron Steele was bowling. I did say I think this might stop in a minute. And Tom Laws come back and he'll finish the innings off, because it's what he does. Saw him getting the ball to reverse a touch at the back end. So yeah, for 20, he's very skillful. As Bass is in, and this is tucked away very neatly and tidily off his pads by Ryan Patel. Away through the leg side it goes. Abbott's giving chase. They should get 3. They will get 3. Patel moves on to 7. Surrey move on to 16 for 1. So he's been compared. Gareth Batty sort of put the comparison in that a sort of young Chris Wokes.
Oh wow!
Sort of said, and because he can bat as well. That's the other thing. He can bat. So it's very early.
Handy. 20 years old.
In his career.
You said still at school last year. It's incredible.
But if you think now, I think that's 57 championship wickets in a season and a half, and he hasn't played every game this season either. In this sort of Surrey attack as well, it's pretty good going from a young man who's just sort of settled into it all very nicely indeed, as Abbas comes around the wicket to the left-handed Burns, and Burns is in behind this, pushes this one up towards Abbott.
Yeah, this is his 10th
there at mid-on.
Sorry, this is his 10th game this year. So 39 wickets this year.
Yep.
That's incredible. His average is, that would be a lot lower than...
Already 21. Past 50 championship wickets.
Yeah.
Here comes Kevin Howes. He's going to point something out to me. Oh no, he's not. Are you? What are you going to point at? Kevin Howes. Oh, bad light, suspended play between Northamptonshire and Essex, as round the wicket comes Abbas and forward goes Burns, and that's off a thickish edge, but all along the floor, down towards third man. They'll get back for 2, so 2 more to the total. 18 for 1, so play suspended for bad light between Northamptonshire and Essex, with Northamptonshire 279 for 6. So if they don't get back out there, Essex have picked up a couple of bowling points today. Surrey have picked up 3 bowling points today, and they are 18 for 1 at the moment in reply to Hampshire's 219 all out, as Ageas round the wicket to Burns, and Burns looks to clip this one a little squarer into the leg side than that. It actually rolls up to Abbott, stood up there at mid-on, and there is no run. Floodlights still on, but actually now the conditions aren't too bad. What
That's
time
pleasant,
is it
isn't
now?
it? Yeah.
We're approaching 5:30, which should be our scheduled close of play. But of course we started late this morning, so we've still, after this over, got 13 to go today. 3 slips are in there for Ageas. As round the wicket he goes to Burns, and Burns isn't going to be tempted by that one, just a bit wider outside the off stump, left alone by Rory Burns. Thank you, Anthony.
No worries, thank you.
Been an absolute pleasure, sir.
I think that's me done for this evening.
Well,
so
thank
I'll
you
see
very much,
everybody
my friend.
tomorrow.
Lovely to have you with us today. And Dave Allen is going to make his way in to my right hand side. And Surrey 18 for 1, Burns 7, Patel 7. The man to go, Sibley, who got an absolute beauty from Ageas. Little outside edge, but he had to play at it. It was just a terrific bit of bowling from Ageas, it really was. Welcome back, Dave Allen.
Thank you. It was a wonderful ball, wasn't it? Really.
Yeah. Well, if you watch it again, Sibley looks as if he's playing the perfect defensive shot,
Yeah.
and it's just kissed
Yeah.
the outside edge of the bat.
Ian Holland, bowling from the pavilion end, round the wicket. Ooh, that just did a little bit, swung in a little bit, but it was one of those good leaves that we were talking about earlier in the day. Talking about the idea that the pros suggest that there are only 2 kinds of leaves. And
One's on the trees.
One of the good ones.
One's on the trees, and the one outside your off stump that doesn't hit it.
Yes.
2 types of leaves.
It's Holland again. And that's a more secure leave, I think, there, just through the keeper. Wonder whether what's Holland bowling his 4th over now, but I did hear some pick up some conversation about who might open or not open, because quite often, of course, Keith Barker has been opening with Ageas, and as Kevin said, Kyle Abbott has been happy to be first change, but he might be first change quite soon, I would have thought. That's straighter, played up to mid-on, no run, and shadows quite visible on the ground now, which reveals that this is not a consequence of the lights being on, but the fact that the sun, which is in its autumnal way dropping low down over the trees behind the Shane Warne stand. The sun is quite bright at this precise moment. Holland bowls again outside the off stump, again left alone. Patel not being tempted.
Just had to go on Kevin James's binoculars. Those are excellent. Pocket-sized binoculars of Mr. James. Having a good look at who's in that slip cordon. Prest at first slip, Dawson at second, Vince at third.
Yeah.
Brown obviously with the gloves on.
Dawson's still one of those rare people who's held more catches than he's played matches. Holland bowls and then fields a reasonably firm drive by Patel back to Holland, who fields with his right hand. Dawson he's approaching 200 first class matches, and probably about 180, I'm not quite sure, but he's got 4 or 5 catches more than he's played matches, which is a
good strike rate,
a rare achievement really. Holland bowls, and that's driven to mid-off, and no run, maiden over. So Surrey quite happy to take their time at the moment, and Essex struggling to get that third bowling point, aren't they? At the moment, they got 6 wickets, I think.
It looks like they're going to have to wait till tomorrow unless the light improves at Wantage Road.
And
Rob
then,
Keogh with 100
are they
there
off
today. They're off about 5. So yeah, I'm not sure they'll get back out there.
Yeah. And then,
Wantage Road.
if they do that tomorrow, they've then got to score 450, and they've then got to win the game. So
Yes, still a lot to do.
yes,
And a lot to do for Surrey here as well as Ageas. As the sun comes out, he's coming round the wicket from the hotel end to Rory Burns, and Burns is solidly forward, pushing this one out towards cover, and there is no run. But a nice evening now here at the Ageas Bowl.
it is a nice evening.
Nice evening for watching cricket.
Yep.
There's a good number still in, watching away. I think the weather for tomorrow sounds okay from what everybody's saying, but we'll wait to see in the morning when we pull back the curtains and see what weather we have got. Yes, as round the wicket comes Ageas to Burns. Burns, oh, has he played on? He has! Looking to run it down to third man, and a bottom edge straight back onto his stumps, and the captain goes for 7. And Surrey are 18 for 2, definitely looking to run that one down towards third man, and gets a little bottom edge straight back onto his off stump. So trouble here for Surrey. It was never going to be straightforward against this Hampshire attack. 18 for 2 they are, and Rory Burns has gone for 7.
And that's Mo Abbas's 50th first-class wicket of this season.
It's a very, very good effort from Mo Abbas.
Came into it averaging 20.9, so probably but it might even drop below 20 now.
Well, this will bring Siddharthan out to the middle. Sai Siddharthan made 3 in his first game, only faced the 6 deliveries. So a very talented young player, this one. He's got a bit of work on his hands this evening though. And this is good from Ageas. Rory Burns there, he plays that shot really well, but just trying to run it down towards third man, bottom edge, straight back onto his off stump. So Siddharthan makes his way out there into the middle. And Ryan Patel is waiting for him. And there's a little punch of gloves there between Siddharthan and Ryan Patel. Very good from Ageas.
We've been saying all day that the pitch looks pretty good, and I mean there have certainly been periods where, you know, late in the second half of the Hampshire innings where the batting was quite effective, but wickets are falling, aren't they?
Well, we've had 12 today now.
Yeah.
So 12 wickets on the opening day.
And in a shortened day, so...
They're back out at Wantage Road.
Okay.
Oh no, they've closed for the day at Wantage Road.
Oh.
Well, if you point at different things on your screen, I don't know, you put your finger over the word close there. So all I could see was that the score, honestly. It's all very well and good pointing at the screen, but if you put your finger over the word, I can't see what it is. When you put your finger over close, I couldn't see the word. Here is Ageas coming round the wicket to Siddharthan, and his first ball, the left-handed Siddharthan, is forward, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Lots of Surrey left-handers.
There are indeed.
In the mould of John Edrich.
Well, yes, he was one of the best, wasn't he? One of the very best. And 2 out there at the moment in the shape of Siddharthan and Patel, as Ageas wanders down towards us once again and then gets ready to come round the wicket to Siddharthan. Siddharthan, oh, that bounced on, and he's played it pretty well actually. He plays it down towards third man with soft hands. This could be his first Surrey boundary. It will be his first Surrey boundary. And he's played that pretty well because it's just hopped on him. But he kept it down. It's lovely bowling from Ageas again. Could watch this fella bowl all day, really. From behind the arm as well. Absolutely joy. We've seen Worrell from behind the arm today, and we've seen Tom Laws from behind the arm, and Ageas from behind the arm, and from up on high as well. It's lovely to be able to watch these bowlers do their stuff.
I do enjoy watching Ageas, really.
He's just very skillful, isn't he? As Here he comes once again then to Siddharthan, and Siddharthan gets one that climbs at him off a length. That is an absolute perler, and he has done so well not to get anything on that. Abbas is getting this ball to talk a touch at the moment, and that was an absolute beauty to Siddharthan. Just pushed forward to a good length ball, and it suddenly just took off at him. And what he did pretty well was drop the hands on it. So lovely piece of bowling from Abbas. As he turns again, the sun comes out once more. Round the wicket he comes to Siddharthan, and he's not playing at that one at all. He's just played the line of it, just pushed a bit wider from Abbas, but terrific over. Picks up the wicket of Rory Burns here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sport website, BBC Sport app, BBC Radio Solent, BBC London. On the opening day of this last game of the Championship season, Hampshire all out for 219 in reply. Surrey find themselves 22 for 2.
All very interesting, this.
Well, it was always going to
Very
be, isn't it? There's never a stroll to anything when it comes to Championship cricket. There's always your little detours on the journey. That's the round of applause for Mr. Abbas, who just salutes back to the crowd there.
And Holland will continue round the wicket, and Hampshire will continue with 3 slips, and that's just played out towards the covers off the back foot, and there's no run, so 22 for 2 at the start
Just checking.
of the 10th over.
Surrey against Northamptonshire at one point was 79 for 6 in their first innings.
It's Holland in again, and that's just played defensively straight back to him. Cloud covers the sun briefly, but it's not a particularly big cloud. I think it will soon reveal the brightness. It's not. You can see, Mark, behind you, there's a fan over there. We played a game against Somerset, and I don't think any of us, including Anthony Gibson, have ever been hotter commentating on a cricket match than that particular day. God, it's amazing. That's again just played out. It's a mid-wicket this time, but again defensively just no attempt to score.
I'm sure he has been hotter because he sits in his little porter cabin at Taunton sometimes, Anthony Gibson, and that it turns into a sauna, doesn't it? Ooh.
But it was an incredible day, that particular day. And they brought the fan up for us. We shan't need it in this game. Holland bowls, and again just played carefully up to mid-off.
Yeah, no ball from Ian Holland on that
occasion.
Well
spotted, yeah.
24 for 2.
Yeah.
I've become slightly obsessed with a TV programme called The Joy of Painting, which is on. I used to watch it during lockdown. I've got back to it, and just seeing those clouds, the gentleman, it's a sort of 1970s programme.
Bob Ross.
Yeah, Bob Ross, thank you very much indeed, David. I knew you would have watched it. Magnificent hair.
Yes.
That Bob Ross possesses. But what he does on a canvas with a bit of paint is extraordinary.
Yeah. And that's just wide, and it's slashed out. In fact, it's fielded at wide mid-off. Sorry, and they don't run. So 25. No, they do run. I do beg your pardon. They did have a single. 25 for 2. I was intent on watching the fielder.
But he's brilliant at clouds.
Yeah, he is good.
He really is very good at clouds, Bob Ross.
Yeah. As a former art teacher, I have to say it's a kind of bag of tricks, but they're quite clever tricks. So yeah, that's just pushed on the leg side this time, square leg, and they come through for another single.
He did this amazing thing t'other evening with, he just had blue paint, white canvas, blue paint, and then a knife.
Yes.
And he did the sky and the clouds, but just using water, and then a mountain with shadow. It's so relaxing because he's got a very relaxing voice as well, hasn't he?
Yes, it is very much that kind of thing. Holland bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-on. There is no run. It is 26 for 2. And that's the end of the over, end of the 10th over. Holland 0 for 8 from 5 and Abbas 2 for 14 from 5.
He did inspire me, Dave, during lockdown to attempt to copy a couple of his techniques.
Why not?
Didn't go terribly well. He made it look very easy, but when you actually try and do it, it's not as straightforward as you think. The old painting lark.
Very often, the really simple answer is less is more. You know,
that's what
a
Bob
bit of
said.
a cliche. Does he? Yeah.
But you see, I got overexcited with my paint.
Yeah.
And I kept trying to add bits onto it, and it didn't look like his did.
Yeah.
That's for sure. As Abbas from the hotel end is round the wicket to Siddharthan and beats the edge with a beauty again. This is a wonderful spell of bowling from Abbas. It really is. He is a wonderful bowler, this fella. And Siddharthan there, he's sort of back. You always know you've got a problem when your back leg is heading out towards square leg. And that one, that really did turn him round a touch, Siddharthan. Well, of course, Jack Russell, one of the finest painters there is.
Yeah.
He doesn't like clouds. He says he does like clouds. He doesn't like a perfectly blue sky when he's painting.
I get that.
He likes some clouds there.
Yeah.
As round the wicket once again goes Abbas, and pushing forward is Siddharthan.
Well, the sketches of the wonderful John Constable, those are the things to look at for clouds. Some of those are just astonishing. And of course, at one time, the sketches weren't greatly thought of. They were just things he did before he did the proper paintings. Nowadays, they're often viewed as the great works.
One of the most fascinating books I've read was by Jonathan Rice about the painting that hangs at Canterbury of the championship-winning side of 18, whatever it was, and how that painting was done. Yes. Round the wicket once again comes Abbas, forward goes Siddharthan, and it's an obvious thing to say there's no run here, because of course he couldn't go off photos or anything like that, so he had to go and find a lot of the players at the end of the season, the artist, and then get them to stand for him and then slot them in the right part of the field to be where they fielded. Magnificent book. It really is.
It is a beautiful painting. I think it's at Lord's now, isn't it?
Is it at Lord's? I know it went back to Canterbury for a while and was hanging in the pavilion, I think.
I think they had to sell it, but maybe there was a deal about loaning it back or something. Yeah. But it is wonderful.
Round the wicket again goes Abbas. Siddharthan gets solidly forward again, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. But there's a few cricketers who are artists, aren't they? Graham Fowler's suddenly doing art now. I've noticed Fox is doing art. His is a bit more abstract, though, but
I can imagine.
It's art.
And the guy that was a wicketkeeper who went from
Martin Spate. Wonderful artist. Martin Spate, wonderful artist. Yes.
And Michael Carberry from Hampshire does portraits.
Carbs is very good, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yep.
So there are, as you say, there are some.
You've got plenty of time on your hands, haven't you, during the season?
Yeah.
As round the wicket once again goes Abbas, and Siddharthan, that's a leading edge. He was looking to work that leg side. Just testing the technique here of Siddharthan. He's in his 10th first-class game. So Siddharthan, of course, probably most famous for his 96 in the IPL final this year, but it's a little different at the moment. Abbas in conditions where he's found a perfect length and he's getting this ball just to move and bounce. A little different to an IPL final, this. But just Siddharthan, slightly different atmosphere as well, as Abbas round the wicket he comes, and Siddharthan, that swings back. He's played that very well. It's great bowling again from Abbas. He'll get a single down towards fine leg. So hard work this for Surrey at the moment. Good stuff from Holland and Abbas. End of the over, 27 for 2. A few more thoughts from you, Dave Allen, and then you're going to be joined by Kevin James.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I'll see you on Thursday. So, and Kyle Abbott is now going to have his bowl after 11 overs. We were wondering about that, and 9 to go. So he'd probably get 5 tonight, and assuming they do get through, and the light is pretty good at the minute again.
Do you know what, Dave? For the last few minutes, I closed my eyes, and it was like I was listening to Pablo Picasso imparting his wisdom and knowledge of painting. It was as though he was in the room, Pablo Picasso, there for the last few minutes. Absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, lovely. Well, it's not Picasso now, it's Kyle Abbott round the wicket, and that's well up to him there. Just plays that Siddharthan is facing, plays it out on the offside and it covers. And,
I'm not even sure Picasso could have added much to what Mark Church has been saying for the last 5 minutes, if I'm honest. Can I also say that another thing about Mark Church? You've left your speed awareness course pen on the table.
They're told all the secrets now. Everybody in the world now knows about Churchy. Kyle Abbott comes in and that's just played out on the offside. What I ought to add here is that Churchy bought this pen on eBay as a laugh.
Oh, of course he did. Yeah. Of course he did, yeah. I believe that about as much as he's just been talking about painting in the last few minutes as well. Wonderful. I feel like I should take up painting now. Do you know what? It was an inspirational 5 minutes that. I do actually feel like I should be taking up painting this winter.
Great. Do you remember when we were kids, there used to be something called painting by numbers? That was a real trick, that one. Abbott Bowls, it's just, off the edge, bisects the men at gully and slip and runs away for 4 runs. But a false shot, without doubt. Not a chance and not near a field of it. Yeah, painting by numbers. That was a kind of easy trick, really.
Well, I'm sure it's still going, isn't it?
I don't know. It might well be. Yeah, could be. Yeah, I'm supposed to be better than that nowadays. Although I'm not saying too much about that, really. But
do you do a bit of?
Oh yeah, I do.
I mean, to be honest, I listened to some of it, but I couldn't listen to it all.
Yeah. Well, until last year, I was part of what's called a collective down in Portsmouth, the Hot Walls. We had a studio, so I did a day a week down there. Yeah,
lovely.
Yeah. Here's Abbott coming into bowl, and that's just pushed out on the offside. And there's no run. It's a really nice little setup. There's about 14 studios, and you get a 5-year contract. And then at the end of 5 years, you have to move on so that somebody else gets a chance. So some of the studios it's just one person, and some of them, like the one I was in there, it was a collective, so you get at least 1 day a week, sometimes 2. So it was great fun. Okay. Even sold things occasionally.
Really?
I mean, very, very occasionally. I've got to say. Yeah, and not for thousands.
Well, they might be in years to come.
Yeah, never know. Yes, Abbott Bowls, and that's played off his licks. Abbas, no, he won't get there. It's gone square on the leg side, and. So Siddharthan is going quite nicely now. He's 14 from 16 balls, and Surrey 35 for 2. Just settling things a bit, really, after that rocky start. Second time in a few days that they've had a difficult start to their first innings, as they struggled against North. I was saying to Mark earlier, we've been saying all day that it looks like a good pitch, but actually people are not. They're not getting big scores, are they? Abbott Bowls, that's just played defensively. There's excitement, as if he's going to play and miss and hit the pad, but he doesn't. And end of the over, 35 for 2. So, yeah, I mean, I think in the Hampshire side, apart from Nick Gubbins, who hit 2 wonderful 4s and then got out, everybody else got double figures.
Yeah.
But nobody went on apart from Ben Brown.
Sure. It's been some good bowling though all day, isn't it? And Hampshire are carrying that on as well. There hasn't really been anybody that's come on that sort of let people off the hook, let's be honest. A certain dad of one of the Hampshire players has just texted me saying Etch-a-Sketch is my limit. Painting's probably about right as well. Remember the Etch-a-Sketch?
I do, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wonderful retro toy.
Well, come to me for some lessons, and
Well, I was going to say, listening to you and Churchy, I mean, that was just
next rainy day. I'll do some lessons.
Like a couple of old masters. 35 for 2. Here's Abbas round the wicket, and forward is Patel playing that back to the bowler. It's got very dark all of a sudden. Once the sun goes at this time of night, this time of the evening, it does. The light fades very quickly indeed.
And there's, apart from that 1 ball, 8 overs to go. Not sure we'll quite get through all of those.
No, not if it stays. Well, there's not a lot of cloud above us, so I don't know. Maybe the sun might come out again soon. But at the moment, while it's hidden behind the cloud, the light really has changed. Here comes Abbas again, runs away from us, bowls to Patel once more. It's a length ball. Patel just gets tucked up there a little bit, but manages to find an angle down to fine, a leg, and he moves on to 9. 36 for 2, Surrey 183 runs behind.
I guess Surrey wouldn't terribly mind coming off now, would they, even in a shorter day? They've made pretty good progress. And, you know, I mean, their one target in this game is 300.
That's right. I don't think that'll
And
be
that's on the
particularly
assumption that
easy.
Essex are going to make 450, which is pretty unusual in this season.
Hampshire bowled out for 219, just as a reminder, in the 66th over as Abbas bowls forward. Sudhasan, the Indian left-hander, brought in for the last 3 matches by Surrey. And there is no run, so we got 7.5 overs left in the day. Looks like there's already a few people making their way to the exits. It's always the way, doesn't matter what time you play till. Around that 6 o'clock mark, people said, right, that's it, I've had enough, we're going home. You could be Surrey could be 36 for 9 and they would still that's it, I've got to go. But yeah, I don't think at the moment it doesn't feel like it's going to be the highest scoring of games, and it's not because of the pitch, it's just really the atmospheric conditions late September, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's come back a fraction. Sudhasan does well to work that away on the onside. He's going to come back for 2 as well. That's good running.
Yes, scampered that.
It's gone out towards square leg and comfortable 2 in the end. Sudhasan moves on to 16, 38 for 2. Well, that's it. See, as soon as the sun comes from behind a cloud, the light improves massively.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, the long shadows come back from the players now. And the only other thing, of course, is that the shadow from Shane Warne's stand is now over the pitch, so it makes it a bit darker there.
Abbas turns, coming over the wicket this time, trying a different angle outside the off stump. Sudhasan doesn't offer a shot. So nice that Mohamed Abbas passed 50 wickets in this innings. 50 wickets last year. Can't remember exactly. It was 50 something, wasn't it? Yes, it wasn't loads of it. I think I might have it written down just as I speak. I think. Hang on a minute.
No, actually, his best previously was 50 in 2022, so that's last year. So he's equalled last year.
Oh right. Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah.
That's right. 50 at 17.
Yeah. So.
Whereas his 50 have cost about 20 this year.
Just about. Yeah.
Ooh.
But.
That's a steady return, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly.
It's turned away on the leg side again. Sudhasan's behind square, and he'll get a comfortable 2 this time as well. Whereas of course Hampshire had 3 50-wicket plus men last year, and of course Keith Barker is well down. 52 at 22 last year. He's well down on that. Kyle Abbott 58 at 19. Now Kyle Abbott. So far this year, Dave, I don't know if you've got the figures.
Yeah, 43 at 20.
So he's not far
not bad.
away.
It's not bad.
Really?
He's got exactly the same average as Abbas, and slightly fewer. And that's, as you said, because he hasn't had a fifer. So, But Barker is the one who is quite well down. Yeah, which has meant they've had to carry a lot. Although, of course, on the other hand, Dawson has taken more wickets than ever. I say that, and then I think to myself, oh yes, he has. Yes, that's right, more than ever. Yeah, so done very well. Kyle Abbott is coming in. The sun is having some effect again, and that's pulled away on the leg side. It's not quite timed, but it is going to run away. No, it isn't. It isn't going to run away because it wasn't quite timed, and they do nonetheless complete 3 runs. Patel on 12 and Sudhasan on 18 now, and Surrey 43 for 2. So and Holland 10 at 26. He's got 10 at 26, which is quite respectable
for a medium pacer, all-rounder. Yeah.
Here's Abbott again. It's just through the keeper. The interesting thing about Abbott and Abbas, I'm not quite sure after this season, but I'm pretty sure they both averaged just under 20 in their Hampshire careers. And before those two came here, those two arrived, there were only 3 bowlers in Hampshire's history that averaged through a career under 20.
Is that right?
And they were Andy Roberts, who was pretty good, Malcolm Marshall, who was pretty good, and Derek Shackleton, who was pretty good. So, to be up there with those 3. Abbott bowls, and just almost has him in a bit of trouble as he pushes out on the onside. He looks to take a quick single, which is completely unnecessary and doesn't. Yeah, so, I think Abbas and Abbott are probably just under 20 for careers. Shorter careers than Marshall and Shackleton. Roberts wasn't such a long career at Hampshire, but and most of that revolved around his first year when he took 100 and goodness knows what wickets at about 13 apiece. It was absolutely lethal. Here's Kyle Abbott, outside the off stump, let through. No attempt at a shot. And it's 43 for 2. Still got the broken up scoreboard.
Not literally. Not literally.
No, visually. Yeah, visually the broken up scoreboard. So, Abbott, top of the mark. Round he comes. Again, just straight through to the keeper. Throws it to Captain Vince, who throws it on to the man at cover. One more ball left for me today, and I'll wish you all a very good evening, and I'll come back on Thursday.
Yes.
I've got a day entertaining a gentleman from Wisden tomorrow. I'm going to go and look round all the treasures that we've got, and he's doing a project across the whole country, every county. He's been to every county, and he wants one unusual artefact. So I'm going to show him a few, and he'll tell me what he wants to pick. Abbott bowls, and that's just played defensively, and there is no run, and that's the end of me for this evening.
Thank you very much, Dave Allen. Anthony Clapham coming in alongside me from the Hampshire disabled team and the England disabled team. So just to see where we are in Division 1, there is players finished for the day. Kent, Lancashire. Kent fighting it out for the other relegation spot with Middlesex. Lancashire bowled out for 327, so full bowling points, bonus points for Kent. Essex and Northamptonshire have finished for the day. Just a reminder, with Northamptonshire 279 for 6. Essex picking up so far 2 bonus points. Middlesex, they're 146 for 3 against Nottinghamshire. Somerset 158 for 8 against Warwickshire. Warwickshire and Hampshire fighting it out for 3rd place. Welcome back, Anthony.
Hello, I thought I was off, but it's a gorgeous evening, and I'm so pleased to still be here. And there seems to be a bowling change with my favourite player, Liam Dawson.
Oh, yes. Yes, you've been singing his praises all day off air, haven't you?
He's the GOAT, isn't he? He's had an amazing season this year. He's comes in now from the hotel end, to Ryan Patel, who comes down the track, but the boxman at mid-wicket cuts that off, so left-arm spinner to left-hander batsman, so spinning it into the left-hander. Liam Dawson with number 8 on his back, top of his mark. I was outside off stump, and it's a bit of turn as well. We did see a bit of turn earlier from Cam Steele from the Surrey innings, both leg break and with the wrong one that he bowled. Liam Dawson's an orthodox left arm spinner, bowling over the wicket. Nice bit of drift in there and a bit of turn, which is handy to see for Hampshire as he comes in again, and Ryan Patel comes down the track again, and a bit of bounce onto the thigh pads. Things happening here. There's 5.5 overs remaining of the day, and Hampshire will be doing everything they can to get one more wicket, I'd say, and they're building a lot of pressure here. Surrey 43 for 2 for their 14.5 overs as Liam Dawson gathers, bowls outside off stump and fields the ball off his own bowling as Ryan Patel punches that into the offside. And really good start here, straight on the money from Liam Dawson. Hampshire can't afford any loose deliveries here, especially with trying to build some pressure. Dawson in again to Ryan Patel, short of a length. Ryan Patel rocks back, clips off his hip straight to the man at straight mid-wicket. Hampshire have got a sweeper out in cover, a deep mid-wicket and a long on, where Tom Prest is just below us here. Low sun, it's a bit shorter this time for Liam Dawson. Ryan Patel comes back, punches it down to long on. Dawson's interested. There's a quicker ball there, but Ryan Patel plays that well and gets off the out of the over for his single. So Surrey 44 for 2, and this is gorgeous conditions now, Kevin.
Changes by the minute, isn't it? Sun comes out, beautiful. Sun goes in, cold and dark. But we're all right at the moment. You're right, Anthony. We're good. Yeah, 40 wickets at 22 apiece. That's a terrific average for a spinner, isn't it? Going through a season
for a spinner, let alone what he can do, with the bat as well. So
terrific stuff.
He'll be really pleased. And as we were talking about earlier, I think really surprised if he's not on the plane to India with England this winter.
I was looking earlier at the PCA, the Professional Cricketers Association awards shortlist. As forward is Patel to start of a new over to Abbott, and amongst the nominations for the various categories, if I can find it, the men's player of the year, that's the young player of the year actually, the men's.
I can see it, yeah.
You got it?
Yeah.
Oh, here we are, yeah. Harry Brook, Liam Dawson, Ryan Higgins, which is an interesting nomination, and Alex Lees, who's had a good season for Durham.
A really good season.
So he's one of the 4 nominations, is Liam Dawson. Outside the off stump by Abbott, left alone by Patel. And I know Mark Church thought that maybe Jordan Clark could have sneaked in there with a nomination, but he's just missed out.
Yeah, and just looking at this now, I think our Harry Brooks had obviously a massive season for himself, obviously breaking into the England side and doing really well over the winter last year and continuing that this summer.
Yep.
And then the young player James Rue, Ollie Price from Gloucestershire, and Jamie Smith who potentially we may see tomorrow.
Yes,
so
we will.
I'm sure we will. I'm sure they'll be in.
Here comes Abbott bowls. It's a better, straighter delivery, which Patel pushes out square on the offside. No run.
I think Mark is just going to text Alex Stewart now to see if he's going to make any changes. Maybe it might get inside information maybe later to see if.
My daughter.
He's getting some inside information from his daughter.
About a birthday party, birthday presents.
Saw Alex Stewart walking around earlier, talking to a few of the Surrey supporters away to our right. That was around about sort of tea time. Might have just been before. Can't remember. Just after maybe, but. Just waiting for the moment, as all Surrey are, and the supporters that are here, and there are quite a few in the hotel. As Abbott bowls, he's been outside the outside edge, good delivery. There's not a great amount of movement here from Abbott. He's more relying on just bowling a tight line and length. Patel did pull the bat away, but for me that was a fraction too late. And there is no run, 44 for 2, and we have just over 4 overs left in the day. Again, the sun disappears behind some cloud, and all of a sudden it goes dark. It's like somebody switching a light on.
And now
and
it's
off.
freezing cold.
Yeah, and a little bit of blast of cool air at the same time. As Abbott comes in, that's a little wider, and that's left alone by Patel. He's on 13 here. Sudarsan, the Indian left-hander, is 18. The 2 batters out. Dom Sibley caught behind off Abbas for no score. Rory Burns bowled off an inside edge. Bottom edge, actually. More bottom edge as he was trying to work Mo Abbas square or behind square on the offside. He went for 7. Earlier Hampshire bowled out for 219. Tom Laws 5 for 27. His 3rd wicket bag of the championship season. Abbott at the top of his marks. Got 3 slips here. Prest, Dawson, Vince, in that order as Abbott comes in round the wicket outside off stump. Extravagant leave.
Press must be good with his hands if he's first slip there. Normally it's the sort of the elder statesmen that get a chance in the slip cord, and he's straight in there, isn't he, at first slip? So obviously England under-19 captain is Tom Prest. A fantastic innings last year, and he can bowl a bit as well. So we've seen a bit of spin with Cam Steele and with Liam Dawson's first over. So I wonder if we'll see him. It's not going to be tonight, no chance. But tomorrow, I'm sure we'll see a few overs from him.
That's for sure. Yeah.
Liam Dawson now to Sudarsan, left-handed batsman. Bowls it short of a length, Oh, and he's just extravagantly tried to punch that through the leg side, where there is a deep mid-wicket. There is a massive gap out there towards sort of cow corner and behind 45 fine legs, which I think he was aiming for, but no run. Dawson comes in again from the hotel end. This could have been a good start. Real testing here, Liam Dawson. That ball there is just short of the length and it's turned. So Dawson's just tried to work that off his hip. There is a short leg now, which I think Fletcher Middleton's in there. And there's a 45, quite a straight 45 behind square, which is Kyle Abbott. So the ball is starting to turn late on day one as Liam Dawson comes in. He's just on the muddy there again, sort of around off stump but turned onto leg stump, and Sudarshan just clips off his leg straight to short leg. Middleton throws it back to Dawson. And we go again from the hotel end, and Liam Dawson slightly wider this time, brings Sudarshan forward, inside edge, just bounces a couple of times before Fletcher Middleton, but handy work in there. Fletcher Middleton obviously, and there seems to be a field and change, whereas long on is just floating slightly. And Liam Dawson, oh, is that bump ball? And I'm not sure that Ryan Patel sort of walks into to Liam Dawson there as Dawson tries to retrieve the ball, and Sudarshan gets off strike down to long on hand. As I've said, Tom Prest isn't going to bowl tonight. It looks like he's limbering up, so we are going to see him. I think maybe with the light, it's getting pretty dark now here at the Ageas Bowl as Liam Dawson bowls it slightly outside off stump this time, bit flatter. And Ryan Patel covers the ball nicely as Ben Brown picks up the ball, and they quickly get round as they need to. I think it's 4 overs remaining, sorry. And it looks like the umpires have said no more seam. We will need spin from both ends now.
Certainly having a chat. I mentioned the state of play in Division 1. In Division 2, just one live match currently. Yorkshire against Worcestershire. Worcestershire more than likely going up with Durham into Division 1 next year. Worcestershire 279 for 5 in that game. Leicestershire, I think, have got an outside chance. That players already finished on day one. Durham 409 for 5 in that game. The umpires are taking the reading. What will it be?
Yeah,
Still
I think
waiting.
this could be it, Kevin. I think it's pretty gloomy now.
Two spinners. Yeah. Oh, the umpire is saying he's going to have a go at the other end now. We've had a reading at one end.
Seems to be a lot of supporters there. About to leave, maybe.
Are we having a reading at the other end as well? I thought they just took it from one end. I wasn't sure if they do it from both, but it looks like we are.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening here. Well, we're playing on, guys. So Tom Prest is going to be coming on to bowl, which is the captain. I think if this was a must-win game, I'm sure Vince would say no. I want to bowl my fast bowler, and if you're not going to allow me to bowl my fast bowler, we'll go off. But there are spectators still here, so they've sat back down, and we've got 4 more overs to go. Whether we will get 4 overs, it's getting pretty dark, even though the lights are on here at the Ageas Bowl.
So it's going to bowl some off spin round the wicket to Ryan Patel. It's got a short leg in and a slip. Here we go then from the pavilion end bowls, and that's cut away by Patel. Straight to extra cover though. This is only his 5th championship game, so he doesn't do a lot of bowling at the moment. Bowled a bit more in the 50 over competition. They're still developing his off spin. Picked up 1 for 54 and 13 overs in the second innings against Somerset here. That's the one and only championship wicket for him to date. Bowls, that's outside off stump. Cuts away this time into the gap.
Similar to sort of Cam Steele then, because I think he only had his 1 wicket before today, and I think he took a couple, didn't he? So he's young, and do you rate his off spin?
But Prest, it's a work in progress. No, it's listen. Well, listen. I mean, do I rate it? I mean, listen. It's all right. Of course it is. But I think if he's going to add that to his batting, well, it's turned a bit. Oh, he's very nearly played onto the stumps as well. You know, if he's going to add it to his batting and become, you know, a very good all-rounder and off spinner, then obviously it needs to develop still. Yeah, I'm sort of.
I think you've seen that with Felix Organ. Like his off spin's really come on. He's almost came into the Hampshire side as a batter, and he's almost flips it the other way round now, isn't he? He's almost a sort of bowling all rounder. So
yeah, so it's really Prest doing Felix Organ's job really. That's pushed out into the covers, and Patel's saying, "Do you want to come for a single, and they do. And we are on Sports Extra again. Welcome back to those listeners, as well as on the BBC Sport website and app, and of course on the live picture feed as well. We're into the last 14 balls of day one, if the light holds. 47 for 2 here. Surrey trail Hampshire by 172 on the first innings, and we've got Sudarshan, the Indian player who's playing the last 3 matches as an overseas player for Surrey. He's 20 not out. Ryan Patel, the other left-hander, is 14 not out. The 2 wickets that have fallen, Sibley for no score, Rory Burns for 7, both off the bowling of Mo Abbas, who's reached exactly 50 wickets for the season, and that's beaten the outside edge there from young Tom Prest with his off-spin, who's just getting the ball to grip, isn't he? No doubt about that in the wicket. We've seen a little bit of turn. Cam Steele, we've been talking about that here with Anthony Clapham, just get the ball just to sort of straighten a fraction, and Dawson's bowling into the footmarks really for the left-hander outside the off-stump, so he's just getting a little bit here and there, but generally it's slow turn, there's a bit of turn but no more. But Presty there, Tom Prest, Presty. I don't know him that well. Got a little bit of turn at the end of that over. 2 overs to go then, 47 for 2, Surrey.
Yeah, Liam Dawson now from the hotel end into Ryan Patel. Short of a length. Oh, do not miss that, Ryan Patel. And he sort of comes back, keeps low, and manages to slam his back down into that where James Fuller picks up at mid-wicket. But this is your main man for Hampshire. Main man for in terms of spin. As Liam Dawson comes in now to Ryan Patel, prods forward. Tidy work there from Fletcher Middleton. Liam Dawson bowling to the left-handed Ryan Patel over the wicket, so the ball's turning into Patel. So that's why they've got a short leg in, just in case they get a bit more extra bounce and finds the inside edge. Dawson in again. Slightly wider this time, it's bit the outside edge. And they've appealed for, I think for LBW actually, so from where I am, which is directly behind the bowler, it looks like he was quite a far way outside of the off stump, so no real sign of that being LBW, but there is only 9 balls left, so it's worth an ask as Dawson comes in again to Ryan Patel. Yeah, he's nice bowling there. He's just getting it to turn quite a bit there, Kevin. And I think if Hampshire could to get a wicket here, it would be a really interesting start for tomorrow morning. But it's slow turn, isn't it?
Yeah. It's manageable turn as a batter, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's why he's trying to play off the back foot where he can.
Yeah.
Liam Dawson is going to come slightly wider now. Pushes it slightly in. Ryan Patel plays that lovely. Nice big stride, head over the ball, and just drops it back to Liam Dawson, where he will stand at the top of his mark, which is around about 4 or 5 steps, when he will look to bowl his final ball of the day to Ryan Patel. Number 8 on his back, Liam Dawson. And that's tidy. And again, Ryan Patel off the back foot, plays it into mid-wicket for no run, and that's a maiden over. That's tidy spell there from Liam Dawson. 3 overs, 1 maiden, just for the 2 runs. Surrey are very much looking to just back through to the end of play, where we have 6 balls remaining. It's pretty gloomy here now at the Ageas Bowl. Floodlights on. Umpires discussing after sort of every over for the last few overs really, but they do have 2 spinners from each end now. So we have Liam Dawson, who's just completed his 3rd over from the hotel end, and that will be today's play. Umpires have adjusted. It's slightly too dark for any more play to be played today, and Surrey will go into day 2, 47 for 2, 172 runs behind Hampshire, and Surrey require 253 runs for the magic 2 bonus points that they need to get the trophy for the 2nd year running. That's a solid display there from Ryan Patel. Sudarshan as well, 20 not out Sudarshan. Ryan Patel 14 of 47 balls. That'll do him the world of confidence, and tomorrow will be interesting, where you will see Will Jacks returning to the Surrey lineup, and potentially Jamie Smith, so it's very evenly poised here at Ageas Bowl.
And that's it for the action across Divisions 1 and Divisions 2. We were literally the last game still standing. So thank you, Anthony Clapham. Thank you, Mark Church. Thank you also to Dave Allen a little earlier. Hope you've enjoyed listening and watching throughout the day, and we will be back just before 10:30 tomorrow morning. If you're listening from BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, you're going to take you to Kevin Howells.